Dude, we
Hold on,
are
I
like
swear I was going somewhere with this. Oh, for faith, why it's rhetorically effective, right? Is because I think that once you get him to say like, oh yeah, well faith just isn't, it's compatible with true knowledge, right? Like I know with 100% certainty that God exists, but somehow I still have faith. I think that that's just going to make other Christians look at him and go, what the fuck is this guy talking about, right? Like if you know with certainty that God exists, then where is there room for faith? So I'd be happy for him to reinterpret it at that point.
I don't think it would because, well, for one, a lot of other Christians who don't hold to like some presuppers' conception of knowledge also redefine faith all the time because this idea of faith is a problem for like all Christians. But also, even the ones that don't, they're just going to be like, oh, okay, so he has bad theology in regards to faith. So what, they're not going to think like that on its own, but he has bad theology in regards to faith isn't going to take them from thinking precept is good to precept is bad. I don't think.
okay, I will also start the event. I started the stream. I started the event. So let's see. We're gonna get on this bad boy and talk about Jesus and whether or not he is the Messiah, which I believe he is not. So, Rayo, are you a Christian or are you not a Christian?
I am not a Christian.
Ah, man, I'm not a Christian. And here I was like trying to demolish your worldview by.
Because I also agree. I like using this line of argument against Christians. I never really expect it because it's like, why would an atheist have any interest in like the doctrine of the Messiah? Typically, only a Jew would care about that. Um, but Christians are woefully unprepared to answer any questions about Jesus's messiahhood, if that's a real word. It's very
Yeah,
funny.
yeah, yeah, that is true. And this is because usually they have not read their book. And if you don't read your book, you're not going to know exactly what it says in there.
It's kind of like meeting them on their own grounds, right? Because I mean, it's literally like a theological argument. It's like it's an internal critique, right? You claim Jesus is Messiah. Messiah's supposed to do certain things. He didn't do it. Yada yada. They don't typically expect that. They expect problem of evil, divine hiddenness stuff.
Well, sort of. It's also because I feel like whenever it comes to Christianity, I think there's, Christians usually, they believe that thing happened, right? Because they've been told multiple times, right? They've been told ever since they became Christians by all the pastors, all the priests, all the apologists, right? Like everybody takes this thing as being the gospel, right? Was Jesus the Messiah? Yeah, obviously, duh. Of course, he was the Messiah. But then it's like if you actually go and do some, like even a bit of investigation, you're going to find out that first of all, if you go into the messianic prophecies, which are not that many, he clearly did not fulfill any of those, right? Because in those, the Messiah is being described as being a king and doing a lot of things as a king, which Jesus was never a king. And if you're going to say that Jesus is just like a spiritual king or whatever, well, that doesn't mean anything because I can be the spiritual king in that case. And not only that, but like in the New Testament, there's so many places in the New Testament where people say, "Oh, he fulfilled this or that messianic prophecy," and when you go to the Old Text, when you go to the Old Testament, well, they're actually referencing things that are not they're not even prophecies, like a lot of
Like
times,
the like the virgin birth. I mean, that
Yeah,
was a
yeah.
prophecy, but it
I mean,
wasn't
that was a
messianic.
prophecy, but I mean, for example,
Yeah.
they one of the like a part of the Old Testament that is being referenced like a lot is one of the Psalms of David,
Oh yeah. Oh
where
god.
David just says that he's just complaining, right? Because like David just liked to complain to God, and it's like, oh my God, I'm so persecuted. Classic Christian, I guess. Before Christianity was cool, and that's not. And it talks about like how lions are like biting him or whatever. So first of all, like the word there, it's nobody knows exactly what the original word was because the word is clearly wrong, and it wasn't even a prophecy. So there wasn't a prophecy there. Nowhere does it say this will happen. It's just like a random text, right? A random passage that they just took from the Old Testament and just put it in the New Testament because some situations seemed similar to them, and then they just called it a prophecy when it actually wasn't. So yeah. But Christians are not really that good at defending this or a lot of other arguments, not just this one. Like, to be honest, there's a lot of other arguments that aren't faring that well. So yeah, man, Saxon, what is that picture there? God damn it! I'm going to delete it though. Not good.
Thank you. He left too. So.
Yeah. He just
Kill it with
came in.
fire.
He came in, put a picture up, and then he just left. God damn it.
Was utterly flabbergasted at that debate. Like from the jump, we were watching like PMARS just like evade all of your arguments, and then like during his own cross-ex, like he couldn't even continue a line of questioning. It was just like, why are you arguing during your own cross-ex? Like, ask him questions. Like, do you want to win or do you want to just like look like a fool?
Just PMARS things, man.
Yeah, just PMARS things, I guess.
I mean, you had so many questions. I think it was you and and Upogu. Oh my God, so many questions from both of you during that debate.
Yeah, I just couldn't fathom how like his whole argument rests on an appeal to like these transcendental categories of the possibility of intelligibility, and then he couldn't even lay them out. He couldn't even give them to us. He's like logic. It's like okay, logic. So what? And how does that demonstrate the necessity of God? And he was like, well, no, God is necessary for logic. So it's pre-logical.
Therefore,
like, so there you can't make an argument.
And myrrh.
Yes, so you can't make any argument. You're not actually making an argument. You just conceded there is no argument, in fact, that this is like just vibes. God is like vibes, bro. It's pre-epistemic. It's pre-logic. It's outside the bounds of this conversation.
I mean, to be honest, it is about vibes with them, right? I mean, because I don't really understand. It's like one of the things that like it's literally like flabbergasting, right? If you think about it for like 2 seconds, is the fact that he was saying that in order to actually justify the existence of God, he's not actually using his sense data first. He's using something else, and I don't know exactly what that means. It's like, what something else are you using before you use your brain? It's like, because you have to use your brain in order to determine something, and in order to use your brain, it's like by definition, it's like your brain is just something that uses sense data. Right?
No brain is when based. Based and red pill is when no brain and faith only. And no
What do you
reason.
guys think about the idea about having a proximal foundation and an ultimate foundation? Two separate foundations. Does that make sense?
I try to like say it's like the idea of like starting with a book as a foundation. It's like if that's like the first thing you postulate, well, then the book means nothing because like
It's
you can't
crazy.
you can't start with like a book because it's like what do words mean? What are like all these scribbles on the pages? It's like there's no mind to comprehend it because you're not even postulating a mind yet. It's like it makes no sense. That bothered me.
Also, because I was saying this right before you guys showed up, and it was just me and Christian. It's like you're starting with that book, but also you're saying that book is inerrant. But when I asked him, it's like, are there like any mistakes in the Bible? He said, yeah, there are mistakes in the Bible. So how can it be inerrant if there's mistakes in the Bible? It makes no sense. So why using something that clearly has mistakes, no matter how you think those mistakes came about to be, but it still has mistakes, right? So if it has those mistakes, what if it has some mistakes you know nothing about? I don't know. It's like it makes no sense to me. It's like how his thought process actually functions in there. But as Christian said, it was probably like his best debate because Christian is too nice of a guy. So
His reasoning functions because he presupposes that it does, man.
Yeah, well, he does presuppose that.
He said he held the scripture alone.
Are you by any chance a Christian? Hello?
Am I a Christian? No.
Ah, man. I really wish you were a Christian. With the
You
name
know what we should do,
God
Daniel?
gift.
Maybe like every other week, we should try and convert people so that next week we have people to debate against.
Oh, okay. Who's an atheist in here? Show yourselves, assholes. I want
I
to
am.
convert you to Christian.
We can tell you
Why?
all about the
Okay.
necessary preconditions.
I'm gonna teach you
Oh.
about the necessary precondition of intelligibility. Okay, and it's
Okay.
God. And the only thing you need to do is just believe in the Bible. So from now on, I will condition you to believe in the Bible, so you can actually debate us on the Bible. Is that cool with you?
Oh. Yeah, no, actually-
Unfortunately,
Oh.
the true condition of intelligibility is a belief in J.R. Bob Dobbs and X Day, July 5th, 1998. If you don't believe that the Pink Boys are real and that there's a conspiracy to take our slack, then you're pink as far as I'm concerned. You don't even have the capability of deriving things about the world.
The J.R. Bob Dobbs is actually clearly true, right? I mean, he clearly existed. I mean,
Obviously.
nobody can actually deny the fact that he was the greatest salesman that ever existed, and I will also postulate is the greatest salesman that will ever exist in the history of the universe.
That's not a postulate. That's just a brute fact. That's just a metaphysical fact.
That's how I'm saying it. Yeah, I mean, I'm using words in whatever way I have to use them in order to make my argument valid. Okay, so I will just twist the shit out of them in order to make it happen. Glad you caught on to it. Okay. Also, I will also say that he was probably one of the, if not the most beautiful person to have ever lived and ever will live in the history of the universe. And also, I would just postulate that as being a brute fact. Now, there you go. So clearly,
Yeah,
you cannot have intelligibility without J.R. Bob Dobbs.
Yeah, he's gonna
Also,
put all
the
the Pink
name.
Boys in his pipe and smoke it.
Yeah, the pipe. My God, it's like, can you have the universe without the pipe? It's like, come on,
No,
let's be real. You cannot have that.
it's literally incoherent. You're literally an insane person if you think the universe isn't is possible without J.R. Bob Dobbs' pipe.
Yeah, you're insane, dude. Bertrand Russell says that you're insane.
Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, I literally forgot about that. The argument at Russell, argument ad Russellium, I would say, it's a new type of argumentation where first he says, well, I mean, Bertrand Russell says you're wrong, but then when you grew up, you didn't even bring up like a specific philosopher. You just said, you know, the broad category, like the people in philosophy, like, you know, a majority of philosophers, right? So you're not even bringing up somebody in particular. He was like instantly, oh, why using that? That's a logical fallacy. So apparently,
Why would you appeal to philosophers?
Yeah, but not when he's doing it. You know what I mean? And it's like you're not even doing it in the way he was doing it. So, man, this is just crazy, just crazy. If I knew how to clip shit, I would clip that thing like crazy.
I mean, if the appeal to Bertrand Russell is valid, I mean, Bertrand Russell thought Christianity was false, so done deal. Debate over.
Yeah.
There we go. I mean, he's one of the most famous atheists of the early 20th century, you know? Imagine
I just can't get past how they want to use.
Hume.
Yeah, they want to use Kant's argument. They keep borrowing from Kant and saying, "Look, the transcendental argument. Look, it's the transcendental argument." And if you read Kant, he doesn't make this argument for God at all. He leaves God out of the question entirely.
Would you
And
say that people that appeal to Kant, we could call them old Kants, or?
Yeah, definitely.
we could. I think we should actually. I think that's you know.
Well,
it's
it would go right over their head.
Basically.
It would go right over their head because I don't think any of these people have actually read Kant. I don't think they actually grasp the nature of his argument or what he's actually trying to say.
Yes, but to
and
be very
he doesn't even
honest
bring
with them,
God.
I'm going to extend an olive branch, okay? I'm going to extend an olive branch to say that you could read Kant and actually come to diametrically opposed conclusions, depending which book you read. Okay? So,
Well, yeah, his critique of practical reason is where he does postulate God as like a practical postulate of day-to-day reasoning and like what we need to how we guide our day-to-day actions. But as far as pure reason,
which is the the main appeal that like PMARS would make, Kant leaves God entirely out of it, and he in fact shows that this argument is not even workable under their own system. It's appealing to a noumenon, a thing outside of these conditions of intelligibility that Kant says. So by their own lights, the argument falls apart. You don't even get to God; you just get to noumenon, which is where Kant got, and he left it there. There was a boundary there that you cannot cross.
Yeah,
A Christian in the VC.
You mean phenomenal?
Chico, it sounds like your mouth is full of cotton or something, bro. I can't understand you. You're lacking the conditions of intelligibility.
I know, it sounds to me like you conflated noumena and phenomena. Those aren't the same.
I specifically did not do that, unless you want to reduce God to a phenomena.
But wasn't the whole point of Kant's argument that we can't access a noumena, the phenomena?
That we can't what?
Does Kant say we can access the noumena?
No.
Okay.
He says it's fundamentally
Okay.
unknowable. He says you
Okay,
cannot
so-
speak the noumenon, which is what the transcendental argument for God tries to do and fails.
Okay, so you must have misspoke, because what I heard is that Kant says we can only reach the noumena. That's why I said you must have conflated.
I think I said that.
It's fine, man. We all make mistakes.
It's really cute, Chico.
Yeah. Is anybody here like a Christian? Anybody wants to debate the prompt or? 'Cause there's some
Chico
people
is.
in here.
Chico was lighting up side chat earlier.
Oh really?
Yeah, so he was saying a lot of stuff
I,
earlier.
I
He
do
was,
like
he was not a
side
big
chat.
fan of my performance.
Yeah, I do think you got raped. Unfortunately, it wasn't a pretty side.
Got raped. What the fuck?
Okay, so do you think
Well,
Jesus was the
well, by
Messiah?
definition, that's what it was. Yeah, I do.
Okay, so what is your argument? Why are you basing this on?
Well, evidentially, I'm going to appeal to the prophecies and their fulfillment.
Oh,
I think that alone
what
would be able to,
what
in that case.
prophecy?
What prophecies? A specific one or the entire college of the messianic prophecy?
What do you think is like
What do
the
you-
best prophecy when it comes to demonstrating that Jesus was the Messiah?
Well, say like the classic one's the suffering servant, right? I think what makes
The
that one
suffering
a lot.
servant in Isaiah?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
so
what makes that one quite powerful is that
that's
even the
that's a really
detractors.
bad one.
Yeah, I'm sure that's your opinion, but as I was saying, I think something that makes one of the things that makes that prophecy quite powerful is that even the detractors
Have
of
you
Christ, the
read
foremost.
Isaiah?
I'm still speaking. Nominally, the Pharisees, right, and their ideological descendants,
Okay, just
modern
a
rabbinical
second,
Jews in the
Kiko,
Talmud.
because
They
maybe
admit.
you're not.
I'm still speaking.
Kiko.
They admit
Yeah, I mean,
that.
I understand you're still
Yeah.
speaking. Just a second.
Yeah. So
just a
why?
second. I need
why
to
you
explain
cut me
some
off?
things to you because I need to explain some things.
So
So this
so
is a
you asked
show.
me a question and then you cut me off.
Yeah, this is
Okay,
a
go ahead.
show where I ask you questions, right? It's like I'm the one that has the
And
show.
and then
It's me.
and then
It's
you
me and
interrupt
Christian.
when someone's answering
No,
the
it's me
question.
and Christian, and I'm asking you. So what do you think? Right? It's like I'm asking you a question. Doesn't mean you have to go
And
on a
then you
diatribe.
interrupt when
No, it doesn't mean
when
you
the
have to
person
go on a
answers the question.
diatribe. We have a conversation.
There's
Kiko.
no diatribe. You asked me
Yeah,
why do I
Kiko,
believe
that's
this is
how
a
it
good
works.
verse,
Yeah, because
and
you
I was
said
explaining to you why I
Isaiah.
believe it's a good verse, and you cut me off.
No, well,
I'm
actually,
wondering why
it's
you
not
cut me
about a
off.
verse in Isaiah, because it's like in Isaiah, there's a lot of
Um,
parts in
I mean,
Isaiah that
if
talk
you
about
don't
the
want to hear the
servants.
answer, that's fine. But there's no need to cope and say it's a diatribe.
Well, it is a diatribe. So
Bro,
what
you
is
were
the
cutting me
verse
off
you
on the
want
other
to?
VC. It's so
Yeah,
pathetic.
what is the verse you
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to?
So in other words, you're coping. That's fine. Just say
Yeah.
that.
So what
There's
is the
no need to.
verse? What is the verse? Please provide me the verse. Isaiah what?
You're not familiar with the messianic prophecy in Isaiah.
Oh, I'm very well aware of Isaiah, second Isaiah, and in second
Okay.
Isaiah
So
now I'm
okay.
talking. Now you're interrupting me, right?
If you are
You see
aware,
how it
then
goes.
why did
Yeah,
you
yeah,
cut me
I
off?
am very
I'm still
aware.
trying
I'm
to
very aware
understand.
of like a lot of verses in second
Okay,
Isaiah
so
that mention the
if you are
suffering
aware, then
servant.
why are you still speaking instead of listening to me answer your question? That's what I'm
Yeah,
wondering.
but I'm asking you
The
for
reason
you. It's
is
like
because
what is the
This is our
verse
show,
you're
Chico.
talking
Wait,
about?
hold on.
We're gonna be the hosts.
Krishan wants to clarify. Go ahead, Krishan. What's the reason?
Hey, thank you. Right. So thanks for for stopping everything and being the host. But actually, we're the hosts. So when Daniel asked you to stop the way that you just asked him to stop, you need to yield to him. That's just the that's
Mm.
the
No,
how
I don't think
the
I
game
do.
is
If you
played
ask me a
here.
question, then it's my right to answer the question.
Yeah,
That's
but it
just how
doesn't
the
mean you
game is
have to
played,
answer
man.
your
We're gonna
question the
ask
way
you a
you
question.
want to. It's like if I feel like you're not doing what has to be done for this show, I can interrupt you and I can just stop you so we can have actually like a good conversation.
The good conversation consists of you running to the mute button when you don't like the
Yeah.
answer.
So which verse from
I do
Isaiah?
find it humorous.
Yeah.
That's why
Which
I'm
verse
here. I
from
came here to be
Isaiah?
humored.
Which verse from Isaiah
I already
are you
answered that
talking about?
question.
I didn't hear you. If you said is it
Oh,
42:1?
maybe it's because you're too busy calling me off and running to the mute button. That's unfortunate.
Oh, so is it 42:1 to 4 or which one?
I know you
Which one is
tell
it?
me, right? You're clearly the expert here.
Well, I probably know more than you,
Oh,
but I'm
you're not
asking
the
you
expert?
which
If you're
one
not
do
the
you
expert, then
think?
why did you
Which
cut
one
me
are
off?
you talking about?
Well, you presume to be the expert when you cut me off instead of letting me answer the question. So what's the issue?
So can you answer the question?
Why do you want me to answer the question when you cut me off earlier? I thought you didn't like that.
So can you answer the question?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one who keeps cutting me off.
I didn't cut you off. It's like I was trying to clarify.
Oh, you didn't cut me off?
No.
Oh, we
Yeah.
must be
I mean,
living
it's
in
like
an
when
alternate
I'm
reality
trying
where
to
you didn't cut me
clarify.
off.
I don't know why you're so aggro. It's like why are you crashing out so
You're the
hard?
one who's
It's like,
aggro here.
you need
I
to
mean,
chill down
it's
a
very
bit.
aggro
Like
behavior.
honestly.
Like
Yeah, it's
to
like
ask someone a
you need
question
to
and then
cool
when they
down a
answer,
bit. You
you
don't need
start
to come
talking.
here and just be all
Like
aggro
that's
about
very
it.
irrational behavior. That's
Yeah.
not normal
So
behavior.
can you answer the question?
In a normal conversation, person A
Why
asks
Christians
person B a
always like
question
this, Kiko?
and then
Can you
allows
explain
person
to
B to
me?
answer the question. For some
It's like
reason, you don't know how to
why
do
aren't
that.
you taking your Bible's
Why aren't you able
advice
to
and
allow your
actually?
interlocutor? Why are you not able to allow your interlocutor to answer questions?
Well, when you're
Why is
doing a
that hard for you?
diatribe, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so it's back to the cult. It seems we're not going to get anywhere here.
Yeah. So which verse do you think actually says
I already
that
answered that question.
Jesus was the Messiah? So can you repeat it?
No, I cannot. Sorry.
You cannot. Oh, because you
I
said
mean, I can go
Isaiah. You
ahead
did
with
not
what I
say
was saying before you
Isaiah
cut me off.
like
But
a
I'm not going to
specific
repeat
verse in
myself.
Isaiah. You just said Isaiah.
No, I didn't say that.
Well,
But
you did.
how would you know, seeing as you cut me off?
Well, I mean, I can tell you for sure, for example, that you have the
Yeah, you can go
suffering,
ahead.
the
It's fine.
servant
You're the expert.
is being mentioned in Isaiah 41:8, 41:9,
Mm-hmm.
42:1, 42:19,
Mm-hmm.
43:10, 43:21. So which one of them?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming it has to be with like 42:1
Once
to
again, you're the
4.
expert, so you tell me.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm assuming. Am I assuming correctly? Is 42:1?
I can
Here
either
is my
confirm or deny what you're
servant,
assuming.
whom
You're
I
the
uphold,
expert.
my
You just crashed out
chosen,
too
in
hard,
whom
Daniel.
my soul delights. I have put my spirit upon him. He will bring forth
I don't
justice
know,
to the
man. You tell me.
nations. You don't know?
Seeing
So
as
why did you say you're all for it?
since I'm not worthy
Why,
of the ability to respond, I can either confirm or deny what you're saying.
you cannot confirm or deny? Oh my God, classical
I cannot
Christian,
confirm or
man.
deny.
Classical Christian.
If you say so, man.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think
it's
that's
like
I think that's
if
what
you
you call
cannot
You're
I
if
think
you
so
that's what you
cannot
smug, and
termed
you
the
can't
quote unquote
stand a
diatribe,
single
right?
thing you say, bro. It's
I
pathetic.
believe that's what you termed the quote unquote diatribe.
uh-huh. So you cannot defend your position that Jesus was the
Oh no,
Messiah.
I
So
can.
you're
It seems you
you
can't control
can.
yourself.
Oh,
Right?
so
Like you controlling yourself is contingent on me defending the position.
what is the
You need
verse
to understand.
you're doing this upon? It's like what?
I already answered that question. I don't know why you keep repeating it.
Oh, and you cannot repeat yourself because I don't think does anybody here heard like the verse that he says that he mentioned? Oh, apparently nobody has, Kiko. So why are you lying though? Is that a very Christian thing to do? To lie? Oh, now he's running away. Oh my God.
Yeah, I think he's crashed out pretty hard. He's
Yeah, I mean that was a
saying words,
crash
but
out for the
he's not
ages.
engaging.
Yeah,
That's
it was
pretty
a
good.
crash out for the ages. Yeah, and you know, for anybody that doesn't know, it's like Christians, especially the ones that actually never read the Bible, they like to actually quote Isaiah, and they're quoting like Matthew 12:15-21, where Matthew is actually quoting Isaiah, more specifically like second Isaiah, where he says, "Behold my servant," right? And they say, "Oh, the servant is clearly that's Jesus." But you know, if you actually read the entirety of Isaiah, it's very clear that the servant is not Jesus. The servant is Israel, right? Is the whole nation, right, of Israel. It even says in 41:8, "But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, right? It's very clear, right? Like throughout the entirety of Second Isaiah, you can just go and see that when it's referring to the servant is the nation of Israel, right? Because Second Isaiah is talking about the Israel, which was under Babylonian servitude at that point, right? So yeah, clearly not Jesus, but you're
All right, I'm
free
back. I
to
had a call.
believe.
So, are you
Oh, you
now
had a
ready to
call.
engage in a conversation, or do you want to continue on
You
Monday?
had a call.
What's up?
You had a call. Who called you? Jesus or something?
What a
Yeah,
plot twist, bro.
yeah. I'm sorry you didn't have my undivided attention. That's
Yeah.
unfortunate. Anyways, are you willing
I
to engage
didn't.
now? Or you want
I
to continue?
didn't take it personally. Don't worry about it. I was perfectly fine. I was
I
actually
don't know.
educating
Based on your
everybody
prior
else on
behavior, it
the
seems you've been
Second
taking a
Isaiah.
lot of things personally. But go ahead, man.
Do I take a lot of things personally? Maybe I do. I don't know. Maybe I do. So can you repeat your the verse that you were quoting? Or are you still gonna crash out?
Repeat what you said.
So look, you see, I can repeat myself, unlike you. So are you going to repeat the
Yeah.
verse you were
We've already
quoting, or are
established
you
you're the
still going to
superior
crash out?
interlocutor here. So go ahead. You're the only one who's been crashing out here, but go ahead.
Okay, so should I do it like a third time, or okay? I
Yeah,
will
do
it
as
a
many
third
times as
time.
you want, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, apparently you need it a lot of times. So are you going to quote the verse you were referencing, or are you going to crash out?
I already referenced the verse in question.
Yeah, I asked you if you're going to repeat it. I don't know, like words mean words, you know what I mean?
Words mean words. Thank you for that enlightening
Yeah.
proposition.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Christians don't know that, so I need to always make sure that you understand it.
Thank you for your attention to detail. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, you're welcome.
So, are you now willing to engage so I can finish
Oh,
what I
I'm
said?
sorry.
before
It's
you
like
cut
was
me
that
off?
an answer to my question?
Oh, so you're not willing to engage? Okay.
Is that
if
an
you're
answer
not,
to
then
my question?
what's the, if you're not,
Can
if
you
you're not,
repeat
then what's
my
the point of wasting my
question,
time?
Kiko? Can you repeat my question?
I cannot repeat your. We've
You
already
cannot?
established I don't do repeats. No,
Oh, you
we've already
don't do
established that.
repeats. Well, in that case, it's
We don't
like
do repeats, man. I already
why are
established
you
that.
even here? It's like what's the point in
You tell
being
me.
here?
You told me.
I'm
I
asking
thought
you.
based on the. I thought based on the
You do not
channel
answer
name
questions
that you are
either.
willing to hear arguments for the proposition.
I
Instead,
mean,
when an
this
argument
is
was
a great
presented,
crash
you
out, by the
you
way.
proceeded to spurg out and cut me off for no
You know,
reason.
this is
That
a
seems
great
to be the
crash
issue
out.
here.
I
So I
love
mean,
it. So
when you're willing to
you do not answer
engage and not
questions
spurging out,
at
then we
all,
can continue. It's up to you, man.
Up to me? No, it's up to you to actually answer questions. It's like
I'm
clearly,
not the
it's
one
like
who's
you have an
spurging out,
allergy
so
to
it's not up to
answering
me, unfortunately.
questions.
Yeah,
Chico,
I'm more than
I'll
willing
ask you
to.
to. Chico,
I am more than
Chico, I'll
willing
ask you
to answer
to.
the question.
Chico, I'll ask you to
What's
not
up, man?
use that term, please. That's ableist language.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about that, unfortunately.
Oh, you're not concerned. I mean, that's
Anyways,
classic
I'm
Christian
more than
love.
willing to answer the question I was answering before you cut me off.
So, what question were you answering?
Yeah, so you're asking me for what reason, on what basis would you appeal to this verse as a good verse to demonstrate
Oh no, that wasn't
the
my question.
validity? That was the question, the validity of
No,
Christ's
it clearly
messianic claim.
wasn't.
And I proceeded to go into the evidence, and then you cut me off like a spoke. That's the
Oh
issue.
no, it's like, cause first of all, like, I asked you exactly which verse you were referencing. Because maybe
No, that was not
maybe
the
you
initial
cut off.
question.
Maybe I did not.
Yeah,
I did not
it
hear
seems your
you.
chronological
You know, this
recall
is the thing.
faulty.
Yeah, Kiko, it's
Right?
like
Whatever part of your brain is
whenever you're
responsible for
talking over
chronological
me, I can just do this like all the time, and I could just make sure that I actually can talk over you, right? So don't try to not talk over me, okay? That's being nice and having an adult conversation. If you can
Well, we
do an
reached
adult conversation,
mute code number
if
2.
you
Let's
can
see if we can
do
get to
an
number 3.
adult conversation,
Let's see if we can
it's
get the
like
Holy Trinity. Let's see if we can get the.
yeah, cool. It's like, again, it's like if you're unable to have like an adult conversation, then literally there's no point for you to be here, right? If you actually want to have an adult conversation, you should just take a bit of your time and actually have an adult conversation. I don't know if you ever taught how to have an adult conversation, but we can do it here, right? If you want to, if you're willing to have it, we can definitely have it. I can promise you that. So, can you have an adult conversation, Kiko?
Can you engage in not running to the mute button and spurging out? It's up to you, man.
Yeah, can you answer my question?
Yeah, I'm more than willing to answer the question
Oh,
you posed from the beginning. When you're willing to
have an
engage,
adult
when
conversation?
you're willing to not cut me off like a spurg.
Oh no, it's like I will not cut you off unless you're spurging. So,
Okay,
Kiko,
thank you. So as I was saying
can you
before, I
have an
was
adult
really cut off on the
conversation?
first. Okay, and then he proceeds to cut me off. I mean,
No,
the
I was
spurg levels are
literally
incredibly high.
in the process of talking. It's like literally you were the one cutting me off, and I didn't even mute you this time. Okay, so Kiko, I asked you if you can have an adult conversation. The answer to my question is either yes or no. It's not like anything else other than that. right? So can you have an adult
I mean,
conversation?
I have to say, this has been a pretty shameful display.
Was it?
I mean,
I
I
agree.
expected it
It
to
was
be
a pretty
bad.
shameful display from you.
I expected
I
it to be
agree.
bad, but I didn't expect it to be this bad.
Yeah,
I
same
mean,
here. It's like I wasn't expecting you to be
three
this
meat
bad.
coops back to back bad.
That
I
is
mean,
true.
that's pretty shambolic.
Yeah, I mean,
But
this
yeah,
crash out was
I
pretty
don't know,
big.
man.
So yeah, I don't know.
Maybe we'll see the next time. Maybe
Apparently,
next
it's
time
like
you'll
you
be
don't
able
have the
to control
spirit
yourself and not
inside of
spurg
you.
out.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
I can answer the question
yeah.
that you
I
so
mean,
rudely
look,
interrupted me when I was answering.
I'm going to do something for you
We'll see.
if you're
We'll
willing
see.
to. Look, I will give you like the last word, so you can have like a minute. You can talk about like anything you want on
No,
this subject.
I'm no
and then
longer
we
willing
can
to
stop.
engage with you. You've proven yourself unable to
I
engage.
mean, I just told
That's
you, it's like
unfortunate.
you can just have like an uninterrupted.
You've proven
minute.
yourself unable to engage, right?
So
Like
you
you're
don't
not a
want to have
functional
like
human being, so I can't
a
proceed.
last word. You don't want to have a last word. Oh, sorry, I forgot. You don't answer questions. Okay.
Damn, this is
Cool.
heated.
Dude, this is like the biggest crash out. Oh my god. Like
The
I don't know
Olympic
why
level
they come
winner.
here.
I
Like the
mean,
first thing they
I'm
do
not
is
I'm not the one running to the
whoa,
mute button like
Chico.
it's
It's
my
like
dad,
what
bro.
are you doing? It's like now you're talking. Like
I don't
what?
know, man. Like I'm not the one running to the mute button like it owes me money. You keep being that mute button.
Oh no, it's like I was muting you because it's like this
That
is
mute
my
button is not
show
gonna
and
lay golden
Krishan's
eggs for you, bro.
show, and it's like because it's my show, it's not your show. It's like this is my house, right? So if you
It's
come in
like
my house, Kiko,
what are you even talking
if
about?
you come in my house, you're going to follow my rules. Whenever I come to your house, Kiko, I will follow your rules, right? That's how it goes. It's like if you're unable, right? If your parents never taught you how to actually follow somebody else's rules in their house, they're actually justified to actually impose their rules on you. Okay, Kiko? It's like I don't know if you know this, right? But this room is for adults. If you cannot behave as an adult, then maybe this is not the room for you. Maybe you could go somewhere else, right? You don't have to be here.
Just give him
Like
a boot, Daniel.
nothing is keeping you here. I'm sorry, man. Ah, my God. So many people that were never taught how to actually have adult conversations. A lot of them Christians. So I don't know, man.
Is this guy still going on? Christ.
Kiko, why are you still talking, brother?
Why are you still talking? You already admitted
It's,
that
it's
you're not
my
able to
room.
engage.
It's my
But
room.
I don't care if it's your room.
You don't care? Well, that's like, dude, you clearly don't have to be here. So look, if you think
It's my room.
if
as-
you
as
don't
if
like
that
that
means
it's my
anything.
room, you can just do this, and now it's not your room anymore. Good riddance. What can I say? It's so hard for him to understand that this is not his room. Oh my god, dude, the entitlement of on these people is just like fucking crazy, man. Like Kiko, I can do this all night, and I can also keep you muted and deafened. So
I'm not
please
sure why you have to
don't be
get to all
here.
that.
Yeah, it's like just don't be here. Yeah.
Can we just block him from the room?
Well,
don't think he's gonna
I will not do
contribute anything to
that.
the show.
But Kiko, I will just keep you muted here. I mean, you can be our pet or something. If you do not understand that I don't want you to be here and talking while I have my show, right? Then you can just sit here and just be silent. That is fine. Yeah, it is shameful. Like your behavior is extremely shameful for every Christian. If I were a Christian, I would be so ashamed right now. Like I would literally get on my knees and pray to God that I don't end up like you. If I were a Christian, but I'm not. And seeing that I'm not a Christian, I was actually taught how to actually have adult conversation as adults in this world. So I will never be like this. You know what I mean? So I don't know what to tell you, Kiko. So yeah, you can keep crashing out, right? Like you can crash out in the side chat, no problem. You can do it all night long. I'm happy to have you here. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, right? We were talking about Second Isaiah, because I'm pretty sure like Kiko doesn't even know exactly what Isaiah is. He doesn't even know that there's like 3 Isaiahs, right? He doesn't know that Isaiah wasn't just like one guy, In Second Isaiah, again, the servant is very clearly mentioned. It's very clearly spoken about. We know exactly who the suffering servant is, and it's clearly not Jesus, right? Not only that, but even the verses. None of them are prophecies, because prophecies have to clearly refer to things in the future, right? So if something doesn't clearly refer to something that will happen in the future, it cannot be a freaking prophecy, right? Because that's what prophecies are. They're predictions about the future. So yeah, whenever you hear somebody using Isaiah as as an argument for fulfilled prophecies, now it's just bullshit. So yeah, I
I
don't
mean,
know what to
couldn't you
say
make a
more than
prophecy
that.
about the past?
Can you repeat? Sorry.
Couldn't you make a prophecy about the past? Like if I right now see someone and I make the prophecy, oh, he was 1,000 years before and now it's here. Of course, it's not the future but I make you could say a
It's
prophecy
not a prophecy.
for the future of that past I speak about. You see what I mean?
No, but again, it's like I don't. It's like a prophecy. Whenever you're writing a prophecy, it cannot be in past tense or present tense. Like every prophecy has to be in future tense, right? So it's like the way we do it is like we are predicting something that is going to happen, right? I cannot predict
Usually
something
we would.
that has happened. You know what I mean?
I mean, I understand. Usually, that's what it would be, but or maybe what would be the vocabulary if I like, I think this is also I'm not hard on the Bible, but I think this is also in the Bible, like the idea that it's declared or Jesus even declares like he's really old, and like the idea of I was there before, something like that. Like that's not a prophecy then, but what is that? Because it's not just a normal statement. Because of course, someone is not just 2,000 years old or something.
Are you talking
Like
about when Jesus says, "Before Abraham was, I am"?
yeah, like what is that type of statement?
I don't think that. So that's not a prophecy. Like first of all, if you were to ask me what that is, it's nonsense. Like even him saying before Abraham was, I am, it doesn't really make like a lot of sense. I can kind of understand metaphorically what he's trying to maybe say, but yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense unless you're treating it as a metaphor for
Okay, because
something.
for me it sounds like a reversed prophecy. Like if I would
Yeah.
be before Abraham and then say I will be in 1,000 years, then this would be a prophecy. So he does just the opposite of it. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but it cannot be a prophecy if it's not future tense.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
I
trying to
understand.
say.
That's fine. Yeah.
And usually it's like not only that, it also has to involve like usually, but I don't think it's necessary. It has to involve a prophet, right? Like somebody that you know is a prophet. And I think this is why a lot of Christians are using Isaiah, because Isaiah was a prophet, right, in the Old Testament. So they're using Isaiah because he's a prophet, and they're saying, oh, anything he says is a prophecy. But that's not the case. Not everything that Isaiah says is a prophecy. It's like it clearly has to be marked as a prophecy in order for anybody to actually use it as
I would
a
agree.
yeah,
Yeah,
like a
because not
prophetic
everything a
message.
prophet says is a prophecy.
Exactly.
But the
It's like when
prophet
the
can
prophet
say a
says,
prophecy.
I took a really big dump yesterday. It's like that's not a prophecy. It's just not
Yeah.
like everybody he took a dump.
Yeah, not
So-
everything what the politician
Yeah.
says is political. Yeah, of course. I mean,
Exactly.
I mean, of course, a prophet is a prophet because he makes a prophecy, right? It's the other way around.
Yes, exactly. Because a prophet usually is. Let's put it this way, right? Like you have the divine being that elects like a human vessel through which it can give the prophecies, right? And that person we would call a prophet, right? So the moment God elects him or her and then gives his prophecies, he becomes a prophet by the
Yes,
grace
yeah,
of God.
he's a spokesperson, you could say. Yeah.
So
But
that's
actually,
why,
I
like
have
for me, yeah. Sorry. Go
so
ahead.
yeah, because actually I'm not a Christian. I want to say that. No, I'm not religious, but I have. For me, I try to make what is the most simple statement I can make on the topic, why Jesus is the Messiah, even if I don't believe it. And this is like, and maybe you will say this is like really stupid, but people call him as the Messiah, right? Like he's
Yeah.
declared the Messiah for many people, and not just today or like since 2 years, but you will know better than me maybe, but since a lot of time. I don't know when he was called the Messiah actually, but I would say really long time. So, I mean, isn't that what counts really? Because, like again, this is of course it's like a faith debate in itself. Like if I believe he is the Messiah, then he is by my belief. You could say like again, this is, and if I don't believe it, then he of course is not. Like isn't this just what is like mattering here? The on stake is only like, do you believe it or do you not? Because again, this is a belief thing. It's not like there's no equation which states Messiah. It's a faith which states someone is a Messiah.
Yeah. So the thing is, I feel like when I was a Christian, uh, I was just being taught, right? So, and I never for like a long time, I didn't even like question this idea, right? I never questioned the idea that Jesus was not the Messiah, right? Because one of the crux, right? Who is Jesus, right? When I was being taught about Jesus, who is Jesus? Well, Jesus is the Messiah and God. So those two things for like the longest, even after I became like an atheist, right? Even after I discarded like the belief in any divinity, I still, it's like, I still did not understand this. I did not understand that. Wait a second, it's like, was he the Messiah or not? Because it was just something that I said, yeah, obviously he was the Messiah. He fulfilled prophecies, right? I just thought, yeah, there was like prophecies were just like crap. But then it's like once you actually start to look at the assumed prophecies, you're going to see, well, like first of all, the actual messianic prophecies, he never fulfilled them because, for example, he wasn't the king, right? And a lot of other places that are assumed by a lot of Christians to be messianic prophecies are just like quotes from the Old Testament that fit something that happened in the New Testament, but are not like by any chance, like by any means, like not even prophecies, right? So when you're quoting Psalms, when you're quoting Isaiah, for example, where there's no future tense in the sentence, it's like cool. It's like, why are you doing that? It's like there's no prophecy there, right? So you're just looking at something that happened in the Old Testament and saying, oh, it's like there's this other thing in the New Testament that sounds very similar. So it must be a prophecy if it's also in the Old Testament.
Okay, but
So
what you right now do is more or less, it seems to me, like a literature critique, which of course is fair to do. But I mean, because like it's a question, is Jesus the Messiah? I mean, I think it's not like you can debate like is in the Bible as a literature piece, like as a text study, right?
well,
You can make the
yeah,
text
I get,
study.
I get.
Is he declared there the Messiah? Or you can even like I would, for example, as someone who studied history, you can look at history like which is the first source which calls him the Messiah, right? This would also be possible. But I mean, both
Well,
of
you don't
this
even have to do that,
under
to be honest
yeah,
with you.
but both of that would not, I think, would not be really what we debate here. Or maybe it's your room. Maybe you say me you want to debate that because if I would be Christian and I want to debate with you, Jesus is the Messiah, it would not be about like as a historian, this is the first source, or even as a literature like a guy. But of course, like it's a faith again. It's a faith thing. You see what I mean? Like
Well, sort of, but I don't think that's the case. So if I made the statement Jesus was the Messiah, right? I feel like the follow-up thing would be, okay, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by Jesus was the Messiah, right? And it's like, what does it mean for anybody to actually be the Messiah, right? And if you're asking that question, then you have to go to where it all started, right? Everything started in the Old Testament. And in the Old Testament, there's this promise of the coming Messiah that will be a king and that will like defeat all of Israel's enemies and will bring peace on earth and
yeah,
everything,
maybe we
right?
have
So
many messiahs in the Bible. Like even the Cyrus II is called
no,
Messiah.
no, no, no.
But Cyrus II is called Messiah in the Bible, but he's not the Messiah you speak
No, no,
about,
no. It's
but
not. It's
a
not. It's
Messiah.
not the anointed one. No, no. So it's like there's a difference between because the Messiah just means the anointed one. Okay, but it's
No, but
again there's.
the word is
I'm
used.
going to give an example, right? I'm going to give an example so you can kind of understand where I'm coming from. So in the Old Testament, you have like very specific passages where it talks about the Messiah, right? And because the Messiah has
Yes.
to be from the line of David, first of all, and it has to be a king, and he's doing like a lot of things, right? So, for example, in Zechariah 9, right, you have this verse where it says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off. And he shall command peace to the nations. His dominion shall be from sea to sea, and from the river to the ends of the earth." Right? So that verse, right, in order for anybody to be the Messiah, he needs to fulfill that verse.
No,
And
because there's another. Sorry to cut off, but there's another verse where you have a Messiah, for example. Again, what I talk about as just an example. You have Isaiah quoted in the chat, 45:1. This is what the Lord says to his anointed. This is a Messiah word. To Cyrus, whose right hand I took hold of, etc. So here, Cyrus is declared a Messiah, not the type of Messiah you just explained to me, but another type. The word is used. So he is a Messiah in the semantic, like not in the linguistic sense as the word, again, is used. The word Messiah here, anointed for Cyrus. So you have different Messiahs in the Bible.
no, I don't think that is actually the case. I don't think Cyrus was ever meant to be Messiah.
No, but he was
Right,
named.
but again,
I
it's
just
like
it's talking about the
anointed.
word. It's just a word.
No,
The word
I get
use.
it, I get it. But anointed, right? So because there's two ways in which it's like when you're saying somebody is anointed and somebody is the anointed, right? So it's like when you're talking about the Messiah, you're talking about the anointed, right? It's like that one, that guy, right? So it's like if you're going to Isaiah 45, right, as you put it in the side chat, right, and thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus. Like even in the translation, it doesn't say the Messiah, right? He says to his anointed one, because like every
Yeah,
king,
Messiah.
every,
Yeah.
but
He's,
every king has to be anointed, right? Like every king, right? So it's like what Isaiah 45 is doing is just saying like they're seeing Cyrus as being somebody that is helpful to Israel.
No, but it's
Right?
anointed by God. He is anointed, and like, of course, you're right. Like, but this
everything.
is a language debate now because yes, Cyrus is anointed by God. What is by the world a Messiah? A Messiah is an anointed one. This is the same word root. Messiah is a word used for Cyrus here, and Messiah, of course, comes from Messiah, right? The anointed one is one who is anointed, and so we have the same. I just want to say, we have the same word use, the same
But again,
word
it's like
root.
this is in a prophecy, right? So it's like you have to give a prophecy about the Messiah, right? The anointed one that will do things, right? In
No, yeah, we
Isaiah
speak of a
45
different
1 is
Messiah.
not, it's like but again, it's like there's a different way of using the word anointed, right? Because let's just
Yes,
stick
I agree with
to the
you.
word in English, right? Again,
Yes,
there's
but I just want to
different
say
ways in using the word anointed. Like every king, like David was anointed. Solomon was anointed. Like all of them, right?
yeah, they
Because
were
they're
all
kings.
messiahs by the
They
word.
were all
By the
anointed.
word,
They
they
were
were
all
all
kings, right? So it's like
yes,
they're all kings.
because if they're anointed by God, they are messiahs because they're anointed. That is what the word in the root means. But of course, you're not wrong. Like what you said before, you explained to me way more knowledge than I have. Like there is a very specific type of a messiah,
Exactly.
which, if I'm correctly,
It's
is
the
what
one that is going
Jesus
to come.
shall be. Yes, but what I just wanted to say that of course in the text by the word use doesn't make a difference because by the word use again,
Like Hebrew
Cyrus
is not an
was
easy
a Messiah.
language. I understand.
Yes,
Like Hebrew is not an easy language, right? I'm not saying it is. What I'm saying is, there's a specific person, right, which there are prophecies about, right, and that specific person, it will be anointed. Therefore, it will also be a king, right, because it has to be anointed, and that person will do a specific thing, right, like bringing peace on earth, defeating all of Israel's enemies, and so on, right? So it's
yeah.
like when they're talking about that person that is going to come in the future, right? They say, oh, he's the anointed one that is going to come and is going to do all these things. And that's why it's like for that specific person that is anointed, you have to have specific prophecies, like in Zechariah.
Yes, so you could say, for example, someone like Jesus was not that type of Messiah, but we
Exactly.
also already established he could be another type of Messiah because we, by the word use, know there are other types as the word is used. This is just a language trick, but it's a language trick which is not my invention; it's the invention of the Bible. Like the language
So
use is there.
let's because I wanted to get here, right? Because you could by both definitions of the word, Jesus was not anointed, right? He's not the
Oh, it's fair.
anointed, and also he was never anointed because he's like if you're anointed, you are actually the king in Israel, right? And he was not the king in Israel, right? Because he was never anointed as a king in Israel, and because he
And
was
so,
never
but you know, I have a
anointed as a
question
king in
here.
Israel, then How can he be the
Do
Messiah?
you mean anointed as like what I said, like, are you anointed because you are the king, or do you get the king because you are anointed and also are the king?
When when you become the king, right? Like the high priest has to come with like specific oils or whatever they had there.
Yeah, because this is
It's
wrong.
like a whole ritual in which
Yes,
you
I know,
are
but this is
anointed.
not what you can mean, because Cyrus was never done that, but he still was called the anointed. So
Oh, he was.
Cyrus was anointed, but not by the way you say, and still was called that, which proves there can be an anointed, which is not anointed by the way you just explained,
No,
but
like
still is called.
even in was it? He was still anointed, like with oils and all that shit, right? Because it's not just the Hebrews that did anointing with oils and all that stuff, right?
No,
And
that's the
not
point,
even,
exactly.
yeah,
Cyrus was not
and even
anointed.
yeah, and even I think he was.
But then please show me where, because like I have to say, I'm a little bit, of course, focused here on Cyrus because it's something I know relatively much. I don't know wherever Cyrus should be anointed, especially of course, in the way the Bible means anointed, as you just described, because this is a really isolate later Christian thing, the whole oil anointing things. Of course, today we do that with kings because our king traditions come from the whole Christian tradition. But again, like the Middle Eastern at that time king traditions, or even the Romans, Greeks, etc., didn't do that to a certain time. So, as I would argue, Cyrus was not anointed the way you described, but the word was used at him, which proves that you don't need to be actually anointed in the way to be called anointed.
Well, but it's like you have to be a king, right? Like regardless.
Yeah, that was my question. Do you are anointed because you are a king, or do you need to be anointed to become a king? That was my question exactly.
Well, I mean, it's okay. I understand it, but in Israel per se, right? Because like the Messiah will have to be anointed in Israel, right? He's not in.
Yeah, but Cyrus was
in
never done
Persia.
that for sure.
Yeah, no, I know, but
Yeah.
he wasn't an Israelite, like first of all, right?
I think
and we are talking about Cyrus.
I think it's really unsure. We don't know. We have we know he was in Babylon. We know that, yes, but he was not. Maybe not in Israel. We don't know. Cambyses' son was in Israel, but we don't know about him yet.
Yeah, I don't think there's any historical evidence that he was an Israelite, and I think it's very very safe to assume that he was not an Israelite.
Yeah, I would agree. Like again, we have no source, and it's really we could easily imagine he was, because it was part of his like the empire, and it could easily be there because we know, especially Cyrus moved a lot around, so we can assume both, but we don't have a source. So I would just agree with you because like this is an endless debate because it's just assumptions.
Yeah. Yeah, but again, I think it's extremely safe to say that he was not an Israelite.
No, it's not extremely safe because it's the same way you can say he was there, because again he moved around in the empire. He was in Lydia, he was in Babylon, he was in Persia, he was in Media. So why not in Israel? But again, the same way
sorry,
he could
like,
not.
are you saying that because he moved around a lot, he could have been an Israelite, or I don't
Yes,
really get
like I just said, we know he moved around very separate regions of his empire, and
yeah, I mean he.
So why not be in Israel?
He was a conqueror, right? So it's like this is the thing.
No, afterwards also. Like no, it's not about conquering also, but it's also about the ruling style.
Yeah, I don't get this. I don't get this. This point. So it's like you have to forgive me, but it's like I need to understand. It's like when I'm saying the phrase that it's extremely safe to say that he was not an Israelite, because there's no historical, like nobody that I heard of even postulated that there's a chance that he was actually an Israelite.
Oh, he was
Israelite
maybe
origins.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you totally. My fault. I'm sorry. No, he was not an Israelite. I understood you.
That's what I said.
Totally,
that obviously he did move a lot. I mean, obviously he did go to places. He probably did go to like places in Israel, right?
Yes, I thought you meant that. I'm sorry.
No. Why? So
he was not an Israelite.
Yeah.
That we know by his own regards. Like we have clear sources, like even family lineage on Persian own, like first sources on the gates in Pasagada.
He was Persian, right? I mean, he was a Persian
he called
descent,
himself like I'm the king of Anshan, an Aryan, etc. And we have his sons who called him also, etc. Like we have
So-
first lineage. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, right? So it's like obviously it's like the reason he even appears in Isaiah is because he was actually really good to the Jews, right? Not only the Jews, but he was good to the Jews, like really good to the Jews, right?
Yeah, that's the reason, of
he
course.
freed them from captivity. He rebuilt the temple, and so on, right? I mean, he was
exactly. And maybe I'm wrong,
he
but
was
I
a
have
great
always-
leader, like overall, right? Like that's why he's
Yes,
called
he
Cyrus
was
the
like-
Great. You know,
Yeah, I think this is the idea. Like he was one non-Israelite, non-Jew sent by God to free them. I think he's the only non-Israelite called Messiah, which is actually my
Yes.
whole point. Like
exactly.
he was.
And the reason he is called anointed is because he was a king, right? But that's just for Cyrus. Whenever you're talking about Israelites, right? So you will never call, and there's no instance in the Bible where you're going to call somebody like the anointed one without actually being a king in Israel.
Except for Cyrus. Okay, yeah.
No. Like I'm talking about an Israelite, right?
Yes.
There's no evidence of like any Israelite in the Bible, right? And I did read the Bible. I don't remember. It's like maybe there is, and somebody can find me a verse where I'm being disproven, where somebody is like anointed without actually being a king, right? And the
Yeah,
whole
I
thing
see.
in the Old Testament, that is it, right? It's like that is it. Like all the messianic prophecies are in the Old Testament, and in the Old Testament, whenever they're talking about the Messiah that is going to come and defeat all of Israel's enemies and so on and so forth, like that person, has to be a king. That's the thing, right? It's like he needs to be anointed as king over Israel, right? And then defeat all its enemies and so on and so forth.
Yeah, because actually, I think what a dude disguised as another dude wrote is a little bit what I meant. Because again, like it's what even I know as a non-Christian is that it's like absolutely canon to say like no, Jesus is the king. What is it, of heaven or something like that? I don't know the wording here. Like it's believed by I think every Christian at least. So again, that's what I said in the first time. Like it's not so much like, for example, if I would be a Christian, as you said about yourself, like I would be taught, okay, Jesus is the Messiah, Jesus is the King of Heaven, and whatever.
No.
I never read
like in the Old Testament, because this is the bait and switch, right? Like in the Old Testament, like he needs to be a king in Israel. It's not about but he's the king of my heart. That doesn't count. Oh, he's the king in heaven. Cool story, bro. It's like you still need to demonstrate that to be the case, right? No, but it's like in the Old Testament, it's very clear. Like he needs to be a king in Israel, not just like the king of my heart, or like he's a metaphorical king. He's a spiritual king. He's a king in heaven. Like not all this crap. So he needs to actually be a king.
Yep, I understand you. Again, this is what you make is a literature. You make it really great. My point is just how to say, like, either they interpret the whole thing different, which maybe is wrong, but still they do, or they don't care. You see what I mean? Like the question is Jesus the Messiah seems for me not to be decided upon either the historical or the literature question, because regardless of it, the millions of people believe that stuff. Even if you, and I mean, I was always under the impression that diehard Christians, of course, read the Bible a lot, etc.
Yeah.
Maybe not everyone, but a lot of people. I mean, some have as a job, of course.
So, do you think that just by believing it makes it true?
Yes,
Do
because
you
it's a
think-
faith thing.
No, but do you think the number of people that believe something has actually anything to say whether or not that thing is true?
Not the number, not the number. For me, it's a faith matter, and then of course the belief is everything. Like if it's about faith, then the only thing which decided is the belief, because that is what like a faith matter is, a matter of belief.
So
You see what I mean?
do you think that if somebody believes the Earth is flat, the Earth is actually flat?
No, because that the
Why
Earth
not?
is flat is not a matter of faith, but a matter of the Earth, which is a planet.
Oh, it's a
in the
matter of
universe, which is-
evidence.
yeah, of like or like physics, for example.
Oh, great! But that's what I'm saying too. It's a matter of evidence, right? And what I'm saying is like if you're going to the Old Testament and actually
No, but
looking at the
you make
messianic
it a matter of
prophecies.
literature.
Just no, it's not a matter of literature. It's like it's a matter of what he has to do, right? So look, I'm going to read you again, right? I'm going to read you
No,
this
I understand.
verse.
Please, I
No,
think
no.
we
It's like it's really important because it's not a matter of literature, right? You're saying it's a matter of literature, but it's not, right?
No,
So
but
we
you
have the
quote,
verse in
you
Zechariah.
read from literature. You read from literature, so it's a matter of literature. I understand you.
No.
and you're
It's like
right.
I think you're extremely wrong about this. Like extremely wrong about this. Just because it's written down doesn't mean it's just a matter of literature. Okay, it's like don't say that because that's literally not the case, right? So
But why, if it's written down, it's literature by definition.
yeah, but like anything that is written down, like it's like most of the information you have in your head is written down. Like math is also written down. You will never say that it's a matter of literature, right? Just because it's written down. And it's the same in here. Like the thing is like these messianic prophecies are telling you exactly what
No, I understand
what
you,
the
and you're
Messiah
right.
has to be.
I don't debate that. By the meaning of what you just explained me, you are totally right. What I say is that people who declare, many people, maybe not all, I don't know all people, of course, but many people who declare Jesus the Messiah don't do it on the basis on which you disprove them rightfully, but on the basis just of their belief, which doesn't care about, that's why I say literature, about the literature. You are right about your thing. If we look at the evidence,
Cool, but I
may
don't care
be,
about the faith. That's what I'm so cool. It's like I
yeah,
understand now what you're
that's my whole
saying,
point.
but I don't care
Yeah.
about the faith, right? It's like faith, like you can believe anything just based on faith, like anything. There's
Yes.
literally no position somebody can take that person could not take it just based on faith, like zero.
I
Like,
agree.
you
Yeah,
can
I
take
agree.
it doesn't matter how insane it is. You can just take it
Yes.
based on faith. What I care about is actual reality. That's what I care about.
Yeah, but faith,
So
that is the point. Faith is sadly, you would say sadly, I mean, like, as you said, you can take every stupid or great or weird or terrible position you want by faith. I totally agree with you. But this is reality because people have this faith, be it as stupid or good as it is. You see what I mean?
Well, there may be different notions of faith being discussed. Maybe you should tell us what you mean by faith here. Because I think what Daniel means here is Daniel's saying, you know, if you're just choose to believe something for no reason whatsoever, well, I can just do that for anything. And if the way you're using faith here is that you just believe something for no reason whatsoever, you don't think there are any good reasons to believe it, anything that makes it more likely to be true, then
No,
maybe
because I
Daniel's
think,
point is right. But people use
yes.
faith in different ways, so maybe you should clarify what you mean.
What I mean here is, so first of all, I agree that, of course, technically, again, I can believe in everything. So that if that is also a version of faith of use, I would say it's not. It still has a reason because I would argue everyone who, even if he believes something or she, would have a reason for it, even like again whatever reason that is. But still, but my point is that there are things to believe which are not a matter of proof or anything, just of belief. Like for example, conviction. A lot of like I would always argue like, for example, justice is something like if we grew up as a child, we start with at some point to believe that something which happens to us is unjust. This is actually like a feeling. We cannot even articulate it first. We cannot explain it directly, but still, it's like a belief. This is unjust. Like for this is just an example. So faith, what I mean is again, this just a conviction that something is that or this, not making really a statement in which evidence like which is provable, but just as belief. Like I cannot prove that something is, for example, morally wrong in the way I can make a proof that I don't know.
Well,
The
I'm a
Earth is
little
flat.
worried now. I mean, it depends on what we mean. Like, when we're talking about, like, you know, justice or maybe like other notions like contradictions being false or 1 + 1 = 2. I mean, I guess there's a sense in which, like, I don't necessarily have evidence for these things, but I also, you know, there are various like epistemological routes for justifying such beliefs,
Of
right?
course.
Maybe a good reason is that I formed the belief with like truth tracking faculties, or maybe like I have this capability of reason or something, right? And those would be reasons I could cite that raise the probability of my belief being true, right? But I mean, like, I guess like when you're talking about faith here, like there's like a notion of faith where it's just sort of like credulity. It's just like believing something with no good reason. Like maybe you're like motivated and there's like an explanatory reason, but there's no like epistemic or justifying reason, no reason that makes your belief like justified, right? And if that's what you mean, I mean, I think that's like a really terrible way to go. That seems like intellectual dishonesty. Like, I guess a charitable way to think about faith would be something like, I have faith in my car insurance company. I pay them premiums, every month because, I mean, like they're kind of like a well-known company, and I feel like I would have known about it if
Yeah, but
they
that's
like
more like
quit
trust,
paying out
right? I think
claims.
No, yeah, that's
that's
what I
like
meant.
Yeah,
when you're using faith as like a substitute for trusting, or like highly
yeah,
trusting somebody, right?
Yeah,
Like for
yes,
example, when
yeah. Some people
it's
use
just
that.
if I say I have faith in my wife, it's like, yeah, I highly trust my wife. I trust her more than like
Right.
probably like anybody else
yes,
on the planet, right?
and
But
for
that's not
example,
how I
It's sort of
using
like,
faith in when it comes to the Bible, right? And like I don't think that believers use it the same way.
well,
for example,
there's
because
like
I
a
can,
lot of Christian epistemologists who talk about faith as, like you said, Daniel, like kind of like a trusting relationship, but that trusting relationship is responsive to reason, right? Like if you found out your wife was cheating on you, heaven forbid, like you would be like, it's still responsive to reason. Like you're still
Yeah.
responsive to evidence, but you're still putting your trust in the insurance company and your wife, et cetera, et cetera. And
yes,
if a Christian says something like this, I respect that a hell of a lot more than just saying, um, I have faith, and it's just sort of like some sort of intellectual dishonesty where I believe it no matter what the evidence
No, I
says.
totally
'Cause
agree. Yeah.
that kind of sucks.
no, because
Yeah.
I don't think no matter what the evidence says. I mean, this depends on the persons. I have to say, and that's personal. I have met persons where I had the impression that whatever I say or whatever some other persons say, they will not change their mind. So that, of course, would be maybe what you mean, Basil, as I understand you. But I don't mean necessarily that they don't change their mind whatever we present. What I mean more is like, for example, I have faith that, I don't know, like something I hear in the news, just as an example, is right, even if I don't check personally the whole matter. So
Oh.
and this is a little bit like what, for example, as you described it, Daniel, with yourself, like if I get taught as a Christian that Jesus is a Messiah, doesn't mean necessarily that I have read the Bible and believe it because of the evidence there.
Okay,
Like,
so that's
it's
the way you were
it's
using faith in this conversation.
Yeah, but would you say that they still can have faith that Jesus is the Messiah, even
obviously
if they
they
don't
can.
know the quotes?
No, that's how I did it, right? So it's like when I was a Christian, I actually believed it because I was taught that way, and I had faith that I trusted the people that told me that he was the Messiah, and they actually did fulfill prophecies. The issue comes, it's like then you're gonna maybe come to a part of your life where you're going to say, wait a second, let's see if that's actually the case. Let's look at the messianic prophecies and let's see, did he actually
Yeah,
fulfill
because
the messianic prophecies? And what I'm saying is that whenever you actually go and read in the Old Testament the messianic
does not.
prophecies, he doesn't fulfill them. Not only
I
that,
understand that.
like in the Old Testament, there are claims that he fulfilled prophecies from the Old Testament that were not even prophecies.
Okay,
You
but
get what I'm
then
saying?
the question would be, because for me there are only two options here then. Either, so assuming you're right, and I truly think you're right, actually, because what you just presented to me makes totally sense. But that for me only two options. Either I am right also that they actually don't care about that because they
I'm
still
pretty sure they
believe.
don't.
Yeah, because either they don't care, because if you are right and they would care, they would change their mind. But I think we totally both agree they still
Yeah.
declare Jesus the Messiah. So that can be right? They cannot care for what you tell me and still declare me the Messiah. That's not possible. So either they don't care, or there's another reason I don't know actually. Like, what other reason is there that they also read the Bible the same as you did, maybe even understand what you say, but still say they are the Messiah? And my answer is, and I know this is not a really well-established answer, is this whole faith argument I try to make. Like, they don't care more or less because it's not so much about their literature, about, oh, the Bible says actually that, but it's about this faith they have. They say, I have the faith that Jesus is the Messiah and and he will, no, what is the word? Wait, I have to look the word up.
Take your time.
The final judgment, etc. And we are, and he died for us on the cross, etc. Like, this is about, again, I have no better word, faith. It's not about, oh,
Well, I mean, it's a
but
lot.
the
It's a
Bible
lot.
doesn't
It's a
say
lot
that.
of psychological reasons for why Christians are doing it. I agree. Obviously, like
Yeah.
Christians, it's easy. It's easy for anybody to actually have like cognitive dissonance. And the moment you have this cognitive dissonance, then it is fine, right? You are going to believe like a lot of things just based on little to no evidence, just because you want to believe it. Sometimes you even believe things that are like contradictory, right? You're going to believe A and not A
Yes,
at the
because
same
you have
time.
faith in it.
Yeah.
Yes, because you have faith in it, even if, as I say, regardless of evidence.
But those
And
are
that's why
psychological reasons. They're not factual reasons. And
But
what
what
I
I mean
care is the factual reasons.
Yeah, because my approach was more like, if it's relatively easy to establish what you did, that he is not the Messiah by the book, you could say, but they still believe it, and not like just some people, but the majority. It's not like a weird sect of Christians who believe Jesus is a Messiah. It's like the Christians do it a lot, like everyone mostly, you say. Then this has a huge reason. You see what I mean? Like, it seems to me that the approach to just point at the Bible as you do and say, oh, he is not, doesn't work. You see what I mean? Like, they still believe it. And they believe it for hundreds of years. The Bible has not changed in that way. Or would you say, like, the Bible 500 years ago said the same as you do right now, right?
Yeah, sorry, I had to leave for like a second. Yeah, obviously, it's like people just believe because they've been taught so, and I think it's, if you believe in God, if you're a Christian, then there's a few things that you have to believe, right? You can't just not believe those things. So, what does it mean to be a Christian? Well, you need to
At least
believe in Jesus.
today. At least today. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like the early Christians. I'm talking about the Christians today, right? Because these are the people that I'm debating against usually, right? So, if you're a Christian today, then you need to believe in certain things, right? And those things, if they're not real, then they kind of undermine the whole thing, like the whole shebang. And you have to believe that Jesus was the Messiah. You have to believe that Jesus died and resurrected. You have to believe that Jesus is God and is part of like the Trinity, right? For most Christians, obviously there's those Christians that are, don't believe in the Trinity. So you have to do those things, and in order to keep this belief structure in place, then you are going to sometimes like ignore evidence. Sometimes you're going to be believing two things at the same time, which are contradictory. That's why, especially when it comes to Christianity, there's a whole field called apologetics. What is the whole purpose of this field called apologetics? Just look at the contradictions, look at the issues, like in your book, and just try to harmonize them. Try to make it look like they're not actually problems, and actually
I mean,
it's
but,
what was
to be
intended.
fair, but to be fair, that is something which we have in like many. I think it's because how to say, that idea of we have like ideology or a worldview or system, and we want to eradicate the issues. I think that is even a noble pursuit for everyone. Like, if I have a scientific idea, of course, like theory. Of course, I would want to pursue to try. Okay, where are the problems in my theory? How can I make the theory better to adjust to them? I would say that is a good thing by principle, at least, right?
Yeah, I mean, and this is not, Christianity is not necessarily like the special one in this, because you have apologetics for Islam.
Yeah, and you have it in every religion, and you have it.
If you go in history, you'd have apologetics for the Greek pantheon and the Roman pantheon of gods, right? Like, yeah, obviously, because this is the problem with these books, right? They all pertain to be written by like the divinity that created the universe and whatnot.
I mean,
but when
not
you
for
actually
the,
go
for
in,
the Roman, yeah, for the whole Roman Greek gods would be not so much, not really. I have to say.
well, I mean,
I
they're
don't know.
yeah, no, but they actually did have like a Genesis story, right? Because you did have
No,
like
but that's the problem. They
yeah.
had hundreds. They had not one. This is the problem.
Yes, that is true. That is true. But they still had like a Genesis story.
Yeah, but they had not a canon. I mean, this is the whole thing.
It's not the same. It's not the same, right? So, like for example, like when it comes to like in the Greek mythology, I think it was chaos and.
Yeah, but this
it
is
was
just
chaos,
one
right?
version. And
Yeah.
this is a problem. We have the whole before I just ignore the Jews here a little bit because, of course, really more early. But before Christianity and Islam, of course, basically, if you look at Greeks and Romans, the problem is exactly what you just pointed out. They didn't care about truth in the sense Christians do or Muslims do, or
You
I
think
don't
so?
know actually.
You
Yes,
think so? Because look, I'm gonna tell you a thing. I think that
not
people
as
back
not
in
as
the Roman
religiously.
time, I think so. I think you're just mistaken. Like, look, if you go to Greece, to ancient Greece, ancient Rome, ancient Egypt, ancient whatever, and you're going to look at like how people view their religion. Yeah, like the Norse people, right? Like with the Norse mythology. I think they truly believed those
It
were
depends because can I give you a counter
the people.
examples?
Yeah.
So I have two counter examples. I have one for Rome and one for Greek. And of course, this is an example, and I totally agree that there are, of course, would be people who would die hard believers and others not. I mean, this is normal. But in general, actually, there's a whole notion, I would argue, and this is even history about this whole thing, as at least that I have studied it, that exactly that is this shift. The whole, like this, the Roman Greek religions were not so much about this is the only true religion. And this was not so much the notion. And my counter examples are for the Romans is Cicero. In his writings, in his letters, he mocks the gods. He doesn't believe in the gods really, but he was never accused of that, and this was not a problem. Why? Because he still was part of the religion in the way that he was part of the Roman Republic and the society, and he fulfilled his societal roles, which were also religious roles. And for example, into being in the Senate essentially was also part of a religious role, etc. The other is Thucydides, which writes about the Peloponnesian War, and he makes the statement that the Peloponnesian War was the biggest war in Greece ever happened. And because he makes a statement, he automatically has to compare it to the Trojan War, because for the Greeks it was the biggest war. And he then says, he makes the argument that the Trojan Wars were less big than the Peloponnesian War. And while he makes that argument, he says, okay, of course the Trojan War was right, but we have, of course, to rule out all the God stuff. He makes a case of depicting the Trojan War as we just ignore the whole God involvement in the Trojan War as it is in the Iliad. We just think of it seriousness as a normal war. So we clearly see here Thucydides thinks it's unreasonable to believe there were actually gods involved in this war. And his writing was popular. This was not like a small writing. And he wrote about a matter everyone knew because he was like he lived at the time of a Peloponnesian War. So his people around his time who knew what he talked about, he read what he talked about, had no problem with him saying there were no gods in the Trojan War, which shows us, And the same with Cicero, which shows us it was not a big thing to deny this
I mean,
stuff
but it's
as
some people. I don't think because again, it's like, yeah, are there going to be some people, right? And you're talking about Thucydides and Cicero, which, by the way, they were part of the nobility. They had like they they had different rules that were applied to them, right? But I can just as easily like point to Socrates, right? Like Socrates was
yeah, but
executed
it's a good
for
example
impiety,
because
right?
Socrates, because he was not actually accused in, we would think, in the Christian way of, yes, he was accused of heresy, you could say, but what was his accusation? Not that he disregarded the gods.
I think that was just like a cocked up, like
No, because the whole
concocted
thing was not.
bullshit, right? Because somebody wanted him dead. But that being the case, it's like what I'm saying is, okay, were those religions as hardcore and
No,
so fast as rejecting other beliefs? No, because those people were like polytheists, right? Like some people, believed in like Hera more, and they were like, others in Zeus and so on, right? So it's like they didn't have like as many issues with other religions. They were not as exclusionary as Christianity is. Well, and I agree with that, right? Like Christianity is extremely exclusionary, right?
Yeah,
That's why it's like they're just saying everybody else is heretics, right?
Yes, and they had no canon. This is the whole thing.
Canon,
Because they had
obviously.
no.
I'm not saying
they
there's not
couldn't-
differences.
They couldn't even be, because they were not like in agreement upon each other, which is the right version of anything. And like we have accountants of like endless cults of like where a god in this city is a god. Not only for, like, of course, in most times, Zeus, for example, is the god with the thunder and the head of the gods, right? But like he has another 1,000 nuisances, of which he was depicted just in one city or in one cult, and now, like, this was not a problem. And
Yeah, but that being said, because let's getting back to my original point. What I'm saying,
Yeah.
what I was saying initially is that there were people like back in Roman times, back in Greek times, back in Egyptian times, who truly believed their
Yes.
gods were real, who truly believed that thunder comes from Zeus, who truly believed that whenever there's like a storm, is Thor that is beating his hammer, right, and so on, right? They truly believe those things, right? And they would do with their scriptures, because they also had scriptures, like all of them had scriptures. They would also take their scriptures and apply a level of apologetics to it.
No, that's the thing. There is actually, like, the only apologetics for example, Greek and Romans, I know for Romans, is against the Christians later, where they have already, which is a really specific situation, where we have the emperor who tries to reinstate the pagan religions, which is like, they did not do apologetics, and they had also no scripture. This was the other way around. Because we know these religions by scripture, which was from the oral tradition, but they knew it from the oral tradition and produced, like, we only know some versions because only some versions got recorded, but they had not a foundation scripture. Like, this was not a scripture religion as much as for some cults, for the temples it was maybe, but not for the population. This is in Romans especially a hardcore thing, because in Romans it was really important for them, like only a small group of priests actually has access to some scriptures, and they don't teach them. They don't teach these scriptures. They are a secret, you could say. And so the normal religion for the most of the people were not scripture based, you could say. It was oral based. And then there, of course, like, we have poetry example about this mythics, which are just invented, like Virgil, Ovid, and Roman. They invent mythology. They invent belief, religion about gods doing stuff. And this is also, again, no problem, because it was also not seen as like this is true or not true in that field, as Christian would say.
Again, it's like they were like very, very different types of religion. Right, but
yes.
Like, look, like even today, we don't need to go to like ancient Greeks or ancient Romans. We can just stick today to Hindus, right? They have a lot of gods.
Yeah,
right?
They have scripture, but they have scripture.
They have scripture. Yes, they have scripture,
Yes,
and they also do apologetics.
Yes, because that is the thing I would point to. If you have a religion which is actually based upon one, like a canon of scripture, then you do apologetics. And if you don't have that, then you do not. And this is
Well,
the divide,
obviously,
because
like you
it
do need
believes
to
in a
have your scripture, right, in order to do some apologetics. So I
yeah,
would
and that is
agree
again,
with
the
that.
Romans did not have that, and the most people, I mean, again, and the Greeks also. While Hindus have that, or even Zoroastrians did that, because they have one, the what is the word?
Yeah.
I forget the word. The West, something with V. Yeah, so if you have the book, then you could do that. But just wanted to point out, this is a very specific thing, because I think because we live in this Christian sphere, right? Or even like Muslim, Christian, Jewish sphere of thinking. We always think that religions think about this one truth with apologetics, as you say. But we have religions which do not, or we had them. Like there is another option for a religion to behave, I would argue.
Yeah, but coming back to like the original point, right? We kind of like went a bit
I'm sorry.
all
Yeah.
over the place, right? I mean, it's fine. It's a conversation, and there's not that many Christians that are willing to defend their beliefs, so it's all good. I still the way that I like to conduct myself is I want to believe as many true things as I can, right? So it's like whenever somebody makes a proposition, I want to know if that proposition is actually true or not. So whenever
But what is then the belief? Like, because then what you describe is not just knowledge, right?
yeah,
I know
basically
knowledge is to justify true belief, but
I want it to become knowledge, right? So it's like I want to make sure as much as I can that belief actually comports with reality, right? So and it would become a point of knowledge in that case, right? Because it would be a justified belief, right? So under
justified true belief, yeah. But
JBT, it would become just knowledge at that point, right? So I don't just want to have beliefs for the sake of beliefs, especially if they're important ones, right? That's why I don't do Hindu apologetics, because in my corner of the world, the thing that actually kind of either divides and affects my life is not Hinduism, is Christianity. And because it's Christianity, then I want to know, is there a reason to believe in Christianity? It's like, what are those reasons? What are the precepts of Christianity? And when I do all that, and I read their scripture, and I do some hermeneutics on the scripture, then like the realization that I had ever since the first time that I read the Bible is that it's kind of BS at the end of the day. It's not really comporting with reality, right? There's a lot of historical anachronisms. There's scientific errors all over the place. There's contradictions, like a lot of things, right? So it's like I cannot believe it, right? So when Christians say that Jesus is the Messiah, that's another claim, right? And I wanted to know, it's like, is this claim true or not?
I understand what you mean.
I don't think
I would agree, but the problem is, I think it's not, how to say, as I said before, the people, it's not just what the Bible is not actually the point here. Because again, I said it before, if what you say is true, and I believe you are right, then nobody would believe it, but they do regardless, which shows us that needs to be another reason. It's not just that the Bible tells them, because you say it doesn't.
Okay,
and so
cool.
if it doesn't tell them,
what would be the reason, right? So let's say you have Christians, and these Christians are saying, "Oh, Jesus was the Messiah," and I would say,
why do they do that?
And I would say, well, not according to the Bible, right? Because if we were to read the Bible and do the hermeneutics on the Bible, you would come to the conclusion, well, yeah, he wasn't really the
but they
Messiah.
still do.
But why? So what is it a rational reason for why they believe that?
I don't know, but it's an effective reason. I would say that is the most important stuff here. Because
Is it though?
yeah, because do you tell me, like most? Okay, I just ask questions. Do most Christians believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I mean,
Do they do that
I
since?
think all of them believe he's the Messiah.
Okay, so
right?
like the majority, but just make it
Yeah.
rough here. So
I don't know
majority
about the
thinks.
Mormons, but I think they also do. I don't know.
Yeah, so a lot of them does. So first,
The vast majority.
also,
it's
yeah,
safe to
the
say.
vast majority. Also, they don't do they do that not only for like today or the last 10 years, but like for the most time of Christianity,
Yeah, I think
or
it's
at least
also safe to
for a
say.
long time.
Yeah,
For
no,
a long
it
time.
is safe to say that for a vast majority of the existence of Christianity, yeah.
So
Yeah,
then
the vast
we
majority
have,
of Christians that ever existed believed that Jesus was the Messiah. Yes.
yes. So then I would say it's highly effective because most of the group, for the most time of the group, believed this stuff. So that shows us that this is really effective. I don't know why.
But do you think that is important, just that it's effective, or
Yes,
is it more
exactly,
important that
because
it's true?
I would say it's important because, and this
Oh, no,
is
no.
the
I think
reason
it is.
you
It is.
gave me.
Yeah, I understand. I understand where you're getting the importance, right? But it's like, do you think it's more important that it's effective, or more important that if it's true? It's like, which one of these
Actually, I
two
would
is
say
actually more important?
I would actually say it's that the effective is more important because from how to say that because there's a German expression I cannot use here. How to say it doesn't for my as you said I'm not a Christian as you are as you said. And you said no, you don't do Hindu apologetics. Why? Because what affects your life is Christianity. That's what you said, right? That's exactly the reason. Like, it doesn't matter if it's true or not. They still believe it. And this belief is highly effective, as we just showed. It has a huge impact. And that's why it matters. You see what I mean?
Well, but that's why I understand that's the case. That's why I'm arguing against it, right? Because I'm trying to,
Yeah, but the method
because
doesn't work.
I value reason
That's
like very highly, right? And I think
I-
people are better served if actually what they believe in actually has good reasons behind it, right? So
I agree
I feel
with
like
you.
if you believe things which are obviously not true, I think your life will just be worse for that.
I agree with you, but that is my point. Like, it seems to be for me, with all what we have presented, that what you argue against, you argue rightly against it. But this is not like the root for the belief. You see what I mean? The Bible has not changed in that way. The Bible, for the most time of Christianity, or for all the time, I don't know, was the proof, you could say, that Jesus is not the Messiah. I just follow you here. But still, for most of the time, most of the Christians believe that. For me, that is a clear hint, or more than just a hint, even evidence, I would say, that the Bible cannot be just the cause you have to defeat the belief of the people that Jesus was the Messiah. You see what I mean? Like, most of the time, most of the people believe Jesus was the Messiah, even if the Bible never told them that. But still they do. So there need to be another reason. And
No,
this is the
the
reason.
Bible makes claims that he is the Messiah, right? So the claim is in the New Testament that he is the Messiah.
Oh, I thought it was not. You said
No. So what I'm saying is that in the New Testament there is the claim that he is the Messiah, and it's like what we have to do is we have to look at the claim and say, okay, does this claim actually fits with reality? Is this claim true or not? Right? And in order to look to see if the claim is true or not, you have to go to the Old Testament, right? And you have to go through the messianic prophecies in the Old Testament and see, okay, is this actually true? Did he actually fulfill the messianic prophecies to justify
isn't the
this
Bible
claim?
like regarded as like you don't need to prove the Bible because this we come back to my faith thing. Like, if you're a Christian, you believe the Bible is true by itself, you could say, or by God, of course. But like, you see what I mean? Like, maybe I'm wrong here, but like, Christians don't try to prove the Bible; they believe in the Bible. Or I'm wrong. Like, so if the Bible declares he's the Messiah, then it declares it, and and case closed. You see what I mean?
Not really.
Okay, so maybe I'm wrong here, but as I understood, if you're a Christian, you believe the Bible is the revelation of truth. The
Yeah.
Bible
So
doesn't need to
why
be
is the
proven.
reason? Yeah, but what is the reason for why you believe?
Yeah, because from God, because divine intervention
No.
makes
It's because you've
the
been told
writers.
so. No, it's because you've been told so. So the reason Christians like me, when I was a Christian, believe that Jesus is the Messiah and that Jesus fulfilled prophecies and that
Because
Jesus
it's the New
resurrected.
Testament.
No, it's because other people told them so. Like most Christians don't even read the freaking Bible. They don't know
Okay.
the Bible. They don't know it, right? So that's why, like, the best way to become an atheist is to actually read the Bible, because the moment you read the Bible, you actually see all the problems that the Bible has, right? And you can understand that this cannot be a God, it cannot be a book that was inspired by the creator of the universe, right? The creator of the universe cannot be as inept as to produce something as the Bible, right? It's impossible, right? It
But I
would
mean,
defeat
that
the
is the
purpose. So they
exactly my
believe
point is.
things. No, but look, it's like, because I understand your point. Yeah, do a lot of people believe that shit? Yes, of course. Cool. Is it true?
And you even said yourself they do
Yeah,
it,
but is it
and they
true?
don't know the
Yeah,
Bible. They don't
yeah,
know
but
the Bible,
I
which
don't care
shows.
about, like, look, their inability to actually read the Bible, their inability to actually understand the words that are written there, their inability to do hermeneutics on the Bible is irrelevant for me. It's like all I care
But no,
about is
that
having
cannot be.
conversation
I have
with
to say,
people. Yeah, just
no, that is
listen,
a pro. That
listen to
cannot
me
be
until the
because
end.
you said before. I'm
Listen,
sorry,
listen
but you
until the end.
said.
Just a second. Let me finish. Right? It's like what I care about is having conversation with people that truly believe that Jesus was the Messiah and go through. Okay, so you're saying Jesus was the Messiah. What is the reason you believe that? Right? It's like, and they're going, usually what they're going to do, they're going to say, oh, according to Zechariah, and according to Isaiah, and according, you understand? According to Psalms, right? And I can go through those texts, right? I can go through the Old Testament. We can go together through them and actually see, wait a second, that's not really true.
Yes, I understand what you mean, and you did that for me. It's just I don't believe he is the Messiah because I'm not religious. So, but I think that you have a not a misunderstanding, because you're totally right on everything what you say, but you have a misdirection, because that is exactly my point. So first off, I just try to gather the informations here. First off, we have a lot of people who believe Jesus is the Messiah, and as you said, don't even know the Bible, which proves the belief. And you said yourself, because they're getting taught about it. It's not because of the Bible, right? Which proves the Bible is not the real reason here. First, which in itself already tells us it doesn't matter if you disprove the Bible, they still believe it. And you said yourself, for you it's a problem that they believe in something which is not true. And I tell you, it is not helping to disprove the Bible here, because we already established the Bible is not the main reason. Second thing, now it's a question to you. If you speak with those people, as you said, debate the Bible with the people, you ask Christians, why is Jesus the Messiah? They point to the Bible, then you show them that the Bible actually is wrong. Do they change their belief often?
I mean, it depends on how much they value intellectual honesty.
No, I
And
mean more like statistically. Like it's everyone, like
I don't
most
know.
people do, or most do don't.
I mean, you see, it's very hard to understand this, and I'm gonna give you like my experience. Okay, so the first time that somebody told me that is bullshit, that the whole thing is bullshit, I did not believe them. They had arguments, which were really good arguments, and I did not believe them. Right? It's what I did in my mind was just do cognitive dissonance. But there's another aspect, right? Whenever they told me that, yeah, immediately I did not change my mind. But what happened is like those things stayed there, right? And then when I was on my own and I was doing my own reading and I was doing my own introspection, that's when it kind of started to say, oh, wait a second. Yeah, I mean, this guy, that guy told me that this, oh, crazy. Oh, damn. Like, how does, okay, maybe I was wrong, right? Maybe I was wrong. Because it's really hard for people to say, oh man, yeah, I was wrong and you're right. I just literally changed my mind as we speak. Like, nobody's going to do that. Like, nobody's going to do that. It's like what actually does the trick is like having this conversation on Discord, YouTube, TikTok, wherever you want, right? And other people will listen in, right? And even if you don't convince them in that second, in that in that interaction of what is true, you're still seeding the place, right? You're putting the seeds of skepticism, or the seeds of rationality in their mind, right? And there might come a time where they will be on their own, right? With no pressure, with no like feel of like losing something to in front of other people, where they're maybe going to be a bit more honest with themselves. They're going to look at the text with a bit more skepticism and rationality. And once they do that, they will change their mind. Maybe is it going to be like a large portion of people? Well, no. But the thing is like we're not going to change the world by just putting the bar like super high, right? Like the bar doesn't have to be super high. And I'm telling you, it's like if I manage to change the minds of like 3 people in my life, well, that's fine. That's fine. It's like that's
That's
3
that's
people
totally
more
totally fine. Yes,
that
but
are
my
like
point
closer
is
to the truth. That's it.
yes, but my whole point is, no, again, it's totally fine and it's totally honorable as you described it to do that. But I would again argue that I think you said it yourself again a little bit, that firstly, in the first place again, most people don't believe it actually because of the text. So the text is not the best point
No,
to
it's
attack
because of
here.
indoctrination, and I understand this. It's
Yes,
like this
first
is the
thing.
thing.
The second
Look,
thing
I'm
is,
going to give you like another point, right? So you can understand. It's like I understand how these things works with people, right? Because there have been studies made on people that have like the believers, right? People that have like beliefs like in Christianity and or other religions, right? And in those studies, they were looking at their brains, okay? And whenever the subject of religion was coming up, whenever the subject of God was coming up, the parts of their brains that were lighting up were the same parts of the brains that were lighting up when they were talking about themselves. So I understand that belief in God, belief in a religion, is closely meshed with the beliefs you have about yourself, right? Because when people talk
identity.
about God,
Yeah.
exactly, they talk about themselves, right? They give to God the things they would like to be. And that's why a lot of people, a lot of Christians, a lot of Muslims, whenever you're criticizing Christianity or Islam, they take it extremely personally. And I
I mean, it's not
understand
only
that.
religious. We kind of have the nation, etc. Like, yeah, people have a strong identity around
Yeah,
the
yeah, obviously
concept.
with other things too,
Yes,
right? But I was no, I
yes,
was just talking about like this specific case of religion, right?
yes,
It's,
yes,
it's not
yes.
it's not the only one, right? Other things are also like that, right? We can talk about capitalism and other things too, right? That's fine, and I understand that. But why is that the case? Why does that happen? It's because of indoctrination. It's because ever
Yeah,
since
not
you are a
not
kid,
only, but
you're
also,
being taught these things.
you're
Like
right.
those things are being hammered inside your brain by other people
Yeah, and it's even
constantly.
more than that, of course. And because of course, maybe you live in a specific social environment where you like your whole family goes to church. You go to church. Just as an example of, I know it's not for everyone like that, and it's very different. Like your whole environment is also built about it. Like so, your social context about that. Maybe even like, your loved ones, etc. Like and so your whole structure you live by. Again, identity, or even like as you enter your worldview, how you cope with the world, how you struggle with the world and understanding is made. All of that is tangled around this. And this is exactly my point. I think that just going into literature with them, showing them, oh, your book actually is right about this and doesn't make it, the evidence is not good, will not be very sufficient for such a topic where people deeply intertwined with their identity, with the
Oh, I
social
agree.
lives, etc.
I
Like
agree. But
that's my
the
whole
problem
point.
is, yeah, but I don't know of something better. That is the
Yeah,
best. That is the best method that I know of. The millisecond, the millisecond that I find a better method, I would just use that one.
yeah, but
Even if it's better by a bit. You know what I mean?
but yeah, couldn't we? Yeah, and because I think I don't have really an answer, but at least I would try to maybe if you produce one maybe, because I think, as we said, it's about a lot about identity, right? For example, it's about like also like principles people maybe uphold or think they uphold. Again, like self-identity, how I want to be, what are good, also like values, for example. And often, at least in the American sphere, I often hear people with the Christian values and about something. So it's not about, again, it's not about the analysis of a text for them. That's not the real point. So to shape their minds, I think, again, we have to think about how can we do that without directly attacking their self-identity, which they of course will defend, their self-identity of values, which of course they will defend, because everyone does. If I will attack your self-identity and your values, whatever they are, you will try to defend them in some way. Like at least everyone,
No,
I would always say,
I totally get it. And look, I think, and this is where I have to like, it's like I need to thank Christian in so many ways, because I used to be like a lot more, and I usually am, right? It's like outside of this show, I'm a lot more abrasive with people, right? It's like I'm what's I say exactly what I think like all the time, right? So I do come out as like super abrasive, maybe sometimes even obnoxious, even intolerant. It's like whatever, right? But during this show, I try my best, right, to have like honest conversations with people. Okay, so I will try my best, like even when I'm saying something that I understand, it's like, oh my god, it's like they might take it in the wrong way. I'm trying to prevent that from happening, and I'm trying to explain to them, look, it's like I'm not trying to be an asshole here. It's like I don't have like a better way of saying it, maybe sometimes, right? It's like maybe my English is failing me at some points, right? And I can't find like the proper words for saying, right? So it's like when it comes to this show, trust me, it's like I'm trying my best to be as nice as possible. But I can tell you for sure, like even if you're as nice as possible, you will still have some people that will take it in the worst way possible.
Yes.
Because offense is never given, it's always taken, right? You will be offended as much as you allowed that thing to offend you, right? You can, look, like my skin is very freaking thick. You can say a lot of things to me, they will not offend me. But at the same time, I understand that not everybody is like me. I understand that other people, will get offended by very, very, very small things. Like things that, maybe I didn't even think that might be offensive. And it happened to me, right? And sometimes, maybe it happens to me after I have the conversation. Not even during the conversation, right? During the conversation, I just, this guy's a prick. This guy's an idiot. This guy's like a moron. And it's like I will just behave like that guy is a prick, a moron, or whatever, right? And maybe after the conversation, when I like the whole thing like cooled off a bit, and I come to think about it, oh my god, it's like maybe I was a bit of an asshole. It's like maybe I should have kind of understood in the moment that they actually took it badly because whatever, right? But again, it's like I'm also human, right? Just like them. It's like I also have like faults. It's like I'm not perfect. I'm gonna fuck up, and I'm gonna fuck up like multiple times, and it's fine. But again, it's like I do have my beliefs that come from using my rationality, that come from using logic and solid epistemology, right? So when I'm having these conversations with people, these are the things that I'm usually trying to give to them too, right? Trying to give them like a method for themselves to maybe in the future get to certain conclusions that are like
but that's the point, because I think that's exactly what, as you said, like you, of course, as at least as I understood from what you said, for example, for you it's relatively a good thing, an important thing. As you said, you have your methods to follow logic, to follow evidence. As you said before, like to say, like for example, to get the truth, etc. But of course, for example, the people you speak with, religious, they have, of course, also maybe their belief in the truth, for example, but they have other principles which are more important for them than the ideas of methods, logic as you see them. Even if they would apply to them too, if you ask them, of course they would say it's logical, etc. But this is just like a defense position often, because of course then it's about their identity, it's about a value or whatever, I don't know, or hope, or I don't know, the social construct of course, don't want to abandon because they live in it. As I would also not like just want to abandon like the group of friends or my family which I live in. So, and that is the thing that often I think the whole analytic, you could say, the whole method, like really honest, serious, friendly, analytic, descriptive, evidence-based thing will not do the work exactly because that is not
maybe,
actually
but I
what they
don't
care
have.
about.
Look, I don't have a method that fits everybody. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's like maybe I don't know. It's like somebody else will talk with religious people, and maybe they don't even talk at all about the Bible, right? Maybe they just talk about I don't know, like bunnies and roses, right? And just talking with them about bunnies and roses makes them understand, oh shit, there's no God, right? It's like maybe somebody has other methods. I'm not claiming that the way that I do things is a one size fits all thing. It's
No,
not.
that's not my point. And you're totally right. Like I would always argue you cannot fit everyone with
You
one
can't please
size.
everybody, right? As much as you
Yes, yeah,
want,
I would.
you can't.
I
It's
totally
impossible.
agree. I just like you could say like stress the German stereotype here. It seems to me like again it's really ineffective. I don't say there is a way where you can please everybody. That again I would never. That is like this is a utopy that wouldn't work. Yeah, this is unrealistic.
It
Totally.
is an utopia. I agree, but
Yeah,
again, it's
because
like
I think
I don't
actually,
have a better method. So
yeah,
it's
because I
like
just,
if I were to just a second, Jack, if I were to kind of like distill it down to like something, it's like I don't know of a better method than this one. And as I said previously, if somebody comes up to me and just says, "My God, Daniel, look, I understand your method, but I have this other one, much better," I would just adopt that one because
yeah,
I like the
I don't
German way
have
of
that, but that's
efficiency,
why.
right? I want to be as efficient as possible, but I also understand there's limits, right? Like I don't
Yes,
think there's some people, because I'm gonna tell you this, like some people will probably not have a method from which you can convince them otherwise. I don't. It's like I think there's some people that are stuck in their ways. You're never gonna change them, right? I have family
that's maybe
members
true.
which are exactly like that, and they're family members, right? It's like you would think that I would be able to talk with them like in a different way from a different perspective. They will never ever change their minds. So
I mean,
I can't do anything with
I
that.
would, yeah. Actually, because that's I just because I of course don't want to pretend arrogant like I have this better method. I want to try to maybe together with you like to that we can ma- make the method improve the method a little bit because I think the problem is the whole angle it comes from is only for a really small group of persons which also have this approach already in some way,
Well, sort
which
of,
the
yeah.
whole yeah like and I think and this is my whole argument from before that I think from what I know is or what I assume I have to say it's not so much knowledge is that the most people actually which are religious don't come from this again analytic descriptive approach but from a more emotional whole identity and also as you said like indoctrination etc approach and we should try to address that a little bit more even if with your method of course no, I don't have a better method um, totally ready to present to you um,
Oh,
like
and look, it might be that
for
if
example, what
somebody
is like
look,
what not so much, for example, what is the reason why Jesus is the Messiah in the way of oh, who says it? Yeah, the Bible. Oh, does he actually says it? No, but for example, why is it important for them that it's the Messiah? And okay, whatever they say, why is that important? And then we see like we come to the heart or the core of their you say it's like what the identity they have made up which is made of
I
and
mean, look,
then we
if
can
if you're
maybe
going to look at like why did I come up with this prompt, I think it's maybe the reason I came up with it is because like a belief in Christianity actually resides on a few pillars, if you could say, right? And it's like one of the pillars is the fact that Christians believe that Jesus is the Messiah, right? So as I said, like a vast majority of Christians will believe in a few things, right? So they will have a few things in common: the belief that Jesus was the Messiah, the belief that Jesus was died and was resurrected, and the belief
Yeah, but
that
the
he
thing
is
that
God.
is the fake pillars, because they are not actually the pillars. They are like the what is
I
the
have no
word?
way
Like
of
they're
knowing that if they're fake. It's
it's
like I
like placative.
wouldn't presume that they are fake.
No, I do because of what I said before. You said yourself, most of them don't even know the Bible, for example. So they don't actually discover that he is the Messiah. They just were thought. So the question is more or less, why does he need to be the Messiah? Not is he actually that? Like again, I think that is not. They don't care. Like that is not really the question. The question is, why is it important for the religion or for them? Because, of course, for example, you want to make him huge authority. Why do you want that? Because, of course, if you can have trust in such a huge authority, and the people need the trust. For example, or they need it as a non to question authority for the social construct in which they live. If everyone agrees with that, you have a common base, etc. Like there are total more reasons than I can name here. What I just want to say is that's the problem. You can attack those pillars, and you can what is the word? Take them down so graciously, so geniusly, so evidence based clearly that it still.
Oh, you broke off. I don't know if it's me or if it was you. Why'd you
I think
get
it's
broke
him.
off? Yeah, I think okay.
Yeah.
Okay. In the meantime, if there's any Christians that would want to talk about the prompt, Jesus was not the Messiah, I'm very well inclined to have the conversation. If you are, I don't know, Duke. I don't know if you can hear us or not. Still, maybe he just dropped. Yeah, I think he just dropped. His internet probably went kablooey.
Hopefully he'll be back. It sounded
Yeah,
like he had more to say.
yeah. I mean, obviously, we did have this conversation for a while now. I mean, we had the crash out in the beginning, and yeah, after that we just had this conversation with him. So,
Well, this one's been way better than the first one.
oh, I mean, the first one was probably like better YouTube content, you know. Oh, wow, we can talk about it if you want to. Are you willing? Are you able to talk like voice or?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. So
yeah,
you are a Muslim. I get it.
yeah. Hmm.
Okay. So you said you believe that Jesus is the Messiah based off the fact that the Quran is saying it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
What does the Quran say? He just says, "Oh, he was the Messiah."
Yeah, it mentions him as a Messiah. Yeah.
What does it mean for somebody to be the Messiah?
Anointed, right?
But what exactly? Because like exactly what does it mean
You want me to
to be
look
the
it up for
Messiah?
you? The definition of
No,
it? I
because I
mean,
know Messiah, like the word itself. You're absolutely correct. Like the word itself means anointed one.
yeah,
Right? So he needs to be anointed.
yeah.
Okay, but
He's considered a prophet and a messenger and a Messiah. Like
okay,
all
so
of those, not just
he
Messiah. He's also a prophet.
well, he's a prophet in the Quran. He's not a prophet in the New Testament. Uh, but
I think he is mentioned. No, they mentioned him as a prophet in the New Testament.
I don't think there's any part of the New Testament where Jesus is said to be a prophet.
Is anybody here can confirm that? Like, I don't like to chat GPT stuff. Like, if somebody knows, could you speak up or say something? Like, I think he is mentioned as a prophet in the New Testament. If
Yeah,
nobody
I
knows,
don't
then we'll just
remember.
leave it at that. Yeah.
But regardless, right? It's like if he's a prophet or not, it's like the
Yeah,
prompt is still the Messiah, so we don't need to
yeah.
look at
So
him being a prophet, right? So
yeah, as far as the prompt, yeah, I would
yeah,
agree with it. So
yeah. So would you agree with this statement? In order for somebody to be the Messiah, they need to fulfill the messianic prophecies.
what messianic prophecies? That's a good question. Is that
Oh,
what the Christians believe?
No, it's what the Messiah means, right? So the concept of the Messiah, so the Messiah being the one that is going to come and defeat all the enemies of Israel and
You mean
pull over
the
everybody.
second coming? You mean the second coming, the return?
No, it's not. It's not the second coming. It's on the first coming, right? So they say, because if it's the second coming, I will get that to that too. He's still not the Messiah, because this will happen on the second coming, well, we have no way of knowing if he's the Messiah until he comes the second time and fulfills everything, right? So what we have to do in order to understand if somebody is the Messiah, we would need to go to the Old Testament, right, where we have the messianic prophecies. And looking at those messianic prophecies, we can look and say, okay, did he actually fulfill those messianic prophecies? Would you agree with that statement?
I'm more curious as to what the messianic prophecies are. Looking that up now.
I can give you one if you want to.
Please do. Yeah, no, please
Okay.
do.
So one of the messianic prophecies, and just just be patient with me like a second. I will actually also share my screen with you, so you can actually see this in real time. So you can just go to my link, and we can look at one of the messianic prophecies. It's from Zechariah 9. And in Zechariah 9, it says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he. Humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off. And he shall command peace to the nations. His dominion shall be from sea to sea and from the river to the ends of the earth." Right? So this is one of the messianic prophecies from the Old
Explain it,
Testament.
like, yeah, explain the, like, briefly, like what you just read.
Yeah.
Like,
So
how would you recap what you just read?
Yeah. So what this prophecy says, it says, it talks about the Messiah, who will be a king in Israel, and he will defeat Israel's enemies, and he will bring peace and command all the nations. That's
Okay.
basically what it says.
Okay.
So then
I'll follow you.
Yeah. Then we can look at
Real
Jesus.
quick, but wait, could you tell us just like overall, like what's your argument again about Quran affirming the
argument.
prophecies?
No, I that's not my perspective. I don't think there is a perspective as far as, like, like, if all, in other words, it's simple for us, because if Allah says he's the Messiah, then we have to believe it, right? It's
Right.
very easy for us. But
Right.
he's
Prophecies
saying,
don't even matter. He just says
yeah,
he's the Messiah.
he's saying that there's a criteria that needs to be fulfilled in order, like, for you guys to believe he's the Messiah. I think that's his argument, or that's what he's alluding to.
Yeah, but look, I'm going to tell you why this is important. Because let's say you get sick, right? And I'm telling you, oh man, it's like you need to go see a doctor. And Wamu, look, there's this guy. He's a doctor, right? He will make you better. Do you think it's important whether or not that guy is actually a doctor?
Yeah, I mean, if you're saying he's a doctor, yeah, he should be a doctor.
Right.
Yeah.
So in order for him to be a doctor, he needs to fulfill like a list of credentials, right? He needs to have gone to medical school, have a degree, right? Being able to practice and so on, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to follow your example. Go ahead.
Yeah. So imagine it's like if I tell you like this guy is a doctor, but then you actually find out that actually this guy never went to medical school. Would you still call him a doctor?
Not necessarily. I mean, no.
Okay, so what does it mean? Not necessarily. See,
I mean, he could be like a medicine man or something that knows, like, but I don't know.
Yeah, but medicine men are not doctors, right? So it's like they're not medical doctors. So it's like a medical doctor is like a very specific type of person.
You're talking
right?
about like through the academics, right? Yeah,
exactly.
No, so
exactly. Yeah. So he wouldn't be, right? So would you still call him a doctor?
No.
No. So it's the same thing. Like it's the same thought process when it comes to the Messiah, right? So that's how I treat it, right? It's like this is a claim, right? Somebody says, "Oh, this guy is the Messiah," And then I say, oh,
Yeah,
okay,
but
cool. So if he's the Messiah, then I will have to say, okay, what does it mean for somebody to be the Messiah? Right? And it's like the only place where I have to go and look it up is the Old Testament, because that's where the prophecies are coming from. The prophecies of the Messiah are not coming from the New Testament. They're not coming from the Quran. They're coming from the Old Testament, right? So what we have to do
that's
in
a
that
very
case, yeah.
yeah, but that's a very interesting view. Like, so most Christians that follow the New Testament, they don't have to think about the Old Testament, right? Because that's already old. Like, I don't understand how that works. And some
Of course they
denominations
do.
are different.
Oh, of course they do. Can I tell you why they do?
Yeah, please.
If you're interested. So I just posted out this verse, right? In Zechariah, right? That I told you. So the thing with this verse is that in the New Testament, right? You have actually the what's it called? The disciples, right? The Gospels are actually trying to look at Jesus and his life and actually say, oh, you see, he actually did fulfill those prophecies, right? So, for example, and if you're looking here, we have Matthew 21, 4 to 5, right? And in Matthew 21, 4 to 5, he says, this took place to fulfill what had been spoken to the prophet. Which is the prophet? The prophet is Zechariah. And he says, tell the daughter of Zion, look, your king is coming to you, humble and mounted on a donkey and on a colt, the foal of a donkey, right? So you see this verse, right? These two verses in Matthew are actually a parallel to these verses in Zechariah. So what happens here is like the author of Matthew actually tries to make everybody understand that Jesus was the Messiah because he actually fulfilled the prophecies that were mentioned in the Old Testament. So that's why it is important, right? You can't just dismiss them, right? And this one is not just mentioned in Matthew. I think it's mentioned also like in John. I think it's John 12:15. But let me look it up. 12:15. You see here, yeah. Do not be afraid, daughter of Zion. Look, your king is coming, sitting on the donkey's colt, right? So you see, it's like how the Gospels are actually referencing the Old Testament and specifically like a messianic prophecy in the Old Testament to actually make sure that everybody understands that the Jews that actually knew the Old Testament understood that Jesus, this guy, is actually the Messiah because he actually fulfilled the prophecy. So you get now why I think this is important.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's there's places more or less that will satisfy some questions, but if it's coming from the Bible, like if the Bible is saying that he's the Messiah, like wouldn't you just believe it because you believe in the Bible?
But why would I just believe it if actually I go let's look at it, right? Let's look at these verses. So
Wait,
it
so
says,
do you take some things from the Bible as like not credible, like
oh, a lot
because you
of
don't
it,
understand
yes.
it?
No, it's not because I don't
Oh,
understand
okay.
it. I don't think
Okay.
the Bible is full of errors, is full of contradictions.
Oh,
Yes.
and you still believe in it?
No, I don't. I'm an
Yeah,
atheist.
Oh,
Daniel's a weird guy, right?
yeah. I'm trying
Yeah.
to figure out. Yeah, that's the first thing I should have asked. Is like, what do you believe
Yes,
in?
I,
Okay, now
I,
you
I am
say
an
you're
atheist.
an
I
atheist.
used to be a Christian.
Okay,
I used
that's
to be a
fine.
Christian. Right?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
used
yeah.
to believe, but then I read the Bible and I was like, oh, okay, cool. It's
Because I was
That is
like,
some important context we
not
skipped
great.
over.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Sorry.
I'm like, what the hell is this dude's angle? Like he's burying himself. No, he's not gonna get his name
Christianity's
back out of
cooked,
this one.
man.
Yeah, he cooked
Yes.
himself. Like,
That's
I'm trying to
Well,
be nice. I'm
if
like,
I
man,
was
we're chilling.
if I was a Christian, that would have been very
Come on.
weird indeed, indeed. But you see, but the issue is that if I'm correct and Jesus was not the Messiah, that would mean that Christians are wrong and Jesus is not the Messiah, but also Muslims are wrong and Jesus is not the Messiah.
Well, have you approached it from what the Muslim perspective is? So far, you've only showed me verses from like what is you said Old Testament. Like this is just a Christian
Yeah.
perspective.
Well, it's not a Christian perspective. That's the thing. So the Messiah is a Hebrew invention. The Messiah is not a Christian invention, right? So it's like the people that talked about the Messiah first were not the Christians or the Muslims, were the Jews, right? Like the Jews were the one talking about the Messiah, right? And the Messiah has to be from the line of David, which, by the way, Jesus was not from the line of David. The Messiah had to be a king. Jesus was not a king. The Messiah had to do like a lot of things, and he didn't do those things. I will say it out loud. It's like I don't know
Yeah, but
exactly
who
what
says
the I don't
who
know
says
exactly
that he
what
had to
the
be a king?
oh the
Hold on,
verse.
who's
Look, if you're looking at the verse that it's on the screen, it says here. It's like, rejoice
yeah?
greatly, O daughter Zion, shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. So it's very clearly that he has to be a king in Israel, right?
Mm.
Triumphant and victorious is he, right? He defeated Israel's enemies. He brings out peace to the nations. Again, like none of these things were actually done by Jesus. The only thing that Jesus did from this verse is riding on a donkey. And if you were to believe Matthew, right? Let's read Matthew. It says, "Tell the daughter of Zion, look, your king is coming to you, humble and mounted on a donkey and on a colt, the foal of a donkey." So he literally went into Jerusalem on 2 donkeys, according to this verse.
Well, when
So
it comes to king, I know I've spoken to Christians before, right? When it comes to like calling him king and stuff like that, and saying he was never a king, they just say, well, he's a king, like not in this not in the worldly life, he's a king in the
I get it.
heavens or something. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah,
don't know
but
what
that's
to do with
unfalsifiable, right? It's like, if I am a
I
king
don't know what to
in
do with these
Israel,
answers. Yeah, I
well,
don't know.
I
There's
don't know
no
what
way.
to do with them either. It's just
Yeah.
vibe based. So it's like, if they're telling me I believe in Jesus because because he's the king in heaven, he sits by the right of the Father. We're like, oh, cool. Can you demonstrate that? No, thank you very much. In that case, he's not a king.
Yeah.
Because I can also be a spiritual king. Like, Christian, do you believe I'm your spiritual king?
What day
Do
is
I
it? Sunday? No.
Sunday.
Try
No?
again.
No, but today is not Sunday. Today is Tuesday. Do you believe I'm a spiritual
Yeah,
king?
so I don't think
Yeah.
so.
You don't? My God. Okay, I think my wife will believe I'm her spiritual king. So I can be a spiritual king. Like, anybody can be a king that's not a king. Right? And again, it's like in the verse in Zechariah, it's very clear, right? It's like, your king comes to you, right? So he's the king of Israel because he comes to the Israelites. And he's triumphant and victorious, right? He cut off the chariots from Ephraim, right? And the war sword from Jerusalem. These are like literally implements of war, right?
What was
He
the verse when the Jews they try to oust him and they told Pontius Pilate, I think it was, like Jesus is saying that he's a king, and then he said like, no, I'm not a king for this world. Like that's in the Bible, isn't it? Like somewhere in the Old or New Testament, like that
That's in the New
conversation.
Testament.
It's in the New Testament, yeah, where he actually did say that
Yeah,
he's not
so
a king.
he
Yeah,
so he explicitly says it, like he not
yeah,
not in this world but the next, whatever.
yeah.
But you're
But
saying
he
no, he
means that
has to
he's
be in
not a
this
king.
world.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying it. It's like
Oh,
what says it
Well,
is the prophecy.
well, Daniel, I think the Christian interpretation is that Jesus is the king. He explicitly states that his kingdom is not of this world, but all of the messianic prophecies are going to be fulfilled, like on Judgment Day
Oh,
in
yeah, I
Revelations,
know, I
right,
know,
where he
I
comes
know.
back as a
Yeah, yeah. So
okay.
I was about to touch this on. Thank you very much for reminding me, because Vamo also said this. He is going to fulfill them, right? That's another places where people say, well, he is going to fulfill those things. Well, that then in that case it means he hasn't fulfilled those things, so he's not the Messiah. He will be the Messiah as soon as he fulfills those things. So up until he actually
If he is
fulfills
going to
those
fulfill
things,
those things, why wouldn't he be the Messiah?
how do you know? So I'm going to tell you now. I'm going to fulfill those things in the future. Am I the Messiah?
No.
Or how do you know? I will fulfill those things. All of them.
well, no, that's good logic. Your logic is sound. Like if I said,
Yeah,
um, in 8 years I will be a knee surgeon. I'm not a doctor now,
exactly.
right?
So can I call you a knee
So
surgeon right now? Not really.
no, that's I'll definitely
I,
agree with you. Your logic is sound.
I'm just trying to understand, like, from what angle you're tackling this. Are you tackling this from like a historical angle, or just like from a narrative angle of the Bible?
Oh, I'm just looking
Because if it's
at.
the narrative angle, and then you accept the New Testament as factual evidence that Jesus is the Son of God, died and did get resurrected, and that he is the Messiah.
Oh, I'm
That
not
he will
talking
come
about
back
the
on
resurrection.
Judgment Day.
We're just talking about the Messiah, right? So we can talk about the resurrection and everything later on,
Well, the
if
problem
that's
here is
okay.
how much of the New Testament are we able to accept under your critique?
I mean, clearly not the parts that actually say that he's the Messiah, because I've read the New Testament, I've read the Old Testament, I've read all these supposed prophecies that he fulfilled, and he fulfilled none.
Well, you're making the assertion that he has to fulfill all of them on earth right now to be the Messiah, right?
Yeah, but you
I just
see,
don't know.
this is the thing. So if you're saying to me he is going to fulfill them in the future, then he's not the Messiah yet, right? It's like we will know he's the Messiah when he fulfills them. Up until he fulfills them, how can I know if he's the Messiah? Because anybody
What
can
if there's
come
like
and say, I will fulfill them in the future.
well, that's the problem. You just like how much of the New Testament are we gonna accept? Because if he fulfills some prophecies, and then a bunch of miracles happen that you accept, then you kind of just accept that he will fulfill the rest, right? If you're already bought into the whole resurrection and Jesus narrative, right?
I mean, I haven't. That's maybe that's the problem. Is like I have a bigger standard of evidence than like some Christians have. Most I would guess.
Well, I
So
guess
it's like what I'm
my
saying
problem
is
is that
just a sec. So what I'm saying is like there's claims being made, right? And one of the claims is that he's the Messiah. And as I was explaining to Vamo like earlier, if they claim he's the Messiah, then what you have to do, you have to look at the messianic prophecies, uh, or at the claims, right, of fulfilled prophecy from the New Testament, right? So you either have to go to the messianic prophecies in the Old Testament, and or the messianic prophecy claims in the New Testament, right? And when you do that, you would actually, if you actually study those things and you look at those things, and it's like you try to understand them and do some hermeneutics on that text, you're going to realize you actually didn't fulfill any prophecies. So if the claim is he's the Messiah, but he fulfilled zero messianic prophecies, is he still the Messiah? That's the question.
that's fair enough, but is it actually just zero? I know Matthew
Uh,
puts in a lot of effort to try to prove that Jesus is the Messiah. So he'll say like he came in on a donkey, he comes from the line of David,
he doesn't come from the line of
heritage line
David,
of
though.
David.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just telling you what Matthew's
Yeah.
trying to tell us.
Oh, and yeah, I know they say that, right? But just because
Right.
they say that
But
doesn't mean it's true. So
what's your standard of evidence? Is it the New Testament or is it like historical facts?
I mean, is the text. So it's like my standard of
It's
evidence
just the text,
is looking
just
at the
the
messianic
biblical text.
prophecies and the claims that are being made and doing hermeneutics, right? Analyzing those claims.
Okay, but when Matthew says here are all these messianic prophecies that have been fulfilled, do you just throw them out the window, or do you state that, like, how are you judging?
What do you mean I throw them off the window?
Because my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, is that Matthew puts in a lot of effort to demonstrate that Jesus is the Messiah by showing us that certain parts of messianic prophecies have been fulfilled, right?
Oh, you're talking about partial fulfillment?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So
And I'm
if you're
talking about
talking
Matthew's
about,
intentions.
yeah, no, I get it. But I don't believe in partial fulfillment, because if partial fulfillment is also true, then we can look at this text in Zechariah 9:10, and we can see humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. Well, I rode the donkey. Does that mean that I'm the Messiah? Because I literally partially fulfilled this prophecy. I literally rode on a donkey.
Okay.
So am I the Messiah? Because I literally partially fulfilled the prophecy. And I can do the same thing with a lot of other prophecies, right? I can just get like a small part from the prophecy, and that would be a partial fulfillment. So does that mean that I'm actually the Messiah just because I partially fulfilled? And not only that, just keep this in mind. A lot of people rode donkeys. So that would mean that a lot of
Okay.
people would be Messiah, because a lot of people,
So
right, millions, I would say maybe even billions, right, would actually be contendants for the Messiah role.
well, I'm not entirely familiar with specifics of the New Testament text, but
That's fine.
I would assume that if you have, let's say, 100 messianic prophecies that need to be fulfilled, and like 50 of them get fulfilled by Jesus, is it not reasonable to assume that the other 50 would also be fulfilled later on?
Oh no, I'm just saying that zero of them are actually fulfilled. I don't know of any messianic
What
prophecy
about the
that
virgin?
actually is fulfilled.
What about
To
the
be fair,
virgin
you did
birth?
say
Isn't that a messianic prophecy, the virgin birth?
I don't know, is it?
No,
I
that's
would- I
actually
would-
not
I
even.
would-
That's actually not even a prophecy, if you can believe it.
That's
That's
just
from Isaiah.
That's just
Yeah.
that's just a miracle, you would say.
Oh no, it's from Isaiah. Let me. Where was Isaiah 7:14? I think it is. Let me look it up. Isaiah 7:14. Yes, this is it. Let's look at the whole chapter.
So is it a prophecy or
no? I mean, it is a prophecy. It is a prophecy, but
Okay.
I will tell
Yeah.
you, it's not a prophecy of Jesus, though.
Well, it's a
Right?
prophecy that
No, I'm telling.
of what's to come, right? Like from
Yeah,
a
I'm telling
previous.
you. I'm telling you. So it's
Yeah.
like Isaiah 7 is about King Ahaz, right? So King Ahaz was actually doing some battle with like two other kingdoms, okay? And he asks Isaiah for like a sign, right? And uh, and it's like, I know, it's like Isaiah says, "Do you want a sign?" And Ahaz says, I don't really want to put the Lord to the test, right? So he says, but Ahaz said, "I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test." Then Isaiah said, "Hear then, O house of David. It is too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also. Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel." So, is this future tense?
I think so. Yeah.
Is it? The young woman is with child. When I say the young woman is with child, is that future tense?
Oh no, no, that wouldn't be.
It
Right.
wouldn't be, right? So that's it's like
I mean, I don't know that I don't know how they say it in Hebrew, but I
yeah.
for sake of argument, I'll agree with you. Whatever.
So one of the things, because this is the verse where you get the virgin birth, right? Because it says here, look,
Yeah.
the young woman is with child. So what
Mhm.
Matthew does, Matthew did not read in Hebrew, right? Matthew only reads, which is very weird. He only reads from the Septuagint, which was in Greek. If he were actually to read from the Hebrew, the word young woman here in Hebrew is Bethula, right? Betula, which just means like young woman, right? It just means like a woman. And there's other places in the Bible, in the Old Testament, where it's like it talks about young, women that are like pregnant, clearly pregnant, and they're just called Bethula. But because Matthew actually doesn't read from the ancient Hebrew, he reads from the Greek, right, from the Septuagint. And in the Septuagint, the word they're using for young woman is Parthenos. And the problem that Matthew is having is that at the time this thing was translated from Hebrew to Greek, the word Parthenos actually had kind of like a semantic range where it mainly meant just young woman. Sometimes it did mean virgin, right? But most of the times, right, the majority of the times, it just means a young woman, right? And you can go to Homer, right, and you can see that he's using Parthenos when he talks about like young women, not virgins, right? Clearly not virgins, and so on, right? So you can have like ancient texts where that's the case. The problem that Matthew is having is that at his time, when he was doing this thing, the word Parthenos and the semantic range of the word Parthenos actually kind of shifted a bit. And it shifted to kind of meaning
Version.
virgin, right? So because he doesn't read from the original text, as he should have, right? Because he was a Jewish guy allegedly, but obviously Matthew didn't write Matthew, so duh, right? He didn't know that, right? So he translated that as virgin, right? And they said, oh, and because Emmanuel means that God is with us, he said, oh, must be referring to Jesus. So he just took this verse, who is actually a prophecy, but a prophecy to King Ahaz, not a prophecy about Jesus. And he says, oh, this is actually Jesus, right? And a lot of Christians are saying this is double fulfilling, which is silly, right? Because this is clearly not talking about Jesus. It's clearly talking about King Ahaz, because it says, look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. Well, Jesus was never called Emmanuel, right? He was just Jesus and Christ. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. Well, according to Christian mythology, like Jesus cannot ever choose, refuse the evil and choose the good, because he's good by nature. So there's no need for him to refuse evil and choose good. And for before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread with will be deserted. And the funny thing, so what he says is like, before this child is able to, to have like morals and whatnot, these two kings you're in battle with right now, yeah, they're just gonna be fucked, right? It's like they're gonna be done. And the funny thing is like, you can go to the next chapter, you can go to chapter 8, and in chapter 8, actually it says, right, it's like how the king of Assyria actually destroyed the Damascus and Samaria, right? The kings that he was battling with, right? And here you have another prophecy which is very similar to the other one, where he says, "Then the Lord said to me, take a large tablet and write on it in common characters, belonging to Maher Shalal Hashbaz, sorry, and have it attested for me by reliable witnesses, the priest Uriah and Zechariah son of Jeberechiah. And I went to the prophetess, and she conceived and bore a son. Then the Lord said to me, name him Maher Shalal Hashbaz, for before the child knows how to call my father or my mother, the wealth of Damascus and the spoil of Samaria will be carried away by the king of Assyria." And in chapter 8, you can just go through it and see, it's like, how the king of Assyria actually beats these kingdoms and whatnot, right? And by the way, it's like, and again, it's like Emmanuel is again mentioned in chapter 8 again. So clearly not a prophecy about Jesus. It is a prophecy, but it is a prophecy to
That
King
Old Testament
Ahaz.
stuff.
Yes, this is from Isaiah. It's from First Isaiah 7, chapter 7.
I mean, me personally, I mean, I like what you said. What you said is that it was very, very, very like you took a lot of time. You've definitely studied this stuff. But for me, it's like I don't take what Jews say for anything. Like, so me personally, I'm not. What you said
No, it's fine.
was spot on. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
saying like like academically, the way you did that, spot on. Me personally, I don't take what the Jews say like especially the ambiguous stuff. If it's the plain stuff, okay, but if it's like like these kind of things, like yeah, I don't.
So Daniel, what prophecies do you think have not been fulfilled?
I mean, as I told you, I don't know of any prophecy that has been fulfilled, and that's why
Yeah, I'm
the
just saying,
prompt.
just list like what prophecies do you think have not been fulfilled?
I don't think any prophecy was fulfilled.
Can you list like 2 or 3?
2 or 3. I mean, I already mentioned 2, right? Like the virgin birth was.
That was the main one.
Yeah, which is like a big prophecy, so call it. Not necessarily a messianic prophecy, but it is
I'm
big
referring to
prophecy.
messianic prophecies.
There's another prophecy from Jeremiah 31, where a lot of Christians believe that was like a messianic prophecy and actually fulfilled by Jesus, which was not. There's another one which is I think it's from Matthew 2, which called Jesus a Nazarene, which is like one of the silliest prophecies, because nowhere in the text in Isaiah does it say Nazarene. It just uses the word branch, and the word branch is like sounds a bit similar with the Nazareth, and that's why like Matthew just says Nazarene for some reason. what should I say? It's like, yeah, there's a lot of them, right? There's a lot of like the one from like Psalms, right? There's a lot of so-called
I'm not
prophecies which
claiming what
reference the Psalms.
Christians.
Yeah.
I'm not claiming what Christians will call messianic prophecies. What I'm trying to say is what Old Testament messianic prophecies have not been fulfilled by Jesus. I don't care about backtracking from the New Testament to the Old Testament, whatever Christians do there. Because you're making a claim that Jesus is not the Messiah, I'm assuming you have a particular standard for that. And I'm also assuming that that standard is Old Testament messianic prophecies that have not been fulfilled.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So the prompt, if you're looking,
Because I can grant that Christians will make stuff up to justify why Jesus is the Messiah without like referencing real messianic prophecies.
Yeah, I mean the one from Zechariah, for example, that is clearly like a messianic prophecy, right? It just literally talks about
the donkey,
about the Messiah, right? It's like the Messiah is going to come, the anointed one, which was going to be a king. There's some from Isaiah. I think it's like Isaiah 11, which is talking about a descendant of David, because that was like again like one of the things that the Messiah had to fulfill, like be from the branch of David. What was it? I think there's like even in Jeremiah, there's like the righteous branch, which is again kind of like referencing a bit David and the Messiah. What is it?
So if we had to put like three main criteria for being the Messiah, what would they be?
The free criteria? I mean, I don't think there's like free criteria. I think it's just like one criteria. I think in order to be the Messiah, I think you need to fulfill the messianic prophecies. And then if you go to the messianic prophecies, then you say, okay, so like what do they say about the Messiah? What would the Messiah be? Right? And the Messiah has to be from the line of David, has to be a king in Israel, and has to defeat Israel's enemies, right? So if you're like to take like the three most important things that the Messiah needs to do, those are the three important things, right? So the line of David, really important. He's a king, really important, and defeats all of Israel's enemies.
Okay, so are we willing to say that those are the three most important things and that there are other prophecies that probably exist, but we don't care so much about that?
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. So regarding the first point, the line of David, yes or no, is Jesus part of the line of David?
Nope.
Okay. My understanding is that Matthew says he is.
No, Matthew
Is that accurate or
doesn't. No? It's extremely inaccurate. Let's look here, because there's two. Okay. Oh, Matthew 1. Okay. Let's look, because Matthew actually starts with the genealogy of Jesus, right? Like in Matthew 1. So we have two lines, right? Like two genealogies, right, of Jesus. I mean, they're saying it's of Jesus, but it's actually not of Jesus, because it's of Jacob, right? And we know that, according to Christians, Jacob is not Jesus' father, right?
Yep.
And this is one, and I think the other one is in Luke, right? Like the other genealogy. Am I correct? Let's see. I think it's in Luke, but
I don't know. I haven't actually read this.
forget.
I just
It's like I usually just I usually just go to the one in Matthew, right? So I don't know, maybe Luke 2.
I think it
Maybe
was
it's
Matthew.
Luke 3. Oh yeah, here, the ancestors of Jesus, right? So again, it's like he was the son of Joseph, right? So it's like again, it's like it's the genealogy of Joseph, and the funny thing is like this genealogy and the one from Matthew don't fit.
Is the one from Matthew also a genealogy of Joseph?
Yep, none of them are of Mary.
Oh, interesting.
So look, we can actually read it. Actually, I'm gonna do this because we can.
Side by
Luke
side.
3.
Split screen.
No. I got it. I got a better one. Look. 23:48. Okay. So
Give me a
look,
sec.
23:48, and then we can do Matthew 1 to 10. I think is the one. Maybe 1:11. Yes. So, but I want them both. What are you doing? 23:48 like this. Okay. It was my problem. Right. So the thing is, like, look, I can post this in the side chat, so like everybody can actually go and look by themselves. You don't need to have my thing. Right. So if you're reading the genealogies, you're going to see they're not the same. Right. And
No, it must be retarded because in Matthew 1, where does it start?
it says, an account of the genealogy of Jesus, the Messiah, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Abraham was the father of Isaac, and Isaac the father of Jacob, and Jacob the father of Judah, and so on, and so on, and so on. And Josiah the father of Jeconiah and his brothers.
And then yeah.
Right? So it ends here at Jeconiah.
Where does it tie back to Jesus? Am I missing something?
Oh, it doesn't. That's the problem. Because it says, Jacob... Joseph was not the actual father of Jesus, right? He was just like the adoptive father of Jesus, because the father of Jesus is God.
Yeah.
Let's see, maybe it's like 12, or maybe it's, see it as a bit too. Yeah, it's more. Let's do 15. Fuck it. Do a bit more.
Because
they're very long.
I'm reading a bunch of names, but I'm not reading how that ties back to him.
No, it doesn't. That's what I'm telling you, right? So
really,
that's the problem. And
father,
it says, like, you look at the
father of
and
Joseph,
Jacob,
the husband of Mary,
the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary, who bore Jesus, who is called the Messiah. So,
there
like, it's like,
okay.
Yeah, how is that the lineage of Jesus? Because here is like in the beginning, in Matthew 1:1, it says an account of the genealogy of Jesus.
But this is not a genealogy. I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I guess he wouldn't be from the line of David then.
Yeah. And also, I forget. There's like in this genealogy, man, I forget which the name of the guy is. But there's like one guy in the genealogy that was actually cursed. So like the whole line is a cursed line that could never bore the Messiah. Is one of the names. I forget which one it is.
That's no problem. I don't understand what it means to be cursed or what the implications of that are.
I think it's Jeconiah. I think Jeconiah was the one that was cursed.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Always thought it came from Mary's side.
Yeah, because it's. I think he was the one that was cursed. Let me just look it up, because this is also like pretty interesting, right? At least to me. I think it was in. Oh my god, dude! Every time I go here, it always gives me NIV, and I don't know why the fuck he's doing that. I think it's Jeremiah 22. Jeremiah 22 is Josiah. Yes. Yeah, because this is the one, right? Even the king Benaiah, son of Jeconiah of Judah, and it says here, thus says the Lord, record this man as childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days. For none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Judah. So literally, the line of this guy, Jeconiah, was cursed by God to never sit on the throne of David and rule in Judah. So imagine
Are we sure that this is the same Jeconiah?
Yeah, it is.
Are we sure this is the same Jeconiah?
Again, it's like you can go look it up, right? It's because you see it's like it's Jeconiah of Judah. This is the one. So you can go back because it literally says, right? It's like seeing King Coniah of Jeconiah of Judah and so on.
Where's that name?
Yeah. So like all his line, it's cursed. But again, it's like even if it's not, right? That's it's just like a bit of like trivia, right? It's kind of also like irrelevant. Because at the end of the day, like neither of these genealogies are of Jesus or of Jesus actually. They're just both genealogies of Joseph, right? And
Joseph.
Joseph was clearly not his father, right? So
Mm-hmm.
if they were to come and say, well, actually he was his father, then we can go to Jeconiah, right? And look at this, right? And I think if I'm not mistaken, I think it's he was also like known as Coniah. So I think this is the one, right? Like King Coniah,
But I'm
because
not
they had
seeing.
like weird names
Oh.
back then, right? And they had like multiple spellings of the names.
Mm-hmm. Coniah is son of Jeconiah, yeah?
Yeah. So again, it's like can we trust this to be accurate, to actually portray something that is true? I don't think so. I don't really see how that could actually be the case.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I don't really have a counter to that argument anymore because
No,
I'm
you
just
don't,
not
look,
well
it's
read
like
enough.
I'm not here to change anybody's mind, right? It's like I'm here to kind of present my evidence, and also, according to the prompt, you can change my mind. It's like maybe you have like this awesome prophecy that I've never heard about, and we can look at it and we can see exactly what it says. We can do a bit of live hermeneutics on it, and who knows, maybe you change my mind. But I can tell you that I looked through like a lot of these
Mhm.
prophecies, and yeah, I think I looked through
Yeah,
all of
no
them,
worries.
like, to be honest. But again, it's like I'm a fallible human being, so I might be mistaken here and there.
No, it was a good chat.
Okay.
Oh, did I
Yeah.
disconnect?
No,
Oh,
no, no,
never,
no.
never mind.
It's here. It's here. Sorry, it's like my 3D printer is kind of also acting up, and I I need to kind of like get up from time to time and just check on it because my filament just went haywire earlier. So I had to do debates while also like fixing my 3D printer at the same time. So yeah, are you a Christian, by the way? Because I don't know if I ever asked you.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No. I'm just an asshole that likes to argue.
Okay. That is good. It's always good to debate, and I think like having nice conversation is always pretty productive.
What about like the healing, like and stuff like that, like those miracles, like healing and stuff like that? What do you say about those?
Okay, so first of all, they're not part of any messianic prophecies like the miracles of Jesus. And since my name is Daniel Hume, I will also take David Hume's position on miracles, and I'm just going to say that I will not be believing in miracles just based on claims in historical literature. Because if I
Yeah,
were
because you
to,
weren't there. Yeah,
no,
you
not
weren't
not
there.
not
Yeah,
because not because of that. No. That's
yeah.
that's not the case. No, because they need to be demonstrated first. So we have no way of knowing if what they recorded was actually true or not. And we have no way of actually, and again, it's like science has tried for like a long time to actually produce like a lot of miracles. We try to see like if the soul exists. We try to see if like people have like this near death experiences, right, where the soul uh, goes away from the body and so on. Like, and every time we try to investigate these claims, we come out empty. So the reason I don't believe in these miracles is not because I wasn't there, is because there is no empirical basis that we can look through and actually demonstrate that miracles can even happen. And if I were to just believe the Bible at its face, then that would mean if I were to keep my intellectual honesty, I would have to believe every miracle claim ever in the history of the planet, right? So I would have to look at every text, every book that has miracles inside it, and I would have to believe those literally happen. So I would get in a lot of contradictions if that were to be the case. Does that mean that I believe no miracles happen? No, I'm not saying that. I just say that I don't have any good reason to believe they did. And as soon as somebody gives me like a good reason to believe they did happen, then I will believe they happened. Do you think that's a reasonable position to have?
Well, it depends. Like if you're like following one of the Abrahamic faiths, it would be different than like let's say if you weren't following anything at all, right? And then you would just put them all in the same basket.
But
So
why
like
would
if you were following the Abrahamic faiths, like there could have been miracles in some other, like let's say some Hindu scriptures or something, or there could have been some miracles in there, but your salvation is not based on like the works of prophets for that nation. You know what I mean? So like the Islamic perspective is you have to follow the prophet of your time, and the way you're looking at it is I have to believe everybody's miracles at all times because you don't have no like belief compass, right?
No, but that's not what I
Like you're
said,
you're
though.
you're atheist, right? So you don't
Yeah,
have
but
no
that's not what I
belief.
said. So what I said is, if I were to, so why should I believe? Let's put it this other way. Why should I believe the miracles of Jesus as they are portrayed in the New Testament?
Is that rhetorical? Like
No, I'm
you're
asking you.
asking?
It's like why? What is the reason for which I should believe that he actually did all those miracles? So imagine I'm reading the Bible, and I'm reading all these moments where he did a lot of miracles, right? The question comes, it's like, why should I believe what it says in the Bible?
Yeah, I mean, I would just fact check you real quick and say why are you gonna believe a book that even has corruption in it? And we could just I would just that would be my position.
No,
Like,
cool.
why
I
would
mean,
you
it's
even
like
believe that? It's like it
you're
has it has contradictions, full corruptions, anonymous authors. Like, why do you like
yeah.
that's how
I
I
mean,
would approach it
you're
in a
obviously
friendly
you're
manner.
yeah. I know. Obviously, we just like
Yeah,
I think we're being pretty respectful here, right? So that's why we're having like
yeah,
pretty
yeah,
decent conversation. So obviously,
yeah,
you're a Muslim, right? So
yeah,
also the Quran also has miracles in it, right?
yeah.
Okay, so what would be the reason for me to believe that the miracles that are portrayed in the Quran actually happened?
Oh, I would say one of the strongest things is that it was attested and witnessed by many people, and we have those people's biographies. Like we know
Oh,
who they are, what
cool.
clan or tribe they were from. Like
Cool.
were they practicing? They had to be practicing. We wouldn't we
Yes,
wouldn't
yes, yes.
take like they had to be praying 5 times a day and stuff like that, right? Like
Mhm.
like known to not be liars or cheats or
Yeah,
anything like
yeah,
that. We know their neighbors because their
yeah.
neighbors were also questioned, right? So we have this long, 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 like
So
biography
you
of
you have
why.
like a lot of testimonials, right, from people that were there and
Absolutely,
attested. Okay, so
yes, yeah.
if so, like for example, if it happened today, right, and all of those miracles happened today, and we would be able to go to the people that saw them, and they would be able to recount, right, like the miracle and attest to what they saw, we would be uh, we would have to believe it, right?
If like who's the like yeah, if there was a prophet, you mean, and they
Yeah, it's
were
like if it
in,
happened
in, in
today.
my scenario, using my scenario, then yes, I would say yes.
Okay,
Using my scenario, yeah.
so cool. So in that case, I were if that was the case, you also believe in the miracles that were performed by Satya Sai Baba, right?
I don't even know who that is. Who the
Yeah.
who the
Okay.
hell is
So
that?
well, that's
I
yes.
haven't looked into him.
So
Okay.
Satya Sai Baba, right, was like a god man, right, a prophet, Hindu prophet, Hindu god man, a reincarnation of like another prophet, and he had a lot of miracles. And there's tens of thousands of people. You can go right now, and they will be able to recount to you the miracles they saw with their own eyes that Satya Sai Baba performed, right? Like tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Right now, you can literally go and talk with them right now.
Well, and they claim to be prophets?
Yes. I mean, it's like he claimed a lot of things. He claimed to have like omnipresence, omnipotence, omniscience. He claimed like a lot of things.
You mean like being
Right?
divine?
And people, yeah. And it's like people saw, but you see
that's not monotheism.
Well,
it has to be
that's
monotheism.
irrelevant. That's irrelevant. No, because I asked you, what is the reason for why I should believe? And your reason was because there were a lot of people that attested those miracles happened, and that's why it's important to have like this epistemic stand, right? So it's like that's why I asked you exactly why should I believe it, right? And according to what you told me, the reason for why I should believe that those miracles in the Quran actually happened, right? I can go right now. If I were to believe the Quran, I would also have to believe the miracles that were performed by Satya Sai Baba. Not only that, I would also have to believe in all the alien encounters that people right now have, right? I could literally go right now, and there's a shit ton of people, like a lot of people, that claim that they were abducted by aliens, and I would be able to talk with them. There's been countless documentaries with people that are recounting their alien encounters, so I would have to believe them too, because it's personal testimony. So not knowing this, do you think testimony in itself is sufficient reason?
I mean, you still need to have a lot more evidence as well. So like the evidence would have to be compounding, right? So it's not just like taking one
So
thing.
what else?
It's a lot of different things. I mean,
Like what?
you have the prophet saying, right? Prophet Muhammad peace be upon him saying that he's the last prophet. So he made the claim, right? In the Quran, Allah also claims that he's a prophet, the last prophet and messenger. Okay,
Yes.
and that matters.
By the way, this is also
right?
In the case of Satya Sai Baba.
Okay, and that matters. And the other thing is that the Quran was sent down to the Prophet Muhammad peace be upon him, so he doesn't claim.
How do we know that?
He makes the claim, and Allah says that he sent it down.
No,
that it's
so
not the words.
wait. So it's not okay. How do we know Allah says that? He said it through
in the Quran.
Muhammad.
No, Allah says that. Allah says in the Quran that
No, but how do we know it was Allah that said it? Because
you can critique it. Yeah, you can critique it.
No, I'm asking you from like an epistemic point of view, right? So it's like we don't have access. Just a second.
Yeah,
listen to the end because it's important. So we do not have access, neither you or me or the people that lived in that time with Muhammad. They did not have access to Allah, right? They only had access to Muhammad. So what they knew was what Muhammad told them, right? And Muhammad told them that the angel Gabriel told him that Allah told him, right? So, but we don't have access to either the Archangel Gabriel nor to Allah himself, right? The only person that anybody ever had access to was Muhammad himself, nobody else, right? So at this point, you would have to trust his words, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So if I have to trust his words, I can do the same with Satya Sai Baba because he makes the same claims.
Like what? Like what do you mean? Like what claims?
Claims that it's like whenever I make a claim, if that's enough for you to believe me, do you think it's enough for you to believe me? If I told you, actually, I'm the last prophet, because Allah told me that I'm the last prophet, and actually it wasn't Muhammad, and actually Muhammad, he was a fraud, and I'm telling you right now, right, that would you believe me?
No, but I get your angle, but there's other things as well, like there's like a falsification test, there's linguistic miracles.
What is the falsification test?
Allah says in the Quran, if you think that you can produce a book like it, then produce a chapter like it or a verse like it.
Wait, like what?
And
Like the Quran?
yeah, something that matches the structure, like the impact, the meaning, the way the words are used.
Yeah, I don't think the Quran is necessarily like this amazing piece of literature. I've read books which are like a lot better than the Quran, a lot better than the Bible, a lot better than a lot of other things.
It's not about being better. Like if you look at how it was constructed over 23 years in piecemeal, and then it was all like 114 chapters, right? And all these verses came down in piecemeal, and then they were all organized into like a complete book,
Yeah.
right?
Have you
Like
ever
when it
read
was written
Shakespeare?
down.
Have you ever read
No,
Shakespeare?
no, but this is what I'm saying. For a person to be able to memorize and to receive piecemeal, pieces by pieces over 23 years, and then having put that all together where verses belong, like that sounds like a pretty hard ask, considering
You think so?
this is that's yeah, considering that's not
No,
a a
that's not the
technology
case.
era.
Look, I can
Yeah, it
look.
is.
There's people. So look, the Quran is not even that big, right? Like the Quran, it's not a small book necessarily, but it's not that big, right? If you compare the Quran to the Bible, like the whole of the Bible, all the books of the Bible, which are like the Old Testament plus New Testament, like the Bible is like way bigger, right? There's people, there's people that know the entirety of the Bible, right? So
Oh
it's
yeah.
like just
Which
yeah, yeah.
which Bible? Yeah, which one?
Like, what do you mean?
New
Which one?
Testament, Old Testament,
No,
King
that's why I
James
said like the,
version.
the
What?
Bible. The
Yeah,
Bible contains the Bible, like the Christian Bible, contains the New Testament and the Old Testament, right? And now it
yeah. Who's?
depends.
Yeah. Give me
It
a give me a
depends.
name. Yeah, give me a
What,
name.
what do you mean? What name?
You just made a
I think he's
claim. Like
referring to the
somebody.
different translations of the Bible as different Bibles.
Oh, usually like people that do this are like probably like KJV only or stuff like that. I mean, there's some what it called Catholic priests that to do this, right?
Yeah, but don't you
So
have like some like some versions they have like 67 chapters, some have like 63 or
67
whatever, like
books, not chapters, books.
or books. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
So that's what
obviously.
I'm
Yeah,
So
the
saying. It's like which.
Protestants
yeah,
Yeah,
the
like which
Protestants
Protestants
Bible?
have
removed
like
four
yeah, no,
books.
Yeah,
that
I'll
is
grant
true.
you
That is
any
true.
any 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 Bible. Like who's memorized any Bible? Just give me a name. He must be famous. Like give me, I don't know who
Yeah.
who he is. Like yeah, what's his name?
I don't know if you like in the modern era if people still do that, but in the olden days, I can tell you for sure, like memorization of like entire books was something that people used to do. Today is not as it's not as
Well, I mean,
useful as it used to
it
be
sounds like
because today we have better ways of doing these things. But again, it's like being able to memorize like 500, 600, 700 pages of a book. Yeah, it's not an easy task necessarily, but if that's the only thing you're doing every day, just memorizing those things and always reinforcing the memorization of those things, and that's the only thing you're doing, well, like anything in this world, you're going to become really, really good at it.
yeah, but who's done it word for word? Like that's that you've made that claim like it's nothing, like it's so easy. Meanwhile, the Quran is memorized by millions of people. You could just destroy everything right now, and every
Uh,
country will have
uh,
exactly the same word for word,
Oh, look,
and they
so
can
like
recomposite
I
everything.
just looked it up, right? So Sir Saint Thomas Aquinas, right? He's actually very well known, right? He was a Catholic, right? So he memorized the Catholic Bible, which, by the way, is a bit bigger than the Protestant Bible because the Protestants actually moved a few books from that. Uh,
So
there's another
you'd
name
bet your
like
life you'd
Larry
bet you
Dinkins. Larry
yeah you
Dinkins,
uh-huh.
right? Like he's like newer guy, I think. I would assume he memorized all 1,189 chapters of the Bible. So yeah, I mean there's people that can do this, right? It's like, do you think it to be this impossible feat for people to actually memorize like a lot
Yeah,
of
I just
a
put
lot
it
of
in right
text?
here. Larry Dinkins. Did he memorize? He says he doesn't memorize the Bible word for word. So what are you saying? Like that's not what you said.
It says here, it's like
To
Larry
be
Probably
fair,
Page
the
is
Bible's
memorizes
like
the
a modern
passages or like
individual who memorized the content of all 1,189 chapters of the Bible after summarizing them by chapter.
also to be fair, the Bible's 10 times larger than
It
the
is. That's
Quran
why I
is.
said it's a lot bigger than the Quran. Yeah, I already
And
said
also,
this previously.
a point for the Bible. You can talk to anybody around the world. They'll probably be able to tell you a few things about some of the stories in the Bible. You can't really say the same for the Quran, unless they're Muslims explicitly. Like everybody
well,
knows the story of Cain and Abel.
Yeah.
But if you ask them like what are some of the miracles that Jesus performed in the Quran, they wouldn't be able to tell you as much, right? But this is not really like anything to debate. Like it doesn't state anything. It just states devotion. That's all it proves. It doesn't prove truth.
And especially, right, it's like, look, I'm going to tell you another thing. It's like oral tradition, especially in the past, was like a much bigger thing than it is today, right? Like today, we don't really
Arabs
need
had very strong oral
oral
traditions too.
tradition. Yeah. Look, so there's, if you go to the Aborigines in Australia, it's like the funny thing is, it's like they have this myth in their thing that was actually traced to like 40,000 years ago, right? That's how long that thing actually stayed with them, right? Because it actually came from like the people from where they were originally, right? Which was like very close to actually to the Middle East, right? So they carried that shit with them for like 40,000 years, right? Which is crazy. It's like a crazy amount of time for people to just like remember and it's like pass on some like piece of information from like generation to generation to generation, which is like crazy, right? So yeah, it's like today, I would never do that. I would never like, I have a lot of books which I absolutely love, and I would never just memorize those books, right? I don't see any utility in doing that. That being said, when I was in university and I was studying, I had to memorize a lot of shit, like a lot of shit, right? Just like everybody does, because it's like you do have to memorize things. And if that's the only thing you're doing every single day, if the only thing you're doing from sun up to sundown is just read the book and memorize it and repeat it over and over and over again, then of course you're going to be able to do it.
yeah, but weren't things added over time as well?
Where?
Didn't they add stuff that was like canonized later on as well? So
Uh,
you would have to
in the
you'd have
Bible,
to
you mean?
update. Yeah. So you'd have to update and
Oh, the Bible is a mess. The
memorize
Bible, yeah.
more stuff as time went on.
I mean, not really. It's like there are some things, but yeah.
Yeah, like if you were to
There's
let's say
variants.
if you were able to live like 5,000 years old, like and you memorize the Bible as time went on, like you'd have to memorize more and more stuff, right?
Oh no, it's not that bad.
Not
The
that
Bible has
much, no.
stayed pretty consistent. I think basically after 300 AD, like it's been pretty much the
Yeah.
same.
Maybe like
So like
after like 500
Dude,
AD,
nah, dude.
actually, it's more than 300. Because,
because
like for example,
I
the long ending of Mark, and there's some like parables of Jesus in the Old Testament. They were kind of like added a bit later by scribes. But if you go like after like 500, it's pretty much the same shit.
From who though? From
Dude, nah,
the
dude.
Catholics, the Orthodox.
Yeah, all of them.
Nah, dude, it went from Hebrew to Greek to Latin to Old English to German to New English. Like what?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about just like translations and stuff, it's like if you go
Yeah,
like
that's not
mark
the
it up,
same. Like,
very, very, very little differences though.
okay, says you because like everybody just goes by NIV now, like or King
I
James.
don't go
Like,
by NIV.
those are not different Bibles,
okay,
right?
but does
When we're talking
anybody
about
go by the
different Bibles,
Latin of 300 AD? Like,
No,
yeah,
of
but when
course
we're
not.
talking about different Bibles, we're talking about
So right now,
textual differences.
probably the best translation that we have available is the NRSV, which is the New
dude,
Standard
see, dude.
Revised edition, which actually takes into account like the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? Because yeah, we did find the Dead Sea Scrolls, and actually they were like a treasure trove of like older texts where we can actually get like more accurate translation of what actually the originals probably were.
Isn't that considered apocrypha?
The Dead Sea
Dead
Scrolls,
Sea
no, they
Scrolls?
predate the Apocrypha.
There were some apocrypha among
Oh.
them, but no, they're like ancient, like old scrolls, like Isaiah, for example. I think there's like the entirety of Isaiah there, and there are differences between the Isaiah text that is in the Dead Sea Scrolls and the things that we had. So yeah, we were able to update with something that was like much closer to what the originals probably were. The reality is that we don't have the originals, but you know what we don't have the originals of, Vamo?
What's that?
The Quran. We don't have the original.
Well, you have a decent amount. You have a decent
Yeah,
amount.
but we don't have the
Not
original.
not complete, because I mean, what are you gonna do? Like time goes, time destroys everything. But yeah, no,
Well, it wasn't
there
just
is.
that. It was Uthman who burned all the original copies of the Quran. But
Well, I mean,
the
people
thing is,
had.
even though he did that, the Quran is still like as close to Muhammad's message, even though it's corrupted. The
Yeah,
Bible
probably.
is just passed through too many hands.
But again,
Yeah,
like smaller text. When it was written, it was like much more written as a one thing from the start, right? And that's why it's like when you're comparing this with like the Bible, I don't think it's like an apt comparison, because the Bible is just like a lot of books put together, so there's going to be a lot of discrepancies between them. Like,
Well, but think about this, because you said people can memorize the Quran because it's smaller than the Bible, right? Like you were saying that, right? Like it's easy, because I made the claim
no, I said
hundreds
it's
of
easier.
millions of
I'm not
people.
saying it's easy. I'm not
Yeah,
saying it's easy.
I made the claim hundreds of million people right now today have it memorized, right?
I don't think it's hundreds of millions. Come on.
It is hundreds of millions. It
No,
is.
it's not.
It
It's
is.
literally not.
It is. 3-year-old kids
Dude,
can
no, they
memorize
say
it.
that stuff like
Where-
every day, bro. Like
Yeah,
from when
where,
they're
Yeah.
like 3 years old.
no, I'm
It
talking
is,
about
it
like
is.
you said the whole Quran. So
The whole
find
Quran,
me
yeah,
a
it's not.
3-year-old, please find me a 3-year-old that knows the
Yeah.
whole of the Quran. It's like that's not
Yeah,
true.
who
Dude,
can
they have
recite
that
it?
easily, dude. They have that in Saudi Arabia. They have that in
Yeah,
Iran.
they
Like,
do.
At
That's
3
what I'm
years
saying.
old.
Like, relax,
No way.
relax. Yes, they do. Relax,
Okay,
relax.
show
They
me,
do.
show me.
bro's like, no,
Relax,
Arabs
relax.
aren't smart. Like, nah, they are, bro. We got
Relax,
to get
bro.
over that
Okay,
shit.
so
They
Like,
first
do.
of all,
They do.
hello, just a second. So hello, it's like I don't like that thing. I didn't say Arabs are stupid. Quite the contrary. It's like I know very much exactly how much Arabs contributed to humanity, right? So I will never in my life say that that's not the case, because they're
Okay.
Arabs. The reason I said it is
okay,
because it's a
I
3-year-old.
question it, man. Like,
No. It's because it's a 3-year-old, not because it's an Arab, dude. So I
okay, well,
really
high
resent that
intellect and
thing.
nothing else to do. Like,
Yeah, don't.
it's
No,
only
no,
a
no.
300-page book.
Do
Like,
you have kids? Hello?
no, but I
I
work
have
with
kids.
kids.
Yeah, I have 2 kids, and I can tell you, it's like making them memorize the entirety of the Quran at like age 3. It would sound like something absurd to anybody that knows kids.
I don't know, bro. Do you live in a war zone? Like,
Okay, can I get
What
back to
does
my
that have to
point
do with
now?
anything?
Can we get back to my
I
point?
mean,
I
if
was
you
saying
don't
something.
understand what that has to do with anything, then you're lacking empathy, dude. Like,
How do I
and I'm
like
trying to.
empathy? What does empathy have to do with this? Can you tell me?
do I really have to explain this to you? Like,
Yeah, it's like when I'm asking questions, usually that's why I ask questions, because I want to
okay, when you live in a war zone, you're
respond to
getting
them.
bombed, so then you become more religious because bombs are falling on top of you.
A
And you have
3-year-old to
nothing to
become
do
more
because your
religious.
economy's collapsed. And you have nothing to do because your economy's collapsed.
Okay, go ahead, Vamo. I'm just going to ignore.
So I
Vamo's story.
said, I mean, I just typed it in, and it says about 200 million. Another one is saying 2.5 million Hafiz. Those are people who memorize the Quran. So whatever it is, it's in the millions. Whatever it is, 1 million, 2 million, 10 million, doesn't matter, right? What I'm saying is that if it's a book that's memorizable today, right? Whether you're in a war zone or not.
Is there any book
Hold
that
on a
is
second.
not?
Hold on. Can I get a second?
Yeah, sure.
Whether it's in a war zone or not, people are memorizing it. That's a fact. Do you concede that?
Yeah.
You agree with that?
Yeah, but is there any other book
you
in
grant
this
me
world?
that?
Yeah, okay, can you
Do
tell
you
me of
grant
a
me
book?
that?
Yes,
and then I
but I'm asking you
just
a
make my
question
point.
because you made the
I know,
claim.
but my point is something that like I'm trying to get to. I'm just trying to get to my point, and then you could ask as many
Okay.
questions as you want,
No.
right? So my point is that if it's something that's memorizable today, and we had the oral tradition back then, even if Uthman burned personal copies that people wrote in, that made their own notes and stuff like that, that that they didn't want to have that being circulated, right? So he burned them all. So this way he can just make one standardized version for everyone to have that you wouldn't be writing in, making your own notes and stuff like that in, right? He standardized it. Wouldn't it make sense that yes, like the oral tradition would be something very, very strong in comparison to the Christian tradition of their oral traditions, like of like memorizing the Bible, because the Bible was bigger. It was harder for them to memorize, right? Like you don't really see people. You don't see 1 million people memorizing the Bible today. I'll even grant you, like this guy, whoever Danny something or whatever. Okay, no problem. Aquinas, whatever. One or two people, right? It's in the millions for the Quran. So I'm just saying that the oral tradition is even stronger. So it would
Okay,
make it
so
even
is the fact that
more
they had an oral tradition,
believable.
how is that? How does that have anything to do with the things that are written in the book being more believable?
No, that's not my claim. I'm just saying like the fact that it's word for word, what everybody is reciting. Nobody's
Cool.
adding extra letters or vowels.
Let's imagine, even if it's not the case, like the Quran remained the same, word by word, letter by letter, like
That's
everything
the argument.
to the
Yeah,
last
that's the
point.
argument that I made.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
that's my
know.
argument.
It's not true, but let's grant it, right? Like everything is identical. Like nothing, absolutely nothing is changed in the Quran from start to finish, and that everybody that believes in that book actually just also memorizes the whole book, letter by letter, right? What does that have to do with whether or not the book is true?
Oh, you would have to come to your own conclusions for that. I'm just saying, as far as it being, it hasn't been changed for 1400 years or whatever. That's my argument. Whether you
No,
believe it
no,
or
I
not,
understand, but
that's your own personal.
does
You
that
have to do your
impact
own
whether
your
or
own.
not? Yeah, but does that have anything? It impacts whether or not like what it says in the book is actually true.
Oh, you have to
Well, it
use your
adds to the
brain.
credibility.
You have to
No,
use
it
your brain,
doesn't.
and you have to come
That's
to
the
your own
point.
conclusions.
The point is that it
Yeah.
doesn't.
Dude, okay, sure, dude.
Okay, how does it?
It's
How
a
does it?
chain
How
of
does it
narration,
increase?
dude.
Okay, it's a chain of narration. It's like what does that have to do with what it says in the text?
That means that there's less of a possibility that it was changed. Like we know for sure that Uthman
Cool.
probably changed
Let's say
it. I
it does.
mean, a
It
lot of
didn't
Muslims will
change.
disagree with you on
That's
that.
why.
They'll be
But
like, no, like
that's why I made it clear from the beginning. Let's assume nothing is changed, and we know for sure that's what it said in the beginning, right? How
okay,
does
well if
that
that's the
take
case,
us
then
any closer to know whether or not what it said in the book in the beginning was actually true or not?
nah, dude. If you accept that, then it's just GG. Like you don't want to
What do you
accept
mean
that
is
premise.
GG? It's like maybe you don't know epistemology, but that's not how it
What do you mean
works.
it's GG? Because if
The
you're
amount
saying
of
because it's a
people
prophecy,
I was
what do
still
you
talking.
mean?
I was still talking. So the amount of people
All right.
that believe a thing has nothing to do with whether or not that thing is true or not.
Well, that's not what you said originally. You didn't say how many people believed in it. You said if we could prove 100% that the words of the prophet were the words of the prophet that were passed down
Yeah.
today, then how would that lead to the credibility of the Quran? That's literally that means that it's the words of the prophet.
Oh,
It
I
would
can tell
have
you
to be
exactly how
credible.
that's not the
Like,
case. No, because the words of the prophet, the prophet claims, right, that he has his revelation from Gabriel, which got it straight from Allah, right? The
okay.
reality is, even if we were able to transport back in time and actually be with Muhammad, right? How would you know he's getting this revelation from Gabriel?
I mean, you just have to believe that the prophet is telling you the truth. Like,
Oh,
that's up to
okay. So
you.
we
Like,
don't have another way except from believing him, right?
I mean, yeah, but if you're saying that the words
And
of the Quran are very
do you think that's a healthy way to actually getting to the truth of the matter?
Well, hold on a second. Like, if you're with the prophet at that time, there's
Yeah.
different ways to believe that he's a prophet. Like
How?
performing miracles, for instance. Like we're not gonna use that right now, me and you. right?
but I
Because
wasn't talking
we're
about the
not there
miracles
to
now.
say we saw
I'm
it.
talking about first,
I
like the
know you're
message.
not, but I'm saying like that's an important part.
Yeah, but let's
right?
let's have like a linear conversation, right? If you're going to diverge and go to like another thing, it's not going to be helpful at all. So if I were to be next to Muhammad while he's getting the supposed revelation, how would I know that he's not making it up?
You would have to be
No, I
a
was asking
master
Harold Soul
in.
because he knows these things.
Okay.
I mean, it's a religion. You have to have faith. There were people who
Oh,
didn't
okay.
believe the prophet was telling the
And do you
truth.
think
Like there was
do you
wars
think
over the Quran.
faith is a good pathway to truth?
I mean, not empirical truth, but there is some truth in Islam. Like it's just up for you to investigate. I think being completely skeptical is just more ignorant because you
So
see that
is
there's
there anything
civilizations.
in this
Dude,
world
holy shit, bro. Can
that I
I
could
finish
not
my
know?
point? Like,
Yeah, but we're having conversation. It's like I don't want to
yeah,
prevaricate
but
too
you bitched
much.
at me earlier for interrupting you. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, don't cut him off mid sentence. I mean, that's not cool. Just let him finish and then
Yeah,
ask your question.
we're having a conversation. It's like, and I understand what you're saying. It's like there's no point to
whatever,
prevaricate
dude.
too much. Right? We're wasting more time like this. Is there any position that I could not hold based solely on faith?
Oh
Is
yeah.
there any position? No, like,
No. So it wouldn't be a rational thing to do, right? To just believe it on faith.
I mean, yeah, but Islam is based on more than just faith. Like, you have to investigate it. That's why I said, but you didn't let me finish my point. Like,
Well, I mean, you did say faith first, right? I wanted to talk about the first point, and that's
I
why
mean,
we have
because
to
you
take it
talked
point
about
by
how
point.
else would you know the prophet was telling the truth? That would literally
Yes.
be the only way.
And what?
Like,
Yeah, faith, right? So that would be. Is there not any other way to know it except faith?
I
Yeah,
mean, no,
faith,
well,
faith
now
with
we have
proof.
the Quran and you can read it and you can investigate it and you can decide for yourself what truth is in it. But you're not trying to do that. You're just, I don't know what you're doing. You're just being a skeptic. Like,
Okay,
skepticism
let
is
me
dumb,
try
bro.
to.
Just investigate.
I read the first 5 chapters of the Quran in the order of revelation. Okay, Muhammad's approached by Gabriel. Gabriel tells him to read, and then tells him to recite. And then in chapter 3, he talks about how the people are turning away from him and how he should remain strong and steadfast. But then chapter 4 and 5, there's a bit of a souring of a tone, where now he is explicitly reciting verses that go against his interlocutors and against people that are criticizing him. Just in the first 5 chapters alone, the conclusion I'm coming to is he's making this shit up. And now he's ass mad.
I mean, no, I wouldn't say that. It's too insightful. And
I'm just
people
telling
said
you,
that he's,
this
well,
is
how
my
did he
impression
make
from
it
the
up if
first
he was
5
illiterate?
chapters.
That's the only question I have for people like you. Like,
Yeah, but do you know that revelation was sent down based on the situations like during that day?
Okay, here's another example. Okay, in the Quran, Muhammad is afforded all the women he can have. He's afforded a significant percentage of the war bounty. He's also afforded leniencies in how he's allowed to treat his wives that no other Muslims are afforded. One of these leniencies are that you have to give each individual wife their own specific day, which he does not do. Now, I see a lot of the things in the Quran that are purely in servitude to his own life that have no moral justification outside of that, besides he's the prophet and he deserves better.
And by the
How
way,
how
there's
is
like
that
a good
not
parallel between that and Mormonism. Because if you look at Joseph Smith, like literally the same thing happens with Joseph Smith. He also gets this revelation that just makes his life like better than everybody else's. Right? He has the he can take more wives. He can take the wives that he wants. He can just like take other people's wives if necessary. It's like
yeah? And it's
apparently
insane.
God just gave him all the things because he was like so great and amazing.
Yeah, and this
dude,
is
I'm pretty
insane.
sure it's
Like
more complicated than just that. Like,
he sees his
Yeah,
godson's wife, fancies her, they get a divorce, and he gets married to her. Right? And now a new revelation comes out saying that godsons are illegitimate children of yours. They should not inherit your last name. That just seems super convenient. Now, if
yeah.
like
At the
one or two of
time,
these things happen, that's fine. But there's like a significant number of times where Muhammad is shown overwhelming grace by God. It's like a get out of jail free card.
do you know during that
what, you mean
time
mercy? Like,
when people would adopt
It's not
children,
mercy if
they
you're
would
doing something
consider
wrong and
them
then getting.
blood?
Sorry, go on. I didn't hear that, Waymo.
When people were adopting children back then in those times, right? you adopted a child, they considered them as their own blood relative, right? His cousin
Okay.
marrying that woman, I forgot her name, right? And then she
Zaina,
didn't. Yeah, Zana. May
I
Allah be
think.
pleased with
Sorry,
her.
go on.
Yeah, and so she didn't want to be with him, but the prophet insisted, and so then finally they divorced, right? And then he married her, and this was also to show the ignorant people of that time that your adopted children, they're not your blood, because that was the practice back then. And he was set as an example for people, so that was the example. Like they thought that was normal when you adopted a child, like
Okay, if
that
he's
became your
being
blood.
sent as an example for people, why is he allowed to have any woman he wants?
Who said that? What do you mean
The
any woman he
Quran. You can
wants?
have any woman
Dude,
he
where's
wants,
your
so
source
long as
for
they're not a
this? Like,
mahram.
Yeah, what do you he was granted uh the
Political
ability
power,
to
wealth,
marry
women.
more women than the average Muslim, but he was doing it so that he could take care of them, right? When you're like legally married. So these were like older women. Even his first wife was like
It's the
15
sex
years older than
solely.
him. So it's
It's
not like
not
he was just marrying young children or like whatever.
His
Like
Okay,
first
we
wife.
we
they
are not
offered
going to
him.
go there. By the
Hold on,
way,
hold on. They no, no,
Vamo,
hold on one
just a
second. They
second.
offered
No,
him
this is
to
my show
stop preaching.
still. Just a second. We will not go there. So we will move on from this, like marrying older, younger, whatever, right? This, you know very well, like
It's not against. It's not
on
against
this
the server rules.
server, yeah, it
I've not
is.
said anything. I've
I
not
am
said
a
anything.
mod. I am a mod in here, and I would probably know the rules better than you do. So it is against
Wow,
server
just gonna cut
rules,
me
right?
off. Sure.
No, no, no. I'm telling
Yep.
you
It's okay.
that
I
this
understand your
thing,
point, Waymo.
No
he
problem.
understands it. Let's just move away from
Talking
this one
about
in
marriage anyway.
particular. Yes,
No
but
problem.
let's move away from like older or younger. Is what I'm saying.
Look, to make my point clear, I'm just saying that there are a lot of highly suspect verses in the Quran that makes Muhammad's life expedient. That's all I'm saying. And I use that as a metric against the Quran, not for it, and against its revelatory power.
He died without any
I mean,
wealth,
I don't
right?
see how that would mean anything. Like, it's like that for every revelatory book. Like,
I
We all
doubt
He
die
could.
without any
Muhammad died
wealth.
without
No.
any wealth.
He died
Yeah, we
without
all
any
die
wealth.
without. We all die without any wealth.
No, you can have money that you pass on to your kids, to your wife.
Oh,
You
you
know.
always do that anyway.
Yeah, he had nothing. He gave everything
Yeah.
that he had.
Well,
There
he
was
gave that.
okay.
Exactly
Put
what
this.
I'm saying. Like, yeah, he
Yeah.
Let's put
gave
this
away.
aside.
Like, that's what's gonna happen. Of course,
I had
you give it
one
to who you
question
want.
for you, Waymo, and I'm
Huh?
gonna like ground the conversation now, so we don't get like lost in like debates. If I could show you that there is a book in the Bible, New Testament, Old Testament, whatever, there's hundreds of books there, okay, that has been perfectly preserved, would you say that that book is true or not?
I would agree. Whatever goes, whatever doesn't go against the Quran, I would agree with it. Yeah, I still believe that there's truths in the Bible or whatever you
No, no,
call it.
you've shifted the ground underneath the conversation. I'm saying if the book has been preserved, not if it adheres to Quranic standards. If a book in the Bible has been perfectly preserved from inception, would you accept it as true? Yes or no, regardless of what the Quran has to say about it?
Yeah, but like when you say Bible, right? Like we as Muslims, we don't believe in a Bible. We believe in the gospel. There is no, you know what I'm saying? Like they say people of the book or people of the
I think you
scriptures.
I
understand very
know.
well what he means by the Bible, right? So let's not
Yeah,
get
like I don't
into
know what you mean
semantics.
by when you say Bible.
I'm talking about any book in the Bible, not gospel, whatever. I'm not talking about your Quranic standards, because you said earlier that we can trust the Quran because it is perfectly preserved. Is
That's
that
one of the
correct?
things. Yeah, that's one of the
That's one of the
things.
things.
Yeah.
Okay. But what I'm trying to demonstrate here is that perfect preservation is not a criteria for truth. So that argument can be thrown out the window.
Well, I would just say that, you can gain knowledge from anywhere, from anything basically, right?
That's fine, but I just want you to agree on this point that perfect preservation is not a criteria for truth. I'm not saying that the Quran isn't true or is true. I'm just saying
Yeah,
that
by
perfect
itself,
preservation is
yeah.
not a criteria.
Yeah, by itself, no. You need
Okay.
you need evidences to substantiate that it is true.
Okay, cool. Then we're in agreement.
Yeah.
I'm better than average. I'm better than average. I'm better.
Okay, that's all I
So
had.
I'm just
I don't
gonna
know where I'm
buy
gonna
one
take
for
it next.
myself instead of like fucking, because all these people are just like, oh man, nah, dude, they're all going to hell, and we should just bomb the shit out of them. I'm like, all right, dude, yeah, right. Let me
No,
see what it
what's
actually
happening in the
says.
Middle East is a crime against humanity. I mean, what's happening in Iran right now, it's a crime against humanity. I mean,
Yeah,
Gaza
it's
is
just
clearly a
retarded.
genocide. Yeah, and I understand all those things. And I know it's
I mean,
there's a lot
yeah,
of
I get that, but
religion
it doesn't
coming
stop
into
us from
that.
hating them and killing them, like whether you believe that individually, like,
Yeah, I mean,
which I mean, I
as
get
I
it. I'm
said,
not
I
saying
think
that's
We're
us
the
in
not a
the
good
bad thing to
West,
guys.
believe. Like,
yeah, us in the
We're the
West,
good
we are
guys.
extremely Islamophobic. Yes, and I think that's a really really big problem that needs to be fought against.
I know you guys aren't gonna
yeah,
like me, but I think Islamophobia is totally justified.
I don't
Not
think it
against
dude,
people.
is.
nah, fuck that, man.
Yeah, because
No,
that way
like
It's a
you can
little
you can
it's a little
say
Christians
harsh.
like a
are
lot of things
normal people.
can be
Danny, you sound
justified
like a
for the same
a
reason.
pretty smart dude, bro. That sounds a little harsh, man. I don't know.
It
It
is
sounds a
harsh,
little
but
harsh. Yeah, you don't
That's
I
say.
understand.
Like, what the
that's
fuck?
Okay,
weird, dude.
let me
Those
defend
are like
myself. Let me
Zionist
defend
vibes.
myself.
Go ahead.
No, let me
Yeah,
defend
a
myself.
bit.
I don't think Muslim people are wrong or bad or evil. Okay, that's the groundwork. Okay, I do think that Islamic ideology creates a clear hierarchy between believers and non-believers, and not just like one group is going to go to heaven and hell and the other isn't. The hierarchy is explicitly that one is of higher moral worth than the other, right? That's why you have the traditional like I forgot who he is exactly. Omar ibn Khattab. He's like the third caliph, I believe. He was Muhammad's
Yeah,
closest
but that's not
companions.
an issue. Wait, I can stand behind this. I don't see that as an issue. Would you take
The issue
your
is that
mother over a rapist or a random guy?
Go ahead,
Would you
Danny. Finish what
sacrifice?
you were saying. I want to hear what you were
okay,
Like
thank
about
you.
to say.
that's not a
He
justification.
suggested, and it is in a hadith as well, a prescription that in an Islamic state, what you ought to do if a Muslim and a Christian are walking on a sidewalk and they cross paths, that the Christian must make way for the Muslim, and that they must not dress
You.
expediently. And if they are dressed expediently, they must give away their expedient clothes to the Muslim, so that their children will understand that being a Christian is not not an easy life to live. It's not an acceptable living condition, and that would promote them to becoming Muslims, right? This is a humiliation tactic that is enforced socially in an Islamic state.
So,
I've
do you
never heard
Now,
of
think by
that.
the same? Just a second. Do you think by the
Where
same standard? Do you think it would have been justified to be Christian phobic, like during the Crusades?
the crusade, if that's the standard, then yes. If the Crusades are saying non-Christians, then of course you should be. But I
Okay,
think the
but
difference between
yeah,
Christianity and Islam,
this is it though a difference? I don't see it.
there is a difference because um, the interpretive method that is used for the Quran is, at least the most popular one nowadays, is very literalist. There's not a lot of headway that you can make for reinterpretation. The Catholics and the Christians are able to do so because there is no literal reading that is
You're talking
prescribed
about
to them.
Christians nowadays, right?
I'm not even talking about Christian nowadays. I'm just saying that in general,
Oh no, but
that there
Christians
is
in the past were like a
interpretive.
lot more literal about the Bible, and they were like a lot more, let's say, less than gracious with other
Oh
beliefs.
yeah, I agree, but the reason that they're capable of doing that is because the Bible is not literally the word of God, right? When you are given final revelation that is literally the
Sort
word of
of.
God, your
It's yeah,
interpretive
but it's
method is much more
inspired by God.
restricted.
And it's also like it's kind of relevant, like regardless, because there's a lot of Christians that do
Hmm.
believe that the Bible is true, and what it says there
Abadullah.
is actually from God, right? Like inspired
Hmm.
by God, is the word of God. Is just like this has like kind of like semantic games when it comes to like what people actually believe. And
True.
let's put it this way: there were like a lot more pogroms, right, against Jews, like in Christian countries, than it
Than
was
in Muslim
than
countries.
in Muslim countries. Like not even close, right? So like Christians were really good at like killing everybody
Mhm.
they deemed hidden.
Well, because they had the word of
Yeah.
God, which is Jesus.
But
That's the word of God,
here's my big contention.
not the Old Testament.
Okay. My big contention is the definition of good in both religions. Okay? In Islam, what is the highest good is submission to Allah, right? And what does submission to Allah mean? Submission to Allah explicitly means following and believing a set of rules, right? In Christianity, that's much more nebulous. It's not just do whatever God tells you. It's, at least in the New Testament, and let me get this straight out of the way. I don't think the New Testament and Old Testament are reconcilable. I think they're completely different
They're not.
moral
Yeah.
frameworks. Okay? But at least
But
in the
if
New
you were to
Testament,
believe the words of Jesus, you would have to follow everything it says in the Old Testament, and the Old Testament is just a book of barbarism. And if you think the Quran is
it is a
bad,
book of
like the Old
barbarism.
Testament is even worse.
The Quran takes a lot of
Of course it does. Yeah,
inspiration from the Old
of
Testament.
course, and the New Testament.
Yep, right. But the message of Jesus very explicitly, and if you take a look at the New Testament, you take a look at John 1, there's an emphasis on the nature of God being love, right?
That's
And
John. By the way, John is a very weird book, right? Like the Christology in John is just like off the fucking charts, and I wouldn't
yeah,
take
it is off the
anything
charts.
that John says with with any veridicity. The reality is that when Jesus talks about what you should do and what moral law you should follow and what law you should follow, he's very clear that the thing you should follow is the law of Moses, right? So it's like you just need to go back to like Deuteronomy and Leviticus, and you just should follow those laws, like period, right? So that means you should have slaves. It's okay to have slaves. It's okay to beat your slaves. It's okay to stone women that don't bleed in their first night. Like a lot of like really crazy things, right? The only difference between Christianity and Islam is that Christianity was dragged kicking and screaming by the Enlightenment into the new era, right? And that never really happened with Islam.
I disagree. Now, I agree with the point that you're saying that Jesus says, I did not come to get rid of the law, but to fulfill the law, right? But the fulfillment of the law has been overturned. It's not a literal fulfillment of the law. When Jesus is criticized for healing the sick on the Sabbath, he not berates.
No, that's because he believed himself to be like special. That's the reason. So the reality is that what Christians follow these days are not the words of Jesus, are the words of Paul, right? Because Paul is the one that actually looks at Jesus saying, "I did not come to abolish the law," and he says, "Nah, he abolished the law. Come on, be serious," right? So it's like people don't. It's actually not Christianity; it's Paulianity. Okay, what Christians actually follow. They don't follow Jesus; they follow Paul, right? And Paul is like pretty antithetical to what Jesus says. And by the way, Paul was a lot more liberal, if you can believe it, than Jesus, right? Because he actually didn't believe a lot of the bad shit that happened in the Old Testament, right? And that's what he was trying to do. Like he was even with women, right? He was kind of okay with women being part of the church and whatnot, right? And that's why like some other motherfucker later down the line had to do the I think Galatians it was, where they says, well, women not as Look what Paul says. No women, right? Actually, it wasn't the Pauline letter, right? So
yes,
this is what I'm saying. It's like the thing with Christianity, like any religion, is like you can make of it whatever the fuck you want, right? If you want to kill people, trust me, I can kill people. I can do a genocide by using any religious text anywhere, right? Because you can.
God wills it.
Exactly. It's like if you can make it look like God wills it, that shall be done. Like period, right?
Well, let me ask you this then. Why did God have to die on the cross then? What is the message there?
He didn't. That's the funny thing is like God didn't have to die Jesus didn't have to die because in the New Testament it says that Jesus died for our sins. But if you go into the Old Testament, you can clearly see that God can literally forgive you for the sins you're doing, by just doing it like a fucking ritual, right? So it's like the sacrifice of Jesus was literally useless, like irrelevant.
That's fine, but that's not really the point of what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is the Christians accepted and believed that Jesus was God and he died on the cross, right?
Yeah. Of course they do.
What are the implications of that story?
Of course they did. What do you mean? Of course they did.
No, I mean, I'm just saying. It's like, yeah, of course they did, right? It's like they did believe that. It's like, no, that's just a statement of fact.
That's so insane.
Yeah, I mean, I know, but they did believe it. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't change their fucking mind.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that the implications of that narrative leads to a downstream humanitarian effect, I believe, because in that instance,
Not
what's
really.
being posited by the New
But
Testament,
it's a goditarian view because we need to do what God says, not what we want or what is good for us.
So
It's
I
good for
know
us.
I know Jesus is portrayed as this character that is like really good
Mhm.
and really zen and really
Mhm.
meek and kind. But you know what Jesus brought to everybody? Hell. Like literally, Jesus brought hell to everybody. He was
Mhm.
the one saying, "Oh,
True.
if you don't believe in me, you're going to burn in hell." Like, and how long?
Mhm.
Oh, forever, right? So I'm sorry. It's like I
True.
don't see that as being
No,
something
I
good.
understand that argument, and I don't believe in hell, but I'm just saying that the narrative of an all-loving God that would sacrifice
Is hell.
himself to save all of humanity, and that's being posited as the highest good that one can do, that's a narrative that states that the highest moral good that anyone can perform is a self-sacrificial form of love, right? And that is the moral standard,
I mean, you could look at it
right?
that way. That's fine.
It's
But
not that I'm
I can
just
also tell you
looking at it
that.
that way.
Yeah, no, I know, because it's
Let
like
me,
this is the modern interpretation of this film.
I don't think it's the modern interpretation.
It
I get
is.
what you're saying. It's like here are all these ways that is irreconcilable with what the God of the Old Testament does, and what even Jesus says about not accepting his forgiveness, which is you go to hell forever. And I agree with that, right? But I think people underestimate how pervasive of a narrative it is that the highest moral standard is a self-sacrificing God, and that is the linguistic tools, moral linguistic tools that have been carried throughout history. Every time we see moral progression happening, it's towards that ideal. And now I'm not saying that Christianity discovered that ideal. They
No, I
didn't.
get it. I get it.
They just highlighted it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't see it that way. I see it, if you're looking at that and Jesus dying on the cross, it was just like a plot, like a story plot where God had to sacrifice himself to himself
One
to
point. Yeah.
save us by some rules that he made for us.
Mhm.
So yes, and it's like when I'm telling you that you're having like a very modern interpretation of this, it
Mhm.
is a modern interpretation because in the past people were not necessarily thinking about, oh, we should do what Jesus did. No, they were just looking at it exactly how like maybe the first Christians were thinking of it. It's just like
Yes. I was
you
actually going to
have to
bring that up.
have this. You have to have this. Scapegoat, right? This sacrifice that needs to be done in order to absolve us of the original sin, right? And it's like that sacrifice could clearly
Mhm.
not be done by using a goat, right? So you need to use something of more value. So what is more valuable
Mhm.
than God, right? So it's like, oh, it's the Son of God.
Yep.
Oh, so it's like like the story of Abraham and Isaac, right? It's like
Yep.
that's it, right? It's just the only difference is that Abraham is God and Isaac is also God, right? And God just kills himself, to appease himself.
Mhm.
That's it, right? So it's
And
like it's just a continuation of like the Judaic understanding of how like a sacrifice is actually cleansing the sin, right? Not that
yes. And
you should
I
sacrifice
agree
yourself.
that last part I disagree with, because Jesus says the highest good you could do is sacrifice yourself for a friend, right? But like, I don't want to like get too bogged up in that. I want to defend myself against the moral interpretation argument. Do you know Irenaeus by any chance?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I don't know how accurate this is because I heard it in the religion channel when I was debating someone, and he was trying to argue that Christianity is a sissy religion because Irenaeus even said that you're not allowed to defend yourself because you'd be harming somebody else, right? Now, you'd be harming the image of God, right? Now, that's very much a love-centered interpretation, but Irenaeus is not a modern interpretist like I am. I'm not. He's clearly someone like an early Christian that had this particular interpretation that you're not supposed to harm anybody for whatever reason, which includes self-defense, the most justifiable reason, right?
Yeah, I mean that's
So I
how the
don't think I'm
Mennonites,
doing
right?
some.
That's what they're doing. Like the Amish, the Mennonites. It's like that's the thing, right? Because what they're doing that thing, right? They're going to John, and again, this is like as you brought up John like earlier, and John is a very peculiar like gospel. You know, it's very 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 different from the other three gospels, right? And it's if you read it, it's clear that the message is trying to portray, right, is that Jesus is God. Like that's why like the level of Christology you're meeting in John is like off the freaking charts, right? If you're comparing it to like all the others, they're not even close, right? It's by a long mile. And that's why like in John you're gonna even meet this this verse you're talking, right, about like giving up your life for like a friend, right? And what Jesus says that. So yeah, that's why it's like obviously, you know, if Irenaeus was familiar with the Gospel of John, and I do believe he was pretty familiar with it, he's going to read it and he's going to say, "Oh yeah, of course." It's like, you know, that's the most moral thing, right? And then it's like it depends on what he understands by friend. Okay, because just like a lot of Christians today, when they say, "Oh, you should love thy neighbor," what does it mean
Love your
to love
enemies.
thy neighbor, right? Well, I mean, it means very differently. It's like Christians understand it very differently than how the Hebrews understood it, right? Because this commandment is from the Old Testament, right? Love thy neighbor. But what they meant by thy neighbor is just the people close to you, and maybe Israelites in general. Don't be like super harsh with them, and everybody else will go fuck themselves.
What about love thy enemy? Love your enemies. It's in Matthew.
Again, it's like love thy enemies. It depends on how you understand it. Love thy enemies. How
And
do you
pray
love
for
your
those that
enemies?
persecute you.
How do you do that? So it's like you said,
You
love thy
do not.
enemies. How do you love thy enemies? So I'm going to ask you: is it loving instead of torturing them to just outright execute them? Is that more loving?
No.
What, you want me to torture them? Is that more loving than actually just killing them outright?
No. The reason I say I'm a bit confused by this point because in the Sermon on the Mount,
Yes,
there are prescriptions for how to treat those that harm you. Right?
No, I mean, it says
and
to pray for
they're
them,
non-confrontational.
Right? Yes.
Right? And I think the most confrontational thing, besides overturning the tables in the market, that Jesus said was follow the commandments of the Old Testament. I think that's the most confrontational thing.
Well, but this is the problem, right? This is like it's really hard to reconcile like some of the things that Jesus allegedly said, right? And yeah, we can take the Sermon on the Mount, you know, turn the other cheek and whatnot. So yeah, we can definitely take those, right? And then we can look at how he chastises the Pharisee for not following the Levitical law that says you should stone your child if it's unruly. And I'm asking myself, how is that? It's like, which Jesus should I listen to? The one that tells me to stone my child if it's unruly, or the one that says turn the other cheek?
I think the context matters, and it's just not there.
For what? For which one?
Like if you say, love thy neighbor, or you said love thy enemy, like you need the context for that. Like in what context? It's not for there's no way that means every single situation possible. Like there's got to be context.
Because again, it's like this love thy enemy
said for a particular situation.
But it's very nebulous.
It doesn't mean every situation.
But it's love thy enemy is very nebulous, you know. And because I could literally, that's why I brought up like should I torture them or should I just like immediately kill them as painless as possible.
Right. That
Because
might
I could say,
show
out of
mercy, right?
love for
Which
them,
is
out of
love.
love and mercy, right, in my heart
Yeah,
for these
mercy.
enemies of mine, because I
Yeah.
love my enemy, I did not torture my enemy, right? So like people could,
Yeah.
and people did say that. That's what I'm saying. It's like people were using these things in justifying. Oh, it's like we could have done like much worse to these people, but because we love them, but because we
know.
love them, we only enslave them.
Well, here's an example, right? The context would be just the whole story. There's a scene where I think it was Peter that cuts off the Roman soldier's ear, and then Jesus puts it back. Or when Jesus is dying on the cross and he says, "Father, forgive them." Is this not context?
I mean, again, it's like when Jesus is on the cross, it depends from which gospel you're quoting, right? Because he says different things in every gospel.
It does, yeah.
So I I don't have any reason to believe that he said, again, it's like, who is them? Who is them? Father, forgive them. Who's them? I don't know who
The
them
people
is.
who put him on the cross. No,
Maybe it was the Romans. Forgive the Romans.
it was definitely forgive
Was
all
it?
of them. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I don't know exactly who, right? Because it's not that very clear, right?
It's hard to say. It just depends on how you want to read the story. Are we going to read this as
Yeah, that's
literal history? Are we going to read it
precisely what I wanted to get, right? Because you see, it's like, I could play devil's advocate and I could go through like every one of these verses and I can come up with an interpretation that makes sense, right? That
I
isn't
also
breaking like
want to
any
start-
rules of logic. And the problem is like this is what Christians did for millennia, right? Like for 2,000 years, Christians interpreted the Bible however the fuck they wanted and however the fuck it suited them at the moment, right? If they wanted slaves, oh cool, we can go in the Bible, we can find places where it says you should listen to your masters, slaves listen to your masters, even the cruel ones. Oh, so that's that's cool.
They took it too far, though. I mean, they just.
No, I'm
they
just
went
saying,
crazy
right?
with
It's
it.
like there's nothing you couldn't justify by just cherry picking the Bible to take exactly what you want to justify by using a verse.
I agree that the problem of interpretation leads to a wide variable of outcomes, right? Especially for a very large book like the Bible and in the Old Testament. But surely there is a method that we can use to determine what is a more accurate interpretation given the events that occur, right? Can we agree that it is not entirely nebulous?
Well, it's hermeneutics. Okay, so the moment you're doing hermeneutics is kind of like the method. Like first of all, you have to have like good translations, right? So it's like you're reading the text, so therefore it's like you have to make sure that you're getting like a proper text in front of you, and then is the interpretation of the text. And the reality is, like, the Bible is extremely nebulous, and sometimes you can actually get like pretty, you can be pretty certain that you have like a really good interpretation of what's happening there. But other verses, not really. Right? And other
Okay,
verses,
then
they're
how
going to
about
be kind of like very murky, if you catch my drift, right? And
yeah,
the
I catch
reality
your drift.
is that you can do this as an academic endeavor, right? It's like if
Exercise, yeah.
me and you want to look at that and actually analyze it and like go through all these things and say, oh, how is this, how is that, and we can think about it. Yeah, it's all good, right? Because you like say we're still good people. We don't want to fucking do like crazy shit, right? But the reality is that other people don't really care that much, right? So it's like if your goal, as I said, is just to get a justification from the Bible, you can do exactly what I've told you previously. You can literally go in the Bible, like search through it, like scour the whole Bible, and just find like multiple verses that just fit whatever you want to do, and then you can justify your action based on those verses.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah. But how does
is it easier maybe with the Quran? Maybe it's easier with the Bhagavad Gita. Maybe it's easier with other books that we don't know about.
that's exactly the point I'm trying to
I
get
know.
towards.
That's why I said it, because I knew this is where you're kind of heading towards, right? Because it's like when you said it's maybe justified to be Islamophobic, but I don't think it's like you understand exactly what a phobia is an irrational fear, right? So it's like if you have a rational fear of something, it's not a phobia anymore. It's not Islamophobia, right? It's something else, right? So it's like I feel like when you're telling people, well, Islamophobia is actually justified, you sound a bit like a crazy person when you're saying that, right? To anybody that
Yeah,
kind of
I'm not
understands these things.
Schizophobia. I'm for Schizophobia.
I get what you're saying, but I think I don't want to be dismissive. Like I totally understand what you're saying. It's like, hey, here are all these ways that we can interpret the Bible that would lead to horrible, disastrous outcomes, and this is also true for the Quran. But you're willing to say that it's okay to be Islamophobic, but not Christianophobic, or that somehow Christianophobic makes less sense than Islamophobia. Is that accurate?
I mean, I'm not really that sure because I'm looking right now in the world, like Danny, and I'm looking. There's one country that is still doing a genocide, right? And it's been doing a genocide for 2 years, and they're not stopping, and they want to do more genocide, and they're not Muslims, right? A lot of them are Jewish, practicing Jews. And then we have another country.
That, but it's going to be derailed a bit.
Yeah, I know. Just a second. So, and we have another country that is helping the first country do said genocide and attacking other people and doing more crimes and killing people left and right. And they're also not Muslims, right? They're a country where like majority of people say they're Christians. So I don't know. It's like who should I fear?
You should fear my big fat dick coming in your asshole, bro.
Thank God.
Man.
Thank God. That was a quick ban.
No, he's going to come here right now. It's like I didn't manage to ban him like immediately, but he thought that he leaves.
Okay.
He can
get away.
Get away, but yeah. No, actually, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to get it with the copy user ID. That's fine. But yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I do have counters to what you just said, but I don't want to make them because it's going to derail the conversation a bit. Okay?
Yeah.
So I'm going to reel it back. Is that all right?
Yeah, sure. No problem.
Okay. So I totally agree with what you said. There are interpretive methods we can use to justify anything, especially for religious texts. Okay? But surely we can both agree that if Jesus stoned the adulterous woman, that there would be more violence and not less. Or if Jesus said, when asked about how many times you're supposed to forgive somebody, and he says 7 times 7 times 7, whatever the large-ass number was, that resets every day, he says you give them three chances, that there would be more violence, right? So there are things that can be stated in the text that results in more or less disastrous outcomes. And I think we can both agree to that.
Well, wait a moment. That's just comparing from the past. And it's just pragmatic, not absolute. Is he saying absolute things?
Like, I'm just saying that if Jesus prescribed certain things, like stoning the adulterous woman, or saying that you shouldn't forgive your brother for betraying you after 3 times or lying to you after 3 times, that things would be more disastrous and not less. I'm just saying that.
To know why?
Oh, but you know the story about the adulterous woman. So first of all, that's in later.
I know it's in a later edition.
And if you're actually reading that story correctly, it's like if you're going to interpret it like with like decent hermeneutics, you're gonna understand that Jesus never said don't stone her. What he said, because you have to look through the prism of like what does Jesus mean, right? It's like Jesus meant it's like are you guilt? Are you free of sin? You people that are stoning her. Oh no! If you're not, you should actually go and free yourself of sin, which usually by the sacrifice in the temple and whatnot. And after you're doing that, that's when you can come back and stone her. Don't stone her like this, because if you stone her like this and you're with sin, then you're gonna have to be next.
But in that story, Jesus is sinless and he doesn't stone her either.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like Jesus is a lot of contradictions. Also, it's like
but you can't just say that like he's just being contradictory here. What he really means is go like wash yourselves of sins and then stone her.
Yeah, because he's a teacher. He's not a doer, right? It's like he doesn't need to do it. He just needs to teach people how to do things. And if you're looking at how the author wants to portray Jesus, it's like he wouldn't be like a good, like a good thing to actually have your like main character actually stoning somebody. I mean, that would be kind of sucky, right? It's like you can't just say Jesus is this man of love and then he just stoned somebody to death.
Yeah, I mean that's the point, right? That this is your moral example, right? I mean, like, I guess we could take your interpretive method, but I think that, to be honest, I think that would require more
I'm not
justification.
saying you cannot find like places in the Bible where you can just, oh my God, you just need to be like the best person ever. You should only try to do good, just be patient, be loving, be whatever, right? It's like, yes, of course. It's like, man, if you go through the Bible, holy moly, like there's so many places, right? It's like when you say it's like speak evil of no one, avoid quarreling, be gentle, show perfect courtesy toward all people. Are Christians like that? Not really, right? Are they
Nope.
listening to what Titus is saying? No, not really. Are they listening to like Second Timothy, where it says the Lord's servant must not be quarrelsome, but kindly to everyone, an apt teacher, patient, correcting opponents with gentleness? No, of course not. Why? Because a lot of people don't really know these things, don't really care about these things, right? It's like this is not about religion. This is about people and how they want to behave. Because what I can tell you, Danny, I have a lot of Muslim friends, a lot of Muslim friends. I have a lot of friends from Turkey, from Egypt, Palestinians that live actually in Israel. You know, and they're not bad people. They're not just saying, "Oh, I just want to whatever kill gay people."
I know. Trust me, I have lots of Muslim friends too, believe it or not. Okay. But the point I'm trying to make, and we can litigate everything in any religious text, right? But what I want to get down to the core of is what is being prescribed by a particular religion, right? You said the modernist interpretation is all fluffy and bullshit. I gave an example of a pre-modernist interpretation that was also fluffy and bullshit. And then you gave me examples of how we can interpret the Bible to justify evils, which is fair, right? But the difference between, and I made this point earlier, the Bible and the Quran is that the Bible does not prescribe specific. The Bible prescribes an ethical code of conduct, and there are laws that fall under that. But it is not the laws that are true. It is the code. It is the ethic that's true. The Quran is different in the sense that it does not prescribe an ethical code of conduct. Well, sorry, it does prescribe a code of conduct, but it does not prescribe an ethical framework that isn't strictly tied to the laws that you follow. So when you're following the Quran, you follow strictly a set of laws. When you follow the Bible, it's like, yeah, you follow some laws, but it's all under the umbrella of this.
Yeah, I can also tell you for
moral
sure that
code.
this strict adherence to laws is not the same in every country and with every Muslim, right? So it's like if you think Muslims don't have this like latitude of like being more or less like adherent to some Quranic prescriptions, then you'll just be wrong. Have you ever
No,
heard
you're
about
right.
the cornerstone speech? Ever?
No, what is that?
Okay, so this was a speech that was given by the guy that was to be the vice president, I think, of the Confederation, right? It was like a few weeks before the Civil War began in the United States. And I have here a quote, right? A quote from his speech. And he says, "Our new government is founded upon exactly the opposite ideas. Its foundations are laid, its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race, is his natural and normal condition. This, our new government, is the first in the history of the world based upon this great physical, philosophical, and moral truth." And in order to actually justify like what he just said, which is just literally like white supremacy shit, okay, he actually used the Bible, right? He used
Yeah,
the
I can believe
verses
it.
from Psalms. And why? Because as I said, it's like you can do anything you want, like with any religious texts, right? And I understand that a lot of Americans have this idea that I know it comes from the fuck is his name? My God, like fucking four horsemen of the apocalypse. My God, atheist guy, Sam Harris. Fucking load that guy
Okay.
like a piece of shit, right?
You said Apocalypse, which confused me.
Yeah, because he was him and like these other guys,
Yeah.
right? That were like
I know
the
what you're
four
talking about.
horsemen. Yeah, the new atheist four horsemen,
Or
like
atheist
Richard
horsemen, yeah.
Dawkins, Daniel Dennett, Sam Harris, and Christopher Hitchens, right?
Yep.
Those were like the four horsemen, right? And I remember like Sam Harris had this piece where he had this not piece like a term that he was using, that Islam is the motherlode of bad ideas, right? And he kept repeating this phrase like
That was
over and
in his
over and
debate
over
against Ben Affleck, yeah.
yeah, like, oh, it's the motherlode of bad ideas. And he said it not just in the Ben Affleck discussion, right? He said it all the fucking time, right? Why? Because of his Islamophobia, right? Because of it, not for like rational reasons. It's just because of his Islamophobia. Imagine, it's like this was after like 9/11, because 9/11 was the thing that actually radicalized a lot of people and made a lot of people Islamophobic, right? Before then, yeah, there was like frictions here and there, but people weren't looking at like Muslims like, oh my God, these radical people that just want to kill us, right? They weren't. Okay, but this guy said it, right? And this is the same guy, right? Sam Harris, the same guy that said that Islam is the motherlode of bad ideas, is the same guy that wrote an opinion article in the New York Times defending torture, right? Just keep this in mind, right? It's like the same guy that said that, he actually had an op-ed about how torture is actually good and humane. That's fucking crazy, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So my question is like, do we have to abide by what some other people said? Can we not look at the historical record? Can we not look at like actions on the field undertaken by Christians and see, oh, wait a second, like Christians are not that great either, right? They're just like, some of them are better, it's like some of them, barely started treating Jews as humans in the 20th century. And some of them after the Holocaust happened, because like, okay, you're humans now, right? It's like, no, they're not great. They're not great. It's like the only thing that is great is the fact that, like most Christians live in countries which are now secular, right? Because they were dragged into the secular era, right? That's why when I go to Turkey, my friend, Turkey is a secular country, there's no difference between Turkish people, which are all Muslims almost,
and like 80% of them drink.
Yeah, dude. I mean, like they drink, they smoke weed. It's like, dude, it's like there's no difference. There's no difference, right? So the only thing that makes it different is whether or not the state is secular, right? It makes it worse the moment the state is not a secular state. The moment the state is a theocracy, then yes, things are worse. And things are worse regardless of whether or not it's a Christian theocracy or a Islamic theocracy or a Jewish theocracy or a Hindu theocracy, right? Because you can go to India, you can look at what Hindus and the Hindu radicals are doing to the Muslims in India. Nobody's talking about that, because who the fuck gives a shit, right? They're all brown. Nobody cares about them, right? But it's happening, right? It's happening. And it's about Hindu supremacy there. It's not about Christian supremacy or Muslim supremacy. No, it's about Hindu supremacy. So if you want to be an asshole, I'm sorry to tell you, it's like, you're going to be an asshole. It's like, it doesn't matter what religion you are. If you want to be good, you're going to be good regardless of what religion you are.
Can I ask a question? Are you saying that secular societies are better?
Yes.
Yes, he's saying
What
that.
about what do you make of the secular countries, for example, Mao Zedong under China, Stalin, Lenin, all these people who killed hundreds of millions of people? What's your reply to that?
What's my reply to that? Is like, where's your evidence that they killed hundreds of millions of people?
Wait.
You don't believe
we're
Mao
having a
Zedong?
conversation, dude.
it's a bit besides the point of this conversation. But yeah, I know where you're getting that data, and it's I'm not a big lover of Mao or of Stalin for that matter. I think they were both pieces of shit. And also, like, nothing there was done in the name of secularism whatsoever, right? So it's like, yes, like if you're going to, on paper say you're a secular country, but actually you just have an ideology that is actually superseding everything else, and that ideology, makes you do dumb fucking shit, and just that ends up killing like a lot of people. Then yeah, it's not secularism that did that; it's the other thing, right? Because you could say Stalin had a mustache, right? Was it the mustache that made him kill like so many people? I don't think so. Right? The same with Hitler.
Secularism doesn't have like things that you should and shouldn't do. Secularism doesn't say that. It doesn't have a
I think
framework.
just if you're going to draw a line, if you're going to take all the secular societies, and then you're going to take all the theocracies, and the absolute monarchies, that usually also like have like a lot of like theocratic things inside them, right, to justify their rule. And you're sorry. And if you're going to draw a line and see exactly which was better and which was worse, I think you're going to come to the exact same conclusion that I have, that on average, secular societies are way better.
No, I wouldn't come to that conclusion, actually.
Well, Daniel, I actually have.
Human nature.
The point I wanted to make, Daniel, is that there are. You bring up a good point. You can use whatever you want to justify any types of actions. Is that fair? It doesn't even have to be restricted to religion necessarily.
If you're a shit person, you're a shit person. You know what I mean?
Okay. Now, my counter argument to that is that there are some religious structures that actually prevent moral progress that would bring you closer to a secular society that you like. Right?
I don't think.
And I'll give you an example of that. I recently watched a video talking about how in Islamic societies before the modern days, they didn't have any word for a disbeliever or an atheist that wasn't derogatory whatsoever. As in, it was always tied to moral corruption.
Yeah, it's the same
right?
with Christianity, yes.
Christianity had like pre-Christian lingo, like atheist, like atheos, all that stuff. So that's not as derogatory, but I'm just giving, like, this is just an example. It's not like...
I mean, it's like, okay, so just because they don't have like maybe like a specific word, right? Because they were using some Greek words that already existed before. That's relevant. It's like what I think it's more apt to talk about is the way they actually treated those people, right? Because I can tell you for sure. I live in a very religious country, and it's like the one thing they hate more than other religions is atheists, right? And because their belief is that you cannot be a good person if you're an atheist. Which makes zero absolutely fucking sense, right? It's like that's clearly not that. No, I'm Romanian.
He's not.
No.
But Danny, let me
thank
finish.
Fuck, I'm not Israeli. Just saying.
let me make this point. Okay, the point I'm trying to make is that certain theologies lack the moral, linguistic tools necessary to progress towards secularism or a more egalitarian society.
No, but I totally disagree.
Is that
that's
a premise
why
that you
I
accept?
brought it. I brought up the Turkey as an example, right? That's why I'm telling you. It's like you think it's not doable, but I'm telling you it is doable, right? It's like you have Turkey, which is like Erdogan is kind of like a piece of shit, right? And he's kind of trying to dismantle like the whole country and its foundations, right? But Turkey for like a very long time, and then they're very very Western like. Right, and then you can go to Lebanon. Right? Like Lebanon is like kind of like a melting pot because you have like a lot of Christians, you have a lot of Muslims, and again, like dude, that's considered the gayest country in the Middle East. Okay, just think about that, right? It's like you're saying gays. Oh, it's Lebanese, like, crazy, right? So what I'm telling you is
pretty
like
funny.
every religion has within itself the ability to turn around 180 degrees.
Yeah.
Like literally. And it's
would not say every
people.
religion.
I do believe that. It's like I
don't believe
you know
that.
why? Because I have like a pretty big imagination, and I could probably take Look, you know what I could do? I could take Jainism. You know, Jainism, which is like the most peaceful fucking religion.
Yeah.
Right? I could literally take Jainism and turn it 180 degrees, where it could be a genocidal society. Because it's doable. There's nothing people would stop believing.
But I don't understand
we
your
did not
point.
think
What if in the religion it says you can't do genocide? How are you going to make it do genocide then?
Oh, it's all about the interpretation. Do you think there's only one verse? Like if there was only one, okay, so if you had a religion who only had one verse, then that verse said, "Thou shalt not do genocide." Maybe I would just change the concept of genocide, right? Because again, like words are not prescriptive; words are descriptive. And the thing with words is like I can make a word kind of being anything, right? And it might take me some time. Might take me a
You could
while.
just say, if God told you to do it, then it's not genocide. There you go.
Yeah, I would say, oh no. Actually, this genocide it means killing life in general, right? So it's like, look, you know what kills more life than anything else? Humans. Humans kill more life than anything. So it's our sacred duty to rid the earth of humans because they are a plague upon this rock. I could do that, right? And whoever would want to listen to me and believe me, they would, right? And if I were charismatic enough, and if I had enough of a following, and people would start believing me and started trusting my every fucking word, yeah, cool. I would just lead, people to freaking genocide.
So it's very true that people can corrupt scripture however they want, and people have done it, right?
Yeah.
But now we have to look at the evidence. We have to look at the evidence. Which societies were built by which religion, and which religion bred the best societies? That's what we need to look at here, to see how this corruption, what happened because of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think like even with Islam, I think we can. Islam had like a golden age that was like fucking amazing, without which our Western society, whatever the fuck that means, would not have existed, right? Because they were the ones to preserve all the ancient Greek texts, and they were really good at it. Okay, so during the Enlightenment, if you actually knew Arabic, you were actually way better than if you knew Greek or Latin, right? Because you could literally read Arabic texts in the original language. So you'd be like much closer to.
So wait, so you're saying that the West would not succeed if it wasn't for the Islamic empires?
No, of course not. The Renaissance would not happen in Europe if it wasn't for Islam. And it's not even like a point of contention. It's like you can go to like any historian, they would tell you the same thing. Like the
pretty cool though hearing it from an atheist.
Yeah, there's like but again, it's like I'm not here to like deny history.
Yeah, I know, but it's cool though. It's cool though that it's coming from an atheist.
Yeah, that's why it's like and I know a lot of people make these points, right? It's like there's a reason you have algebra, right? There's a reason like if you're looking at the sky, you're going to have like a lot of stars that have Arabic names, right? Because they were literally discovered by Arabs, like during the golden age of Islam. Yes, but then they had this one caliph, right? That was like very anti-science, especially mathematics, right? He said that mathematics is like the word of Satan or whatnot, right? I don't know. Maybe his wife just left him for like somebody that did math, right? So,
just to slow you down a little bit, you said it's because of Islam. I wouldn't make the claim that certain discoveries happened because of Christianity, right?
No, because D was asking me. We should look at societies and what we were believing, and that's the only reason I brought up Islam, right? So it's like the society that did that, like the golden age of Islam, those were Islamic societies, right? It's like
they were, yeah. They were successful.
And by the way, the reason they actually did it, the reason they actually did all the seeking and all the all the learning and all the they were doing it because of the concept of jihad, right? When I say jihad, you understand jihad one way, but it's like when it comes to Muslims, it's like they don't understand jihad the way you understand, because it's like a lot of Westerners, it's like when they hear jihad, it's like, oh my god, they're like suicide bomber, right? It's like that's not the case. No, jihad just means it's a struggle, right? It's like you need to
struggle and strive.
Exactly, right? So it's like you need to struggle. It's like learning is also a struggle, right? So that's how they understood jihad, right? So they have, jihad is like we need to struggle, we need to learn a lot. right? We need to get better. We need to get as much knowledge as possible, right? And then
Okay, so
again,
I have
it's
a
like you're gonna get like this leader, right? Like further down the line, right? So they had like this amazing thing, which by the way, I think it was kind of fucked by the Mongols, if you ask me, because if you're going to history, you're going to see that the reason for the
they burned
downfall
everything,
of
yeah.
Islam was the fucking Mongols, right? So fuck again Genghis Khan, like, and his progenies. They were the ones to fuck up all that good shit, right? And
Yeah.
after that, there came this other guy, right, who says, "Oh my God, it's like actually jihad is, no more science, no more math, just read Quran and only Quran, and just do this and only this, right?" And yes, and then Europeans came, right, and it's like Europeans came and fucked them again, right? So it's like, and again, it's like you're gonna fuck these people, and then they're going to retreat to what's easy, and what's easier than religion? Nothing. Right? Religion is very easy to have. It's very easy to
So
kind of
I have
comprehend as like a basic level.
I have a broad question then. Okay. Given that you've stated that any interpretation of whatever text, whatever religious system, whatever belief system can produce disastrous results, how can we ever compare two moral frameworks against each other productively?
I think it's just I don't
Like
even
if
know
I
if
want to
it's
say
like,
that my beliefs are better than your beliefs, or the texts that I believe in are better than the texts that you believe in,
I mean,
how is that ever going to be a
it
productive
depends on the moral
conversation?
system that you're going to have, right? So it's like, can you compare moral systems? Yes, and usually the way you're going to compare them, it's usually going to be by outcomes. I don't see like another like better way of comparing them, right? Because it's like you're going to need some like empirical evidence for the comparison to actually be reasonable.
But the problem I'm having here is that it's not just moral systems, it's interpretations of religious text that produces moral frameworks.
Yeah, but it's like, do
First,
you
how
have
do you
any other way of comparing them or like seeing how good they are except by looking at the consequences?
Daniel, wouldn't you agree that the West has breeded the best society? We can say that Islamic, Eastern, whatever, they've all done great things,
Yeah,
right?
TikTok.
But which
Oh,
one
Yeah,
is the best?
I don't. I don't.
Which one is the best, Daniel, according to you?
It looks like whenever you're saying it's like something is the best, I don't know what that means, right? It's like
Your favorite.
I like, for example, right? It's like I like a lot of things in my country. I also hate a lot of things in my country. I like a lot of things about America. I also hate a lot of things about America. I don't think there's such a thing as the best. I think this is very 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 subjective, right? And what I see as the best, other people will see, oh, that's shit. It's like, why would you think that's the best?
I'm asking for your opinion though, but I think most people would say that the West has built the best society. Most
I
people.
think you should use it. Answer it like, what do you think? Like the majority of the
What do you
societies,
mean by the West, though?
The West, we could talk about America. We can talk about basically just the very Christian influenced countries. Those
Yeah, but
countries.
this is the thing. So it's like whenever you're talking about the West, I actually include the Middle East in the West.
Really?
Yes, because
Mhm.
you cannot extrude like just Europe and America from the West without including all the other countries that are in the Mediterranean basin that actually influenced each other. Right? It's like a lot of people see the Mediterranean as being kind of like a divider, but I don't see it as a divider. I think the Mediterranean was something that brought people together because it was like easier to move across, right? Like move from one country to another. Like even if it's like a big distance, like it's a lot easier because it's water, right? So like navigation just made things like a lot easier. That's why like even the Christianity when it appeared, right? The reason it appeared is because of this, is because of like the fact that you had all these like Hellenistic ideas that came in contact with this like uh, Jewish ideas, right? And they kind of mixed and they produced Christianity, and then the Christianity then further down the line produced Islam and so on, right? So I don't see the Middle East as not being part of the West. I see the Middle East as being part of the West because without the Middle East, you wouldn't have anything else on all the other countries. So I think they're very much linked together. As much as we don't fucking like it, because there's a lot of white supremacy going on in Europe. and we kind of look down upon people which are not as white as us, just
I think
because
it's about
they
race,
have a.
brother.
Yeah, it
I think
is.
it's
I mean,
about culture more.
unfortunately, it is.
It's about culture, no?
No, it's not. It's like this is what like this is kind of like the dog whistle that racists actually started using like a while ago, where they say, oh, it's not about race, it's about culture, right? But if you actually go down the line and investigate exactly what they mean by culture, you actually understand that it's actually about race.
Wow, that's a big
Can
jump.
I make a quick comment? I think this is a really good conversation. Also, I think in the end, whatever you believe, if it we're better, you're better, this is bad, all it does in the end is cause fights and then wars, and that's the result of this
Yeah,
kind of thing. Do you know what I mean?
let's get back to it. So again, it's like now.
Well,
just a second.
do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's my show now, so it's like I also need to finish the show. By the way, and also it's like it's pretty late for me here. It's like 4:32 a.m. in the morning. So
I just want to make that
yeah,
comment.
no worries,
Thanks.
no worries. So I'm also like pretty bit. Okay, I've been around like doing debates and shit for like 7 hours already. So it takes a bit of a toll on a
You
person.
gotta get some sleep, bro. You're gonna
Well,
die early.
I will. I'm not gonna die, dude. I'm immortal. It's what I believe.
Enough days like this, you might.
Yeah, no, dude, I live a pretty healthy life. Don't worry about it. It's like
So you're gonna go, you said?
Hmm?
You're gonna go, you said?
Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna go like pretty soon. I'm probably gonna stay like for a bit longer. I just wanted to let everybody know that I now I want to end the show because I need to end the show too. So thank to everybody that was here. So now I'm gonna